Let us pray. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me, bless his holy name. Bless the Lord, O my soul, forget not all his benefits. Lord God, as we come to the end of this busy and eventful week, we pray for our nation and our elected leaders gathered in this place. Remember those who assist in their work as they address issues affecting your people. You have guided us through national and personal challenges in the past. Be with us today. You have blessed this nation in so many ways. Therefore, fill us all with the knowledge of your holy word, as it states, from everyone to whom much has been given, much will be required. Help us, Lord, to remember this. Amen. Say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Go check, yeah. This House is in session. Minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, June 27, 2023 to be confirmed. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be confirmed.
The question is that the aforementioned minutes be confirmed. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby confirmed. Minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, September 12, 2023 to be deferred.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be deferred.
The question is that the aforementioned minutes be deferred. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby deferred.
Announcements by Your Honor the Speaker. Messages from Her Excellency the President. Petitions, papers.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I'm commanded to lay the Comprehensive Disaster Management Policy for Barbados 2022.
Government notices, private members' notices, notices of questions, reports from select committees, first readings of bills.
Honourable Member for St. Philip North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the Human Transplant Bill of 2023 be read a first time.
Second, please. The question is that the aforementioned bill be read a first time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the first reading of the Barbados Water Authority Amendment Bill 2023.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read a first time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Statements by ministers, congratulatory and/or obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, oral replies to questions, notices of motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the withdrawal of order number 2. Not yet. Sorry, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42 subsection 5, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the day's sitting.
The question is that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting.
Public business.
Honorable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the withdrawal of order number 2 on the order paper, which is there cited as the Barbados Water Authority Amendment Bill 2022, and to given notice of and read a first time on the 19th of April 2022. This bill is being substituted by order number 11, which was earlier read a first time and cited as the Barbados Water Authority Amendment Bill 2023.
The question is that order number 2 on the order paper be withdrawn. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. Order number 2 is hereby withdrawn.
Order number 9, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Housing, Lands and Minister of Housing and Lands, to move the passing of a resolution, to resume debate on the passing of a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Chapter 225, the lease to the Autism Association of Barbados, a charity registered under the Charities Act, Chapter 243, as charity number 612, of a parcel of land, the property of the Crown, situate at the garrison in the parish of St. Michael in this island, for its basic life skills program.
Christchurch, East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to say to this honorable chamber that I'm very grateful for the opportunity to participate in this specific debate, as I was not here during the original debate, but I feel particularly privileged this morning, sir, for the consideration of the House to be able to allow me to say a few words to conclude and wrap up this debate. Now, sir, it has been, by my estimation, sir, probably about 4,442 days, sir, since my son spoke a word in English. And as we reflect, sir, on the last 12 years, and just short of 12 years, 2 months, sir, the extraordinary journey that my family, sir, my wife, myself, the rest of the family, sir, has been on to support an extraordinary young man. And as I stand here, sir, as a parent, first, as a citizen, sir, as a member of this party, sir, of this party, I'm extraordinarily proud to know that we have come to a place, sir, where we can give support to parents, sir, of children with autism in this country. In a way, sir, that is truly extraordinary. This, sir, is not just an ordinary lease of a piece of property, sir. My son is going to be 15, sir, in November. And the extraordinary effort and support, sir, that families in this country experience, knowing that whereas we have additional responsibilities, sir, because unlike typically developing children, sir, children with autism and other similar disabilities, sir, families are faced, sir, with an extraordinary burden. And the leasing of this particular property, sir, to ensure that persons with disabilities, and particularly in this instance, sir, persons with autism, would have the opportunity, sir, to be their best, to be their best selves, sir. To pull out that which, sir, is reflective of their strengths, is worthy, sir, of the attention and support, not just of Barbadians, not just of government, but it must be, sir, a whole of society approach if we are going to unlock the potential, sir, of our citizens. I stand here as well, sir, a proud member of this government, because we have given a commitment, sir, not by talk, sir. It has been backed by action, sir, against extraordinary, difficult circumstances. Such that when we speak, sir, about responding to those among us, sir, who are most vulnerable, that people must understand that it is not only those with autism, sir, but this specific intervention, sir, is to allow for the type of support that as people move from childhood, sir, to adulthood, that there's a mechanism to support persons, sir, as they become adults, to contribute just like anybody else, sir, in this country, to being able to themselves and to give them an opportunity, sir, to feel as if they belong. It is particularly touching, sir, and I must say to you that this is perhaps one of the most passionate debates, sir, that I will participate in. Because as a parent first, as I said, but as a minister seeking to create policy to ensure that those among us in this society, sir, that government at least can be able to provide an environment that allow these children and these adults, sir, to not feel as if they are either second-class or third-class citizens, but to belong, sir. And I know that whilst this specific intervention here today does not complete the journey, it goes a long way, sir, to signaling to the country that the government has the interest, sir, of every single Bajan at heart, and irrespective, sir, of the fiscal circumstances or the international circumstances, that we will adjust, sir, to make sure that we can accommodate as best we can, sir, all of the persons in this country to be able to fulfill, sir, their God-given potential. The Autism Association of Barbados, sir, is one of those institutions, sir, that in the last 10 to 15 years, sir, as the population of persons presenting on the spectrum, sir, certainly has increased. We have seen intervention in various stages, sir, with respect to the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, sir, elements within the private sector to help bolster and support families, sir. It is an extraordinary journey. My wife and I, sir, we have explored every possible therapy. As has many families in this country, sir. In an attempt, sir, to ensure that our children, sir, will not be disadvantaged, sir, in this country or in this world. And as I said to you, sir, 12 years and 2 months is not a short time. But it is etched in my mind, sir, because as I see my son grow into a quite handsome young man, unlike myself, sir, he takes after his mother. In that respect, sir. All of the challenges, sir, with respect to adolescence, sir, is there. And whilst I know my son is very cheeky at times, sir, there are times where you could not tell whether or not he is really autistic or not, because he is just as mischievous, sir, as any typically developing child, and most parents would tell you that about their children, sir. Some will say like me, sir. But you know that you must do whatever it takes, sir, which all parents looking after their children, sir, will do that which they believe, sir, is in the best interest of their children. And it's been an extraordinary journey, sir, because therapy after therapy, support after support, sir, I have seen my son grow, and most persons will tell you that they see their children grow, sir, and become very unique and distinct individuals, sir, that require a different level of focus and attention, sir, than typically developing children. That is not to say, sir, that typically developing children don't have their own skills and gifts as given what is considered normal, sir, in the society. But these children, sir, these young adults, they have their own gifts. And the type of investment that is required to bring support to what the Autism Association is trying to create here, sir, is going to be important. And not just government, sir, but I say to the private sector and all of the NGO sectors that we must now pool together and work collaboratively with any reliable partner, not just for the interests of these children, but I believe strategically across the board, sir, that we must do that to ensure that all of our children, sir, all of our children can have the greatest possible opportunity, sir, to contribute in whatever small way, sir, in this world, and to be able to make their way with pride, sir, as Barbadian citizens. This resolution before the chamber, sir, is monumental, as it says, sir, for families. The one thing, sir, the one thing, and I know that as it's something that has played on my mind, my wife's mind, and notwithstanding the support that families may have, sir. The one thing that has plagued us in terms of planning, sir, is what would happen to Kofi, sir. And the support mechanism, should either of us, sir, or both of us happen to go unexpectedly. And we try to plan for that, sir. And many families, sir, think of these things. And it is important to understand that when you have a child with special needs, sir, it literally means that. It means that. And the accommodations that are sometimes required are not over the top, sir. It is to have an understanding that individuals respond to stimuli, sir, in various different ways. And for some, sir, as we may be here in the environs of Parliament, sir, just the passing of a vehicle, sir, could trigger a response that, in normal circumstances, sir, most of us would just accept and it moves on. And calming persons down when these things happen requires you to understand how and what how the individual thinks, sir, and not be put off, sir, by either noises or reaction to things that all of us, sir, take for granted. And therefore, it is a particular understanding that I can tell you, sir, only those who know it, sir, or those who feel it, knows it, sir. It is, which is why we need, as much as possible, to have programs like these, sir, where parents, sir, can go and support each other. The caregivers involved in it, sir, can go and support each other. And if it is something, sir, that is worthy, sir, of the support that any Barbadian who has an interest in this area, sir, that if they either reach out to the Autism Association or the various schools who do very good work in this area, sir. If we can work together, I believe that we will see the type of integration that I know that the Ministry of Education has been pursuing, whereby you will be able to have persons with disabilities in general, but certainly persons with autism, being able to work alongside persons in the regular work areas. I raise this, sir, because my son, sir, attends a school called Lifelong Learning Center. And it is a school which is staffed, sir, by parents. Parents who know and understand, sir, what it takes to deliver a different kind of education, sir. Because all of us want what's best for our children. And they've taken the opportunity to say, look, we believe that we can do for our children and children with autism and other ailments, and deliver for them in a way that is not programmatic in the way that the traditional delivery of education, sir, happens. And I have seen, sir, what for some may be rudimentary, but you must appreciate, sir, that in this world, a small step, sir, is a mountain. And taking those small steps consistently, sir, allows these children to reach a point, sir, where they may not be able to have a direct conversation with you, sir, because most of them, sir, cannot communicate, as I told you, sir. However, they are 100%, sir, aware as to what is happening in their surroundings. 100%. To the point, sir, that school, through its programming, sir, has very, very, very lofty ambitions for the students. And I'll mention one of them here, sir, because the school is an active member of the FEED program, which the Honourable Member for St. Philip South, sir, has started. The school has an agricultural plot of land in St. Philip. The students, sir, are doing the farming in the program, sir. As parents, sir, we purchase the produce, sir, as a means to give them the support to continue in that agriculture program, sir. And I can say to you, sir, that if nothing else, on Sundays, sir, when I cook, because I cook on Sundays, sir. I cook on Sundays. I cook for my family on Sundays. And when we get that grocery bag, sir, from the school, has beets, carrots, everything in it, sir. My son, sir, he peels all of the vegetables. I swear he's the best vegetable peeler in the world, sir. He is. And I say that because the type of skills that we take for granted, sir, as regular adults and citizens, as I told you, sir, a step is a mountain. And they have the intention, sir, of opening a mini mart, sir, which will be housed and staffed by the said students. And they are developing the skills internally, sir, to allow these young adults. My son is the youngest of the lot. As I said, he'll be 15 in a few weeks. He's the youngest, sir. To be able to open up a mini mart, sir, that would be staffed and managed by the students. And I want, sir, to encourage Barbadians to patronize. Because the monies and the proceeds from that specific activity, sir, would allow those children, sir, as this specific lease of the lot at the garrison is intended to do, sir, is to give these persons an opportunity, sir, and a space that is safe, sir, safe, and allow them to take a measure of pride, sir, in knowing that, one, they can grow their own food, sir. Two, they prepare meals, sir. The only thing is that I trying to get my son to eat the vegetables, but he won't eat them, but we're working on that, sir. But be able to prepare the meals, sir, run a business, sir, which is something that we would love most people to do. But I'm asking Barbadians, sir, that when this project comes to fruition, let us give the support to these children, these young adults, sir, because this is how, as a country, sir, we can truly support those among us who are the most vulnerable. So as the Autism Association, sir, builds out the broader program, sir, of life skills. And as I said, sir, my son is fixated with technology as well. He's fixated with technology. And I would love to see him pursue that. And we want to see this type of thing happening, sir, right across the board. And as I said, sir, each child has its own strength. And therefore, the programs being contemplated here is to give them a base, sir, upon which they can use with confidence in order to pursue whatever talents they may have, sir. And that as a country, sir, in whatever small way that we can contribute to this endeavor, I ask Barbadians to do so. Because it is the one thing, sir, that is well within our power to do, that irrespective, sir, of whatever happens externally, whatever may happen, sir, at a national level, sir, we have a responsibility, sir, as a society to make sure that we can support those among us, sir, who cannot otherwise support themselves. But I want to say to Barbadians as well, sir, that as we do this to allow not just autistic children, but persons with special needs, sir, to give them a safe space that they can run a business, sir, that it can serve as an example, sir, for those among us who are considered to be normal, sir. The motivation, sir, that they too, sir, in spite of life's challenges, in spite of whatever may confront you, sir, that we must always dust off ourselves, sir, and get up and go again, sir, to make sure that we can provide for our families in a way that we know, sir, our parents, our grandparents, sir, were able to do for us in times that were less than prosperous, sir, than where we are today. And therefore, we must do that for these young children, because I believe, sir, that how, not just government, but the society, sir, how the society supports the most vulnerable is really a true testament, sir, to the character, sir, of the nation. Let me, sir, make a few comments here in relation to some matters relating, because I know some members had raised some issues in relation to concessions. And I must reiterate here, sir, that we have, as a government since May of 2018, sir, been very, very aggressive in how do we create a better framework for persons with disabilities. The Honourable Member for St. James North, sir, has been, I don't think anybody in Barbados, sorry, let me put it this way. If there's anybody in Barbados, sir, that don't know the member for St. James North, particularly on the matter of speaking on behalf of persons with disabilities, sir, I don't know where they have been for the last 5 years. But certainly, and I know that before that he was, but this government, sir, has been very conscious on a number of these matters in relation to persons with disabilities. I believe in a previous debate, sir, I made reference to the fact that when we came into office, sir, there were instances where persons who applied to the Ministry of Finance were denied, sir, concessions in relation to matters of mobility. Since June of 2018, sir, we have been granting and approving, sir, concessions in relation to wheelchair adapted vehicles, sir. Let me explain, sir. As you know, these days, there may be persons with varying ailments, sir, who some do not have any mobility at all, sir, on their own, and they need to be transported. There are vehicles, sir, that are adapted specifically, sir, for those persons to ride in the back, sir, in their wheelchair. The adaptations are extremely expensive, sir, and in that vein, we have been able, since June of 2018, sir, to put a regime in place that waives, sir, all of the customs duties, sir, the excise, as well as the VAT, sir, with respect to the importation of those vehicles to allow persons, traditionally parents, sir, to be able to access duty-free, sir, those types of vehicles. There are other vehicles as well, sir, equally adapted that allows for a wheelchair person to drive those vehicles, sir. Those vehicles as well, sir. So in other words, sir, the back will open up, sir. The person will go up the ramp and they will roll right into the driver's location and they will drive the vehicle, sir, from the wheelchair. We've not had a lot of those, sir, but a few. Equally, sir, we have waived the duties in relation to that. When it comes to scooters, motorized scooters, and the like, sir, we have done a very similar thing, sir, in relation to ensuring that those persons with disabilities will not be expensed, sir, in the way that they would ordinarily be under before we came to office. because we felt it was important that your lack of mobility, sir, because of a disability, you should not have to be expensed in the way that a normal person would be, sir, with respect to traditional mobility, and that has been the policy of the government, sir, since June of 2018. And therefore, that will continue to be the case, sir, because it has to be in that vein, sir, be that we are able to ensure that persons in this country can move around with confidence, sir, because of their own needs to be independent. As you know, sir, as we have acquired buses, sir, we've ensured that the buses that we have acquired on the part of the state, sir, that those buses are wheelchair accessible, sir, again, to allow persons to be able to access the buses as we need to going forward. And the truth is, sir, that this is really and truly the only way that in the 21st century that you can respond to persons with mobility challenges, certainly from a governmental perspective, given the resources that we do have available to us, sir, that allows us to be able to provide accessible transportation, sir, at reasonable cost, so that persons are not necessarily expensed to be able to deal with these matters. Now, the truth is, sir, we simply don't have enough. We simply don't have enough. And that is something that we will want to work with some of the NGOs who I know do transport persons. My son used to take the bus to school, sir, which the Variety Club, sir, I know I didn't ask to mention the name, but the Variety, sir, provides transportation for children with disabilities to get to and from school. I know that the Transport Board has been able to restart that service as well, given the increase in buses as well there. But the government can work with these entities to be able to bolster their capacity to be able to provide transportation for persons with disabilities, but certainly to ensure that children with special needs can get to and from school, sir, without necessarily having to interact in a normal way with respect to public transportation. And I know that the Ministry of People Empowerment has been reviewing that in the context of the policy with respect to persons with disabilities to see how we can add further support that particular initiative, because whilst we could all see there's traffic on the road, sir, and it's getting more and more intense, and persons with special needs and disabilities, sir, also have to access the roads in order to be able to go about their business, and therefore it is something that we are working to be able to help resolve. But as you would appreciate, sir, we have just come out of COVID-19, and whilst that is not an excuse, the reality is, sir, that we do have to work with the stakeholders to ensure that where the government cannot facilitate, that we also allow the private sector to be able to facilitate, sir, in a way that is consistent with respect to the purpose of the policy. And therefore, these are things, sir, that I believe are important in addition to what is happening here, because we do have to make sure that those among us who are most vulnerable are looked after. Let me also say, sir, that one of the things that we definitely, as a government, have been reviewing in relation to this, because as you know, sir, that under the national insurance regulations, there are only 2 or 3 conditions, sir, two conditions, sir, that allow for persons to access disability benefits, sir. Now, I raise this, sir, because whilst I would love for my son, sir, to be able to work in a mini mart, sir, or to work in somebody's kitchen, or to develop software, that is my wish, sir. That is every parent's wish with respect to their child with a disability. The reality is that those regulations were set 30 or 40 years ago, and there are new conditions that will impact the ability of these children, these young adults, from being able to make what may be considered a contribution, sir, to society. And therefore, as we review the policy in relation to persons with disabilities, we will be actively looking at that to determine how else we can support through the provision of the disability benefit, sir, for persons who, through no fault of their own, sir, will become adults and will have no possibility, sir, of earning an income whatsoever. And therefore, as the government, sir, looking at the responsibility of how you provide, sir, for the state, through the state, sir, and through our institutions, this is an area that we will actively review, sir. And I know that the member for St. James North has submitted his report to the ministry. And as we currently doing now in terms of the national insurance, sir, that to make sure that we ensure that additional conditions, sir, that would prevent people from working, sir, that they too can get a set of money, sir, that the truth is really their own. And as every adult, sir, wants to know that they can have something that they can spend some money on. And it really would help, obviously, families, sir, because as I told you, sir, therapy or the suite of therapy, sir, for families is an expensive one. Not everybody, sir, can afford to do it. The government, through the Ministry of Education and Health, sir, have tried to make sure that they can support it, but it's simply, sir, the sheer numbers isn't enough. And therefore, we must do more in order to ensure that we can cater to the specific needs of families in relation to being able to provide the best possible care. And I know, sir, that for some, it may seem it does not connect, but let me share this with you, sir, because I believe I would have made mention of this before in this chamber. For a typically developing child, sir, you can just take them to the dentist. And a dentist appointment will take 45 minutes to clean the teeth, sir, and you're off you go. Every time I take my son to the dentist, sir, we have to get an anesthesiologist. And it turns into a 3-hour, because you have to put him down, sir. The dentist cleans his teeth, and then it takes 2 hours for the medication to wear off, sir. It is, and it's an expense, of course. So you must appreciate that for persons with special needs, simple dental care, which is important to health, sir, is even more important given their conditions, depending on what it is, sir. And therefore, you must appreciate that for parents, you really should not have to choose between dental care versus some other expense. And therefore, I know that the Ministry of Health has been given additional resources to be able to ensure that the dental health program for children, especially children with special needs, is improved. But for parents, sir, I want people to understand that this thing is extremely complicated and is not a normal set of circumstances. And therefore, a government who is, as the Prime Minister will say, sir, seeing people, hearing people and feeling people, sir, would ensure that we can do what we can, sir, to help families with persons with disabilities, and particularly those on the autism spectrum, sir, to be able to contain some of those expenditures, because it is not, sir, it is not an easy road. And as parents want to do right by their children, sir, not everyone has the wherewithal, sir, to be able to provide the kind of support on their own. And that is why entities like the Autism Association and others, sir, are able to help with getting donations, sir, and helping through their networks to be able to support families, sir, to be able to access therapy, not just here in Barbados, but outside of Barbados as well. And it is not cheap by any stretch of the imagination, sir, but these are the things that families with autistic children go through. And all that is being asked is that where government or government departments or government agencies can intervene to be able to help create the right policy frame to allow these persons to be able to live their best life, sir, is all that we ask, because it is our responsibility, not just as government, but I think as responsible citizens, to ensure that we can do right by our people. Now, sir, this, as I said, is not a regular lease. I really want to thank the Minister of Housing, because this has been on the cards for some time. And I will nudge him and say, Minister, we need to get this done, we need to get this done, we need to get this done. Because the sooner we can get the building retrofitted, the sooner the programs can start, the sooner that parents like myself, sir, will feel just a little more comfortable, sir, that if the worst happens, there will be a facility. This connects with people, sir. Connects with me. And I want to thank the minister and his team for getting us here, and to allow us as a government to be able to do that which has not been done before. But once it goes to the Senate and we get this done, sir, that we can get the renovations completed quickly. And I know that the minister, I spoke to the minister for planning, a member for Christchurch West, to make sure that we can get that process resolved quickly so that we can actively get this thing started. And I know that this can serve as an example as to how we can treat to people differently and to be able to empower people. And I believe this can serve as an example as to how a society, sir, truly looks after its most vulnerable. And I ask members of the chamber to give it your full support. Members of the community, give it your full support, because this, sir, is important to the lives of ordinary people. I'm obliged to you, sir. I beg to move, sir, that this read.
Honourable Member for City of Bridgetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great honor and privilege to speak on this resolution today quickly. About supporting this resolution, sir, I have a few words. The State Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, to vest a parcel of land to the Autism Association. I want to acknowledge from the get-go that this resolution is not just about vesting land. This resolution is not just about leasing land. This resolution is about how this government treats to the least among us, treats to all among us. And that is why it is important, I believe, as an elected member of this chamber, that I say a few words on this resolution. I want this House and Barbados to know, sir, that this government is committed to all of its citizens, and it is committed to the disabled ones in a very special way. And why do I say this, sir? Do I say this because as I attended many of the panel discussions led by Chairman Hinkson all across this country, to be able to sit, to be able to listen, to be able to feel, to be able to hear the disabled members of this community say to me directly, to my face, to my ears, and within my eyes, sir, that they are feeling a change and an improvement in the way they feel treated in this country, that they feel a sense of pride to know that their government is they're taking their issues seriously. At the same time, sir, they admitted that there are still areas of concern and there is still room for improvement. Now, some of the members in the chamber spoke about accessibility and fully accessible Barbados. What some of these members, caregivers, and parents of the disabled, however, raised with me, sir, is the fact that they do not want us to believe that the disabled community only wants a fully accessible Barbados through access to roads in the city and across Barbados, or access to school, or access to health care. But they want us to consider the fact that they want access to recreation as well. One parent asks, and I quote, "Why can't my daughter go on an Atlantic submarine tour? Why can't my daughter be able to do the things that her peers, her colleagues, her counterparts are able to do?" I think that this resolution takes another step in that direction, where the government is signaling to all and sundry that we will do all in our power to ensure that there is a fully accessible Barbados with equity and equality for all. I remember the words of the former president in another place, a disabled champion she has been for many years, speaking to the fact that this period, this time, is one that she can underscore as one of the greatest times where the disabled movement have seen many steps and many improvements. And that brought joy to my ears and to my soul. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I move on, the other thing that must be underscored is the fact that this resolution brings not only property and shelter and a place to call home for this association, but it brings them the opportunity to develop basic life skills with their life skills program. So we must put that box there, and we must put a tick there. And we must understand the importance of having such programs in this country for the disabled. For me, sir, this is a holistic approach to a very serious matter. This approach looks at an infrastructure program, housing, building, reintegration, skills, to a non-governmental organization. And that is why I say it is holistic, because again, the government is signaling its support for non-governmental organizations. Understanding that government cannot do it alone. We are all stakeholders in this Republic of Barbados. It is not about the 30 of us in here alone. It is not about the ministries that we had for the period of time we had them. It is about all Barbadians, all individuals, all communities, all NGOs, all third sector, playing their part, pulling their weight in this country that is theirs. One thing I know as a person who have managed a number of NGOs over the years is that it is a very difficult feat without the support of government. It is a very difficult feat, sir. Mr. Speaker, operations are difficult. Funding is difficult. Understanding, putting your governance in order so that when due diligence is done with the high skepticism around this particular sector is difficult. Not impossible, but difficult. I want all Barbadians listening to understand the connection between this resolution and them. Because you may not be disabled today, but one slip and there goes you. You may not be disabled, but I am sure that you have family, friends, and members of the community who is disabled. A lot of times when we're speaking here, I get the sense that a lot of citizens are disconnected with why we are doing what we are doing. And I want them to understand that it is important to pay attention because this government is doing so many positive things to move us in the right direction. And if they are not aware, they cannot take full advantage. So I am talking to the whole of Barbados, and particularly to my constituents in the city of Bridgetown, to pay attention. All of you who have disabled family, friends, community members, take full advantage of the fact that government is moving in the right direction to ensure that we have all of our ducks lined up to ensure the quality of life for disabled persons in Barbados, people living with disability. Mr. Speaker, sir. I believe that I too have a responsibility on my feet in this chamber to speak to all citizens at all times, through you, sir. And the fact of the matter is, the word or phrase CSR is usually associated with corporate social responsibility. So I am calling out all the corporate entities now to join with the government as we continue, sir, to look after the people in this country. The CSR, I have phrased it as well, to be citizen social responsibility. I am asking all citizens to donate and to give your time, talent, and treasure to this country as well. Your time, you can donate. Everybody has equal time. Everybody, no matter how rich, how poor, how stuck up, or how humble, you have 24 hours. Donate your time to an organization like those serving the disabled in this country. Donate your talent. Each of us have a talent. All of us are good for something. Nobody is good for nothing. What can you donate? Do you have accounting skills? Do you have organization skills? Do you have planning skills? Donate your talent to the disabled in this country, sir. Donate it. Do you have treasure? Some money, some trala, a little berry. I will not call any names, sir. I will keep away from that. But do you have money that you can donate to ensure that the programs and the projects come off in a successful way? Donate your treasure. Cast your bread upon the sea and it shall return to you 12-fold, sir. Because it costs to care. One thing I know is you can have fantastic programs. You can have fantastic motivation, determination, goodwill. Best plans ever. But you do not have the funds to fuel it. In many cases, it goes nowhere. Although what I have learned through my years is that something you gotta get creative. And you gotta get stickability. And regardless of who support you, or how much money you get, or no money at all, the programs can still come off. Believe you me. I will close, sir, this part of the debate with these words. One of the things I believe that we have to understand as an inclusive society, regardless of the sector of society, is that the measure of any society is how you treat the least among you. That is from the good book called the Bible, sir. I quote, no need to make it a document of the house. A lot of stigma and judgment and discrimination exists through mankind, through time. And what I have learned through history and reading is that at the root of it, in every instance, is something called the greatest disease, ignorance. Ignorance, not understanding, whether it is to do with stigma on black people, cholera, cancer, COVID, disabled, HIV/AIDS. At the root of it, sir, is ignorance. So I ask all Barbadians to take the devices we have in our hands 23 hours a day and to do some research to understand the issues of the disabled, understand the concerns, so that we can do better by them. That is how we make it a better society. That is how we make it a more inclusive society, sir. And I want to close in the words I listen to very often. And it is, say this morning I woke up and I looked into the mirror and every part of my body was in place. Many people died and never saw this day. So another day I live, I appreciate. Don't ever want to act too high or mighty, because tomorrow I could fall down on my face. So in everything, Lord, I give you praise, and that puts a smile on my face. Lord, I thank you for sunshine. Lord, I thank you for rain. Lord, I thank you for joy. Lord, I thank you for pain. And I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this resolution. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am obliged.
Honourable for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe, sir, I want to thank honourable members for their contribution to the resolution.
Honourable.
Speaker, beg that this resolution do not pass.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All of the honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Use for after he wrap up.
Mr. Speaker, order number 7, in the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution that Parliament approve the further subscription by the government of 3,522 additional Series C shares of common capital stock of the Latin American Development Bank, Corporación Andina de Fomento, for the value of $50,400 US in accordance with Section 482 of the Latin American Development Bank Act 215-24, in the terms and conditions as set out in the schedule to the resolution.
Honourable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. This resolution before the chamber is important in that it allows the government of Barbados, as we pursue, sir, our very strong climate focus agenda, to be able to increase our capital and our investment, sir, in what is now called the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, otherwise known, sir, as CAF, which will be part, sir, of our strategic partnership that we've undertaken, sir, with not just CAF, but a range of multilateral development banks, sir, as we seek to scale up the financing that's been made available under the Resilience and Sustainability Fund. Let me just remind the chamber, sir, that when the government of Barbados last year, sir, entered into a second extended fund facility program, which is supported by the International Monetary Fund, we also simultaneously, sir, entered into the support, or was able to access support from the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, which is intended, sir, to be able to provide long-term financing to be able to assist countries like Barbados that are climate vulnerable, be able to respond, sir, to the challenges in relation to meeting the climate agenda. Since then, sir, we have been working with the multilateral development banks that have supported Barbados during the first fund program, but equally, sir, with respect to the attainment, sir, with respect to all of the targets under the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program, and therefore working with all of the multilateral development banks to ensure that Barbados can develop a climate action plan which is supported by multilateral development banks in order to unlock and scale up the resources that have been placed at the disposal of the government through the RST, sir, as administered by the International Monetary Fund. Why is this important, sir? Because in the past, sir, in a way, multilateral development banks saw themselves, sir, as competing for the business of countries, sir. And therefore, in crafting this specific framework, we've said to all of the multilaterals, Barbados has won climate policy, sir. And in having won climate policy, it means that we must be coherent with respect to the execution and implementation of that policy. And as a result, sir, come up with a framework that allows us to collaborate rather than each multilateral development bank wanting a different set of prior actions and priorities and these types of things to facilitate. And therefore, we believe that this is a much more constructive way of being able to helping Barbados to respond to the climate challenges. Part of that, sir, is that, as you know, Barbados became a member of CAF in 2014. At that time, we acquired the same number of shares that we are seeking to increase today as included in the resolution. And the reality is, sir, that over the course of the next 3 years, we will complete the capitalization of this additional capital injection into the Latin American Development Bank, the Development Bank for the Latin America and the Caribbean, as it is now rebranded to be, sir. And therefore, it is important that Barbadians understand that a number of the roads actually being done in the country now are actually currently financed by a swap, which was done with CAF in order to ensure that the road works can accelerate and be improved, sir, across the country. And therefore, as we seek to increase our capital here, sir, it is important that we now understand that this is a strategic partnership with the bank. They bring considerable expertise, sir, in relation to water and specializing in utilities, sir, across Latin America. I don't have to remind Barbadians, sir, that having just had the water restrictions lifted at the end of August, that not just resources, but certainly technical assistance in order to ensure that we can have implemented, sir, and supported comprehensive water management framework, that it is important that we have access, sir, to all of the necessary expertise in terms of water engineering and all of those technical things available to the country, sir, to help us to be able to ensure that every drop of water, sir, that we could possibly harvest, conserve, sir, within the context of what we're doing in Barbados, that we can manage our water resources in a significant way. And CAF has committed, sir, to working with the Barbados Water Authority and all of the stakeholders to see how they can leverage the expertise that they have built up in delivering not just water projects, but programming for water across across Latin America, to be able to come to Barbados and lend that support that allows us to be able to enhance and improve our water distribution, the water contain issues in relation to water quality, and to ensure that the standards obviously remain the same as appropriate. And therefore, this injection, sir, is important for allow the country to be able to be able to do more, whilst we're able to support, sir, the climate agenda. And it is important, sir, that as Barbadians appreciate, sir, that we don't do these things because it is easy, sir, or expedient. You really do have to make sure, sir, that strategically that we are leveraging as much as possible all of the technical assistance, grant funding, sir, as you will see the government seek to have access to more grant funding from a number of multilaterals, sir. As we craft our climate action plan, sir, it is important that Barbadians understand that it has to be financed. We are using as much as we can, sir, liability management in order to ensure that we use our this existing debt stock to be able to do what we can to allow for improvement of services. And as I raise that matter, sir, I want to bring to the attention of the Parliament, as you recall, sir, last year we did a debt for nature swap with the IDB and the Nature Conservancy. We are working now on how do we create a debt for climate swap, sir, to be able to finance what would be the upgrade of the South Coast sewage plant, sir, to tertiary, because it's important that we understand that whilst as we frame out what is the climate action plan, sir, that we have to be innovative with respect to our financing arrangements in order to unlock additional resources that would allow us to be able to do things that we ordinarily would not have been able to do. And therefore, the government, as part of our operations in relation to liability management, we are working on that, and more will come to this chamber in relation to that, sir, in due course. But rest assured, sir, that the government is intending to ensure that we can have access to all of the technical and financial resources available to us, sir, to be able to respond to the mounting challenges in relation to climate. We believe, sir, that responding to climate in this way also helps us to be able to respond, sir, to the SDG challenges which certainly confronting the world, sir. And therefore, this is important because the collaboration with CAF, sir, as they have signaled to us, is that they are equally able to help us expand and support the financial literacy program, sir, that the government has already started, sir. And they have committed to be able to help us work with the Ministry of Small Business, sir, to ensure that two things can happen there, sir. Not just that we improve the financial literacy, but with respect to the conversation and certainly the learning of Spanish and the like, sir, that we want that as businesses and individuals in Barbados, sir, and are participating in the financial literacy program, sir, that they're exposed to opportunities across Latin America, sir, providing opportunities for greater business to take place strategically, sir, such that there's a greater linkage, sir, between the Caribbean, in this instance, but certainly Barbados, and Latin America, sir, in order to be able to drive investment and growth opportunities, sir, in the region. And therefore, we believe that this is a strategic partnership, sir, with the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, and CAF, sir, in order for us to be able to unlock in a unique way, sir, in a way that is, I suppose, is more consistent with how we move in the region, sir, to be able to have access to the markets and opportunities, sir, that in a traditional multilateral, what would be done in a traditional multilateral relationship, sir, would not necessarily lend to that type of opportunity being made available. And therefore, we feel that this is a strategic partnership that Barbadians ought to take advantage of and to recognize that the ways within which we ought to finance certain projects, sir, or programs, sir, that is going to be important that we understand, sir, the long-term impact in relation to our financing arrangements. The truth is, sir, that as we embark on well, we've already started the second Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program, Part 2. The reality of the situation is that the world is becoming, sir, more and more aligned from a geopolitical perspective. And as people start to take sides, sir, as you know, sir, we have a simple mantra in Barbados. We are friends of all, sir, and satellites of none. And we have been, within the context of financing, sir, made it clear that we will work with whomever we need to work with, sir, to resolve Barbados's problems. And therefore, we are not concerned, sir, that overly so with whether whose side anybody may be on at any given time, sir, in relation to their relations. But when it comes to how we deal and treat with people, sir, we believe that so long as we remain consistent with that we will be able, sir, to support the development of Barbados, be able to respond, sir, to the climate action needs that are required for the country, sir, and in so doing, sir, allow Barbadians to be able to see that we are consistently, sir, raising the standard of living in this country, recognizing that, of course, you have to, in order to maintain something, sir, you have to put something in. And if you don't put something in, sir, then it means the standard will drop. And when your standards drop, sir, it means people will pass you, and therefore you will ask yourself, well, how come this happened? And I don't want Barbadians to ever have to ask themselves again what happened in this country in relation to a standard of living. And therefore it is important to realize that the government has to make decisions in relation to matters of finance, sir, and therefore once those decisions are taken, recognizing that they are taken in the best interest of the country and that these relationships, sir, are important. So I want to just say through you, sir, to Barbadians, just to respond to matters of financing, sir, and development, sir, and how we need to ensure that we understand that how and when decisions are taken, sir, that it is important that we understand the context within which those decisions were taken, so that when you see things pop up, sir, in reports or in the newspaper, sir, that it is clearly understood. And I make specific reference, sir, to the issue of the financing, sir, of Sam Lords. And I raise it here, sir, in this debate because it's important to understand the choices that the government makes, sir. It makes a substantive difference, sir, to people's lives. When we came to office in 2018, sir, you would recall, because people forget sometimes, you know, as things happen so quickly and so much has happened, people may not immediately recall. You would recall, sir, that in 2018, the estimates was passed earlier than normal because of the date for which Parliament, sir, dissolved. And in those estimates, sir, you would see that that the last government had committed to financing, sir, had already started to commit to financing the construction of Sam Lords, sir. And I want Barbadians to appreciate and understand the context in which I'm speaking. You would recall, sir, as would I, as with every single Barbadian, sir, that in 2018, the country literally had no garbage trucks to speak of, sir, no transport board buses, sir, to speak of. As a matter of fact, sir, there were videos of buses catching a fire, the chassis breaking off in fields. You name it, sir, it was there. Sewage, sir, was flowing openly in the streets of Barbados in 2018, sir. The government had imposed tuition fees on students at the university, sir. That was the context in which we were operating, sir, in this country. Literally, sir, the standard of living of Barbadians, sir, had diminished. But the last government, sir, had committed on budget, sir, to finance the construction of a luxury resort. Whilst all of these things were happening, sir, the government had committed on budget to finance the construction of Sam Lords. You would recall, sir, we identified clearly that we had a mission-critical agenda that needed to respond, sir, to the needs of Barbadians, sir, to the needs of Barbadians. And we went to the public and said, this is the mission-critical agenda that was required to save Barbados. Needless to say, sir, the people of Barbados accepted our proposition of the mission-critical agenda, sir, and they voted for the Barbados Labour Party, sir, to administer the government of this country. Part of the decision-making, sir, as to how we were going to buy garbage trucks, sir, to collect people's garbage, sir, to stop women in this country from having to keep food in their fridge for 3 and 4 weeks and 5 weeks at a time, sir, to purchase buses, sir, to allow school children to get to school, to allow people to get to work on time, sir, just to allow normalcy to resume, sir, we had to make decisions, sir. In order to fix the sewage that was flowing openly on the South Coast for 3 years, sir, the government had to make decisions about what and how it was going to finance, sir. And I could go on and on about all the things that were wrong in 2018, sir. But this Barbados Labour Party government determined, sir, that the construction of a luxury hotel, sir, was not the priority of a Barbados Labour Party government. And we determined that we will pause the bringing on budget the construction of a luxury hotel and focus, sir, on those things that were required to ensure that the standard of living for ordinary Barbadians could be addressed. So we weren't putting money in the budget, sir, as the last government had committed to doing, because if we had spent the money, sir, to construct Sam Lords in the way that was originally contemplated, then we would not have had any money, sir, to buy the buses, the trucks, to fix the South Coast and all the other things, sir, that every Bajan knew was wrong in the country at the time, sir. So therefore, when, as published in the Auditor General's report, and he has his view, sir, he has his view. We said to the Chinese who were financing the project, sir, that the government of Barbados, given the state of the country in 2018, sir, that we could not afford to build a luxury hotel when they had sewage flowing in the streets, sir, garbage piling up across the country for months, no buses, and the list goes on and on and on from there, sir. And we say to them, we cannot do it. And the same way, sir, the FI, sir, in running my household, can't get my light bill paid, sir, can't get my water bill paid, but I can't take up and go up on a cruise. That was tantamount, sir, to what the last government was doing. You got to make choices, sir. And this government made choices. And we said to the Chinese, we ain't doing that. We have to make sure that we address the issues of ordinary people in this country. So, as a result of the arrangement which allowed us to take the expenditures from on the budget, sir, to off the budget, meaning the Chinese Exim Bank, sir, will deal with the construction. And bear in mind, sir, yes, the last government took out a loan to construct the facility. And as you draw down, you would put it on budget, sir, and you would expend. But you know what I would have done, sir? That meant that we could not buy the things that we needed to buy, sir, to make sure that your constituents and mine, sir, that people will know that they got a truck coming out there Monday, Tuesday, whenever it is your collection, sir, to be able to get that garbage collected in the country. So, we said to the Chinese Exim Bank, we are not pursuing this in the way that it was previously contemplated. They agreed, sir, to put in the counterparty funds for the government, you understand? And therefore, taking the project off budget, it meant that we were able to do the things, sir, that were outlined in our mission-critical agenda for the citizens of this country, sir. Now, the Auditor General, sir, in his report, states, yes, it's not even giving the appearance. Someone clearly not understanding what took place may seem to think, well, money missing or something. I want to say to Barbadians, let us be clear here. any Barbadian now could get on the St. Lawrence Castle bus. I don't know which number route it is. Could get on the St. Lawrence Castle bus, and when they go up there, sir, you know what they can see up there? They can see a completed hotel. This is not Four Seasons, sir, or any of the other machinations that the previous government got involved with. If you go up there now, sir, you will see a hotel completed. The reason, sir, and that I raised that is important to understand, because there are people walking about masquerading saying that all governments are the same and the two are the same. We are not, sir. We are not. We are not. We said we needed to respond to the mission critical agenda, and we set about doing that, and Barbadians, in seeing us respond to the mission critical agenda, can appreciate the message. So here's what happened, sir. Up until the point that we said we were no longer going to take the construction of Sam Lawrence on the government's budget, sir, in simple terms, the Treasury had under something called asset under construction, the money that had been expended already, sir, in relation to the project. So if you're building a school, sir, there's something that says you're building an asset, and every time you spend some money, sir, you account for it in that way. The difference between what we have on the books now in terms of assets, sir, vis-a-vis what was spent subsequently, and the difference is that the Chinese Exim Bank, sir, took on the expenditure and the completion of that, sir, of that asset, because the government, this Barbados third-party government, determined that it was not going to pursue the financing in the way that was contemplated by the last administration. Now, it must be made clear, sir, that the government of Barbados intends to sell the St. Lawrence Castle, sir, at the earliest opportunity, sir, to be able to rid ourselves, sir, of that liability which was there. Because it behoves me, sir, to think that at a time in this country when the standard of living, sir, for the ordinary citizen was where it was, that any government, sir, could contemplate that it was going to build a luxury hotel when people couldn't even get basic transport, sir, basic sanitation, sewage flowing in the streets, sir. It is mind-boggling, the decision making. But we took a different decision, sir. I stand by the decision, sir. There's no money missing, sir, from the account or anything, sir. The Chinese take the money and they spend it up there, sir. During COVID, sir, the construction continued. The people in St. Philip could see it, all in Ruby and all of that, sir. They can see the hotel. And therefore, what is highlighted, sir, in the Auditor General's report is just a matter of how he interprets the things should be accounted for versus what we determined what was important for us to spend taxpayers' money on, sir. And therefore, whilst he's entitled to his professional accounting view in relation to the treatment of the transaction, sir, this government could not allow those expenditures to come on the budget, sir, which would have prevented us, sir, from doing the things on the mission-critical agenda, but equally, sir, allowing us to be able to take up space in the budget, sir, when we had to respond to COVID-19. So, it was on budget, sir, and we had an arrangement that took it off. Once it went off budget, sir, meaning financed by the Chinese Exim Bank, sir, through the BTI, it meant that every year that we came to this parliament, sir, there would have been no monies voted for Sam Lawrence, because it meant if we voted monies for Sam Lawrence, sir, it meant that it would have had less money to be able to give all the other ministries in here, sir, to be able to pursue the program, sir, that we had to pursue. And certainly in COVID-19, sir, it would be hard for us to explain to people, sir, that in the midst of a pandemic that we financing the construction of a luxury hotel. It just don't make sense, sir. Having said that, sir, we did find a solution with the Chinese because we paused the project, sir. We did find a solution. The construction resumed in around the middle of 2019 after a lot of back and forth, sir. And people in Barbados can see the completion of the hotel up at Sam Lawrence, sir. Nobody ain't got to imagine, sir, ain't got to imagine Any season, sir, you could go up there and you see it. Any season. Pick one season, sir, of the 4, you could go up there and you can see it. If you go down Black Rock now, sir, all you have is pure imagination of what should have been. So when people get in this country trying to make it seem like the Barbados, the party that have got money missing or something is untoward, sir, I want them to check themselves, sir, because we have made decisions in the best interest of this country. Our intent, once the hotel opens, sir, as a matter of fact, Barbadians know I think just about 1,000 Bajans going to start working at there. Pretty soon, I know they got the soft opening, sir, and the like. The reality is that we found an arrangement that worked where the hotel is now constructed. It allowed us to be able to, under the program, and we said to the fund and everybody, this is what we're doing, because we will not, sir, allow this thing to be an albatross around the neck of the government in order to respond to the things that were burning and pressing in this country in 2018, sir. And that decision, sir, I stand by, this government stands by, sir, because we believe that that decision, sir, was in the best interest of Barbadians to allow us to be able to do what we had to do. And therefore, I don't say that, sir, with any bravado or anything, but I want people to understand that you've got to make choices, sir, in life. My grandmother, sir, I told you many, many times, my grandmother is the best economist I know. And my grandmother would have made that decision because there's no way, sir, no way that with sewage flowing in the streets, sir, garbage piling up across the country, people can't get school on time, can't get home on time, you name it, sir, everything was wrong with this country. And you could take up money, sir, to build a luxury hotel. That can make sense, sir, to anybody. That it certainly makes sense to my grandmother, sir. And if it don't make sense to my grandmother, sir, it don't make sense to me. And therefore, I stand, sir, by that decision. And who want to say what they want to say about it, sir, that is their professional opinion. But this government, sir, serves the best interest of Barbadians in that respect, sir. Now, sir, there's a lot that could be said, but I don't want to prolong the debate or the chamber anymore. But I say to Barbadians, look, I know that we've gone through a hard time, sir, especially with COVID. I know that as most people will see now, they say, well, you know, he's a politician now. So they don't want to, people want to somehow believe that when you say something, that there's some ulterior motive, sir, that you're trying to trick people and all of that, sir. I say to Barbadians simply, if you got a problem with Sam Lars, go. As a matter of fact, I know that the people who get in jobs there are happy to know that the government made a decision with respect to a different financing arrangement, sir, today. They ain't interested, sir, in whether you feel that it should have been accounted for on the budget or not, sir. And I don't make that statement lightly, no, sir. I don't make that statement lightly because I understand how we need to make sure that things happen, but the government did not breach any rules, sir, in relation to the financial rules. It's a matter of interpretation. So if you don't believe that the transaction that was undertaken was the appropriate transaction from an accounting perspective, well, sir, I ain't an accountant, I'm an economist. And I know that when we have to make decisions about the budget that we do have to spend, sir, I know 9 times out of 10, sir, Barbadians can agree that purchasing buses, purchasing garbage trucks, sir, fixing the South Coast, putting students back to university, sir, and all the other things that were wrong with this country that needed to be fixed, sir, rank rare in priority, sir, rather than the building of a luxury hotel. And therefore, it is important that people just pause, sir, take a deep breath, don't get carried away. Sir, don't get carried away, because this government has been able to anchor and keep this economy going. I stand by that decision, sir. This government stands by that decision. And I know that the Barbadians who are going to be walking into Sam Lars to get some work in the next few weeks, welcoming the visitors, sir, that they too are going to be happy with respect to the decision that we were able to make to allow the construction to continue, to complete the hotel without impairing our ability, sir, to respond to the mission-critical agenda. You don't have to be an accountant, sir, to understand that when you got to handle your business, sir, you got to left out them fancy things. us, ordinary people, sir, we got to make choices in our lives in terms of what we do. A government has to do the same. And therefore, from an accounting or professional perspective, it says one thing, but this government has been able to ensure that we run this thing in a way that makes sense. Now, I'll just make one final comment before I take my seat, sir. We have had the opportunity, sir, in the last 5 years to do some interesting, I say interesting, it's not even that's interesting, it's just, it may be interpreted as interesting, but we've been able to advance monies to state-owned enterprises, sir. At the end of each financial year, we've always found a little something that would advance monies to a state-owned enterprise in order to help them execute their program in the next financial year. And I know, sir, that a lot of people gonna see references to expenditure above the voted amount in a year and interpret that to mean that there's something run away with respect to government operations. We have come to this chamber, sir. I have come to this chamber and delivered supplementary, sir, to give the monies that we would have advanced to state-owned enterprises that would allow them to execute their budget in the next financial year, which, based on what was voted, would appear to be higher. And let me explain, sir. Let us say, for example, sir, you're a state-owned enterprise, and your budget is $10 million for you to do all you have to do, sir, in the year. You come to me in January and you say, Minister, this is what I need in the next financial year to do what you have to do. I say, okay, no problem. We get through, sir. By the time we get here, by the time we get to Parliament here, sir, I have an idea as to what's going to happen between now and the end of the financial year. So I give you $8 million, sir, voted in your estimates, sir. And before the end of the financial year, sir, I advance to you through Parliament $2 million. Probably the last day of the financial year or around that time, sir. Coming on to the end, as you well aware, sir, we will come here and vote supplementaries on the 26th or the 27th, sir, or sometime around there, sir, to give you the $2 million, which would add to the 8, sir, that is voted for, to allow you to execute the $10 million in expenditure in the next financial year. So when you spend the money, sir, it looks as if you have spent more money than was voted in the year. No, that ain't happened by magic, sir. That ain't happened by magic. That is the government looking at its finances, recognizing that whether the revenue performance was slightly better than you anticipated, sir, or expenditures slightly lagged in certain areas, or there were savings come about from things happening more efficiently in government, sir. So if you have savings, sir, it means you have a little space to be able to reallocate the resources so as to not allow the monies to lapse, and you still meet your targets as we identified, sir, under the fund program. So I would like Barbadians to appreciate and understand that I know that it's not something that people are particularly, whether they care about it, but it is the impression that is given, sir, is the impression that is given that somehow entities spending money over the voted amount. Because for state-owned enterprises, sir, money don't lapse, unlike in central government. So I'm able to give you $2 million this year for next year. And therefore tell you, well, Skipper, the $10 million that you asked me for next year, I can vote you 8 by giving you 2, still by vote in Parliament, you know, sir, but that money is earmarked for next year for you to execute your program. So you get all the money that you asked me for, it's just that I give you it, sir, in a way that allows me to control the budget and to be able to do things a little more proactively. Now, the truth is, sir, I know that for a lot of persons who may support the Democratic Party, they're unfamiliar with that kind of approach. But the reality is, sir, that this is how good governance works. So if I can give you something in advance and reallocate the resources that I would have voted for you, the $2 million for you, I could give somebody else to do their program, sir. And therefore, that is what has allowed this government to be able to be nimble and to respond in a way, sir, that makes sense. Now, the truth is, sir, I have spoken on this for far longer than I had intended, but I thought it was important, sir, that the country gets to understand that the choices that the government makes in relation to financing, sir, is critical in the context of what we are doing with the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, is equally important as we increase our shares within the institution. It truly is a partnership that we believe will redound to the benefit of Barbadians, sir, and therefore I am happy to support this resolution. I want to say to Barbadians, ask your questions. I will answer them. But when you get the answer, sir, when you get the answer, then you need to make a decision whether or not the government is doing what it's supposed to do in the way that it's supposed to be done in order to make sure that your life, sir, and your constituents and everybody in the country, sir, whether or not the government is delivering on the mandate that it said that it would deliver. I believe, sir, that whilst we have still a lot of work to do within the context of the Treasury and the overall government accounting service in the way that things are done and modernized and digitized and trying to get everybody to move quickly, sir. I would love all of that to be done overnight so that we don't have any issues of whether something in a ledger here or in record there and all of those fancy things, sir, which, quite frankly, sir, I really don't understand because I'm not an accountant. But if it's one thing I know, sir, is that when monies are deposited into the government's bank account as revenue, I can say to my colleagues, I have received the money. Here is the money, sir, for the garbage trucks. Here is the money for the buses. Here is the money to fix this golf course, sir. Here is the money to deal with all of these things that Barbadians expect. Here is the money for the road, sir. All of the things that people want, we have been responding to, sir. And I wish that we could have done more faster in relation to responding to these matters. But at the end of the day, sir, we have been constrained by our circumstances, and this government can stand proud, sir, of its record. And therefore, as we come here to increase our capital in CAF, it is another strategic step to allow us to be able to advance our climate agenda as we work with all of the multilateral development banks to be able to support Barbados' climate action plan. I believe this will be a true shot in the arm in relation to helping to drive not just capital, but to really help us to be able to meet some of the sustainable development goals, which really and truly, sir, speaks to the quality of life that people will live, and therefore it is something that I fully support. And so, sir, with those few words, I beg to move that this resolution do not pass.
Honourable Member for St. Michael's South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise simply to add a few words of support to this resolution for the government of Barbados to increase its capital with the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. We've been used to saying Latin American Development Bank, but I think that this nomenclature alone, the fact that we are now able to say the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, indicates to us a shift, indicates to us a movement in international multilateral diplomacy that is not just academic. That is not just academic. You know, sometimes we come to this honorable place and we say things like agreement for the subscription of common capital stock, and it sounds as if it's academic. It sounds as if it's esoteric. It sounds as if it is just some paperwork, some paper that is being pushed to be able to tick a box. We're used to supplying bulk commodities. We have been used to cutting cane and making sugar and selling sugar. We have been used across this region to planting something and reaping something and selling that thing. That's not where the wealth is. That's not where the value is going to be created for our children, for future generations, to be able to be owners of capital in this region. And so one of the many things, the honorable member who introduced this resolution spoke about the bread and butter issues. The bread and butter issues. Come into service in 2018 to get life back to the baseline. That was just the baseline, you know, that was the bare minimum. No sewage in the streets, I would say, is the bare minimum. You can't even say that's development, that's just the bare minimum. So we had to do some of those things to get back to the baseline of what it means to be a Barbadian, of what people understand about what it means to be a Barbadian. Buses available. No sewage in the streets, the sewage system working. Pensions being increased to be able to allow people to live. But as we were doing that, we had to make up for the fact that Barbados had been missing from international conversations for a decade. The Barbados that people look to, no matter, don't mind how small we are. This was a country that was always influential in international conversations about global trade and development. And for a decade, radio silence. But we are price takers. We are takers of many things. So unless we go and have conversations in the places and with the people who help make those decisions, we are not in anything. We just have to sit down here and wait and hope harm us. But guess what? Most of the time, when a decision is made in your name without you there, or without you having been able to weigh in, either by sending who you want to represent you, or by sending your own perspective, or by being there to share your own perspective, you end up at a disadvantage. I start here, sir, because this may seem like a simple resolution for a capital increase, but this is actually far more. The conversations that we were able to have with the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, that we were able to have with the Inter-American Development Bank, with the International Monetary Fund, with the World Bank, and I stress the World Bank because, to be frank, Barbados had graduated to this very strange position where, in essence, you are told, you are okay now, go off on your own, and there's no need for you, because you're middle income and 10 years ago, your gross domestic product was this amount, you're all right. Rather than looking at what are some of the challenges that countries like us face, and being able to work with us to make sure there is always sustainable financing available. And don't get me wrong, sir. I do not believe in cap-in-hand diplomacy. I do not believe that we simply say, poor we, give us some money. But hear what? That has not been the approach of Barbados or of this government. The approach of this government and of the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, the Honourable Prime Minister, and the team of people who have been having these conversations, the approach has been actually, we know what is wrong with the international economic system because we've experienced it. We know as a small, middle-income island state the things that affect us, but we can also show you the innovations that we've been able to make, the things from which you, IMF, the things from which you, World Bank, the things from which you, CAF, should learn that we were able to do in Barbados. Have a look at this. Have a look at these natural disaster clauses that mean that if a hurricane hits Barbados, we don't have to pay principal or interest in some cases for 2 years, and we can actually spend on fixing the country. That was Barbados. We didn't wait for anybody to come and develop natural disaster clauses and say, here's what we've been doing for the last 2 decades. That was Barbados. And so, one of the reasons that we are here today, considering this resolution, is that the conversations that we've been having with institutions like CAF have been conversations that have been consequential for this country and for this region. It was on the basis of conversations with me when I was Minister in Economic Affairs and Investment and was able to make a presentation to the Inter-American Development Bank about what a natural disaster clause could look like as applied to their current systems and their current instruments. It was on the basis of that that they came back with a new instrument that said, listen, we've decided that we are going to create a principal payment option. That means that for 2 years you can suspend principal payments on IDB loans. That was on the basis of a conversation with the government of Barbados. It wasn't just our loans that it affected. It affected all of the loans of the Inter-American Development Bank because little Barbados had the temerity to make a suggestion about how IDB could improve its systems. We are not doing cap-in-hand multilateral diplomacy. We are having conversations as equals with our colleagues in the global international economic space. That is the reason that we have seen so many innovations and so many new things that are applying to how countries like Barbados are being treated in the international space. This is not esoteric, this is not academic, this is not because people like to write papers and ask for things to happen. The fact is that we've been able to strengthen, Barbados has been able to strengthen its relationship with this bank. And I want us to understand as well that when we talk about financing, when we talk about partnerships with multilateral organizations, we're not just talking about loans. We're talking oftentimes about grant financing. We're talking sometimes about guarantees so that if you're working with a third-party financier like a commercial bank and there may be issues with making funds available to the private sector by that commercial bank, there are options for multilateral banks to offer guarantees so that if that private sector company gets into trouble with that loan with that commercial bank, that there's a safety net there. There are all kinds of ways that partnerships with banks like CAF and IDB and the World Bank and others benefit the people of Barbados. But there are also all kinds of ways in which their partnership with us, they are the better. The region is the better. The world is the better for having these conversations. That's what real partnership looks like. The Resilience and Sustainability Fund of the International Monetary Fund was developed, I dare say, I don't know if the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central would agree with me, but was developed, I dare say, on the basis of conversations between the highest levels of the fund and the Prime Minister of Barbados. So we don't just sit down and say, this is what we want, and we don't come with ideas for how to make it happen. The IMF, which was an institution that really was about balance of payments crisis, when a country gets in a position where it can't pay for anything, the IMF was set up to come in and bail it out. Simply financing support, balance of payment support for the worst of times for a country. The IMF has now become a development institution. And I don't think that I would be exaggerating if I were to suggest that that has very much been strengthened by the relationship that the fund has had with this country and with others in the region. That fund that was established for climate support is not perfect, I would be the first to say, but often you don't start out perfect and you evolve. That fund that was established, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, there is a reason that Barbados was, the second country to be able to access that. One of the reasons is that the conversations that we had with the fund put them in a position to be able to carve that out, to be able to establish that. And so all of that to say, sir, that when we see these kinds of resolutions and when we come to this place to do this kind of work, it is not box ticking. The Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean has had several financing operations with Barbados, and one of those has been something called the sector, two of those have been something called the sector-wide approach program. How did that come about? And I had the honor to be able to put that, to lead the setting up of that second SWAP, sector-wide approach program, or SWAP as we call it, for the transport sector. And one of the reasons that came about was because we had started out talking about a traditional investment loan where you have a set of activities and the bank tells you you have to do it in this way, and if you don't do it in this way, you don't get the next set of money. And we said to them, but here's the challenge that we're having. This thing is too tight for us. This thing is too prescriptive, and it's not going to work for us. We need to be able to have a sector-wide approach program that will allow us to do all kinds of things in the transport sector, not just fix roads, because the loan was supposed to be for fixing roads. We know that we want to be able to address culverts and bus stops and institutional strengthening of the agencies that deal with roads. We know that we want to put the Ministry of Transport and Works in a position to deliver roads better. We know that we're going to have to look at equipment packages. And that is the kind of relationship with the development bank. That is the kind of negotiation process. That is the kind of scope you have when you're able to strengthen your position in an institution like CAF, which is what this resolution allows you to do. I will say, and I think the people of St. Michael South Central would object to me sitting without pointing out the fact that the very reason that we got a sector-wide approach program for the transport sector for roads to be done was so that some of the small roads and community roads in places like Halls Road could be fixed. And I make the point repeatedly that urban communities, you know, we see that highways and you know, without prejudice to the works that are going on the East Coast, which need to be done, but you're talking about many kilometers of road in comparison to some of these urban roads where, Mr. Speaker, I don't need to tell you, of all people, where housing is tight, houses are close together, parking for those who have been able to see a way to afford and own a vehicle is almost impossible. The situation feels hectic. As our Jamaican sisters and brothers say, it feels hectic in some of these urban communities. If you could ease that feeling in these tiny roads that would give you such value for money, because you're not talking about kilometers and kilometers and miles of road. You're talking about small roads like Roberts Gap and Chase Gap and Train Line Road and Marlborough Road, where many, many, many people live. And I know the metrics that you look at, how many people drive through the road. I don't want to tell you how many people drive through Roberts Gap trying to get to town in the morning, sir. Traffic chock-a-block. As are potholes. And I only say that to make the point that the reason that we build in this flexibility into instruments like the sector-wide approach program for transport, the reason that I, as a member for St. Michael South Central, who also happened to be the minister responsible for this particular area of work, made sure that we had this approach to fixing roads was because I would leave St. Michael South Central in the morning and go in the ministry and go into conversations with the bank and understand that the issue that we were trying to fix was not just about how many people drive on the road. The issue that we try to fix when we address basic social infrastructure is people's standard of living and people's feeling that we care, that somebody cares, that you're not leaving them in the back of the credit union with a mash-up road because you only care about the road driving down the front of the credit union. So I don't know how to talk other than straight. But If I make the point that these conversations are not academic, that they are material to the standard of living of the people of Barbados, then they must be made to be material to the standard of living of the people of Barbados. We don't do the financial innovation that the member for Christchurch Essential talked about so that people can stay in the condition that they've always lived in. And if you talk about easing the situation in urban communities, if you talk about addressing the way that people live and the opportunities that they have, you can't do it halfway. Sir, I would say that we have had a lot of satisfaction with the way that the engagement that the government has had with CAF. I will also say that the reason that these conversations are so important is that right now, if you pick up any newspaper, read any blog or any journal that talks about global finance, what people are talking about is this idea of a new international economic order. What the Honourable Prime Minister continues to advance, as we did when we had conversations at the Climate Summit in Glasgow in 2021, is this idea that whatever the global financial institutions are doing, that is not working for us. In fact, that is not even working for them. That is not working for the world. And so this idea of a new international economic order, I'm not saying a new world order because I don't want the people who tend to hold on to conspiracy ideas to suggest that that's what we're here in Parliament debating. When people talk about a new international economic order, they're saying so because they realize that the balance of power is shifting from the traditional economic superpowers to others who have different kinds of influence. And we have to be a part of that conversation. But beyond this idea of the macro financing flows and how that is done, I think we have to go beneath that. I was asked recently to do some work with some global partners on this idea of a global green industrial policy. What does that look like? How do we get in shape? The macro level is necessary, is important. We need to get the financing and we need to have innovative instruments and so on. But a few layers down from that is how do you make these things that you're trying to do reach actual people who have to work? What will it mean for jobs? What will it mean for whether we're really ready to completely transition to electric vehicles? What will it mean for whether we can actually get batteries for those electric vehicles when it's time to replace them? What will it mean? How will the global supply chain have to adjust, or how will we have to adjust to it to make sure that if we do manage to get the batteries for the electric vehicles to replace them, that the cost is not prohibitive? Let's continue to talk about the macro issues of finance, but let us please also talk about the defined work. Let us please also talk about what does this look like on the ground in Barbados and on the ground in Grenada, on the ground in the Bahamas, and on the ground in St. Lucia. The infrastructure to be able to move to being an energy secure country. And I say that one day after the country was powerless, in more ways than one, to be able to address these issues with its energy, its power supply, and availability of energy. And this is not just about reducing dependence on fossil fuels so that less is paid out of the treasury. This is also about energy independence, so that if I am able to have solar PV or some other form of energy, that I can materially benefit, so that issues of distribution are not also monopolized. What does an industrial policy for Barbados or for the region that takes into account this need to have this green transition, what does it look like materially? Will it really create jobs? Or do we have to look elsewhere for these jobs? And so these are the conversations that partnerships with institutions like CAF allow us to have. But just like we initiated the conversations on the macro financial issues, we have to initiate the conversation on this. We have to be able to say clearly where we stand on some of these energy issues. The nuts and bolts of it, not the big high-level plans. And that is what I hope is the next step of this conversation on global policy. Sir, as I close, I want to pick up on a point that was made by the Honourable Member who so ably introduced this resolution. On the matter of accountability and how we handle accountability. On the matter of how people feel about their government. The Honourable Member is perfectly right that often, and this has been my experience, things are presented, and I make reference specifically to the Auditor General's report. The nature of the report, the way it is structured, the way we are accustomed to having it presented, is that it is quite factual. And so it does not allow too much for nuance. It does not allow too much for one to be able to say, well, this wasn't in column 7, but it was actually in column 8. It doesn't allow for that. The responsible thing to do, I believe, would be to report beyond the facts. Would be to say, we have found this discrepancy on the left. And when we consult with the agency on the right, we realize that the reason for this discrepancy is so and so. And for a long time, we've been saying, and I can't speak to how it has worked in the last year on the inside of the government machinery, but for some time, we have said, if there are some discrepancies that are accounting issues, let us understand why. Let us understand whether this thing really was in column 8. It should have been in column 7, but you know, for goodness sake, that it was in column 8. Can you reflect that in the report? And so there's some of that happening. And I say that understanding that the Auditor General's report is structured in a particular way, and that individual has a duty to present what he has found. When I was minister responsible for the Barbados statistical, for the BSS, the organization that handles statistics, Barbados Statistical Service, one of the things I often used to say to members of the team there was, you can't just come and say unemployment is. You can't just come and say this is how prices have changed. This is the consumer price index. You know, it has gone up or it has come down. One of the things that we have to be able to work with the Ministry of Economic Affairs and others to do is to explain what is behind the numbers. Now, people can believe it or not, but we are saying these are what the numbers say, and this is why. And often, you have to add that value to numbers. You have to add that value to what is going on in the ledgers, because it could look like nefarious activity when it is not. It could be nefarious activity, but it could also look like nefarious activity when it is not. And so I think that the Auditor General's report has to now evolve to the point where there is some explanation. I can't say on whose shoulders that would lie, arguably not the Auditor General's, but somebody's, to be able to add value to what is behind these numbers. But I also wonder how long we are going to say, well, we just have bad accounting practices. I also wonder whether we are not, you know, this Barbados Labour Party government has often, not always, I would be the first to say, not always, but has often made things look easy. Has often made it seem as if things happen just by clockwork, because it's like a duck. You look very calm on the surface, but you're paddling hard underwater to make things happen for the people of Barbados, right? And sometimes it gives the impression that this work is easy, and it is not. And I don't think, I think we realize that it is not. This government has done some tremendous things in a tremendous way. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central talked about, he used a little bit of a, well, he corrected himself and he talked about interesting things, because we don't like to say interesting things when we talk about accounting. That's always something else. But I think what he went on to explain and what he means was innovative things. Has done innovative things to make sure that even within some of the constraints that we faced, because we needed to on budget, meet a certain deficit or surplus. And so the government was able to find other ways to finance what it had to do for the people of Barbados. And in so doing, was able to bring about things in a short space of time. Not perfectly, I mean, we know that. We know that things are not always going to go the first time around like you want them to go, and sometimes you have to stop and take stock and fix it. We know that, and I believe that this government has, in many cases, been able to do that. But having done such good work in many cases and continuing to do so for the people of Barbados, it is unfortunate that one would let accounting practices or an absence of action to bring things right cause the people of Barbados to doubt the intent and the level of responsibility and care that this government applies to its business on behalf of the people of Barbados. Put simply, what I'm trying to say is, this government has done too much, too well, to continue to lean on the crutch of quote-unquote poor accounting practices. We undermine ourselves when we do not simply face the matter and fix it. How long are we going to talk about cash versus accrual? And I beg the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central that if I am wrong and if I'm out of date because of my current position, to bring me up to speed. But I say that honestly from a place of disappointment, because this government has been able to achieve both here domestically and globally so much. We cannot continue to allow an Auditor General's report that is constrained in its structure to report things in a particular way to cast doubt on the good intent and the honest work of this government. A government that has done far more, I dare say, than any other to be able to practice and demonstrate fiscal responsibility after one that had no association with the idea. It is time to be able to put this behind us and to say we are putting the resources. I'm sure the Honourable Member could go to the same CAF to get the technical assistance and to get the expertise. We are putting the resources into fixing whatever is stopping us from being able to truly represent what the government of Barbados is doing. All the innovation, the fact that we're being able to crowd in more private finance to do the things that are going to benefit people and give them jobs like the ones at Sam Lord's. Let us deal with this situation once and for all. I find it personally and professionally frustrating, because the same people with whom we sit around these tables globally are seeing those reports. They're not knowing, they don't understand, or they might not read between the lines to understand that it was in column 8 when it was supposed to be in column 7. Let us do the work to make sure that we are not just doing the right things as we are, but we are seen to be and proven to be doing the right things in the way that they need to be done. With those words, sir, I support this resolution, and I thank you for indulging me.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I endorse 100% the comments of the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central, because it is equally frustrating from where I sit, because we have had a series of conversations with the Office of the Auditor General in relation to some of these accounting and technical matters, and the nuance, if you like, in relation to what is communicated, because the substance of what is there, and I give you a very clear example just to make the point, Mr. Speaker. We've had instances where taxpayers themselves have gone online to pay, for example, they might have wished to pay VAT, and I'm going to make a specific connection to that now in relation to yesterday's disruption. But they intended to pay VAT, but inadvertently clicked withholding tax, and they paid. So obviously the money is received, deposited into the bank. But of course, that triggers then a reconciliation process in the back end for both their accountant and the BRA in that instance, which, if you appreciate, sir, that things are happening multiple times, so it's not a single transaction, but multiple transactions that would say that the revenue for VAT, for example, would have been understated, was that for withholding tax, and by example, would be overstated. Now, the Revenue Authority has worked tirelessly over the last 5 years to bring all of these systems together to try to see the view of the single taxpayer. And I think we've reached the stage now where we can do that. But it is human error, sir. Nothing malicious at all, but then it creates a ripple, if you like, within the context of the organization, if you have hundreds, if not thousands, of these types of transactions that you then have to reconcile. No excuse, Mr. Speaker, because it equally happens on the inside, where in presenting a cash at a cashier, the cashier may very well click the wrong thing. It goes the wrong place, but the transaction is completed, meaning money is received, the revenue is the revenue, and I've made it clear already, sir, that once the revenue is there and available to spend, we reallocate. The issue of how it is accounted for and which ledger it needs to go to and all of that, sir, is, and I think as the Honourable Member said, column 8 versus 7 versus 8 or whatever in the system, sir. Those things need to be cleaned up, which is why we've been trying to push the digitization of all of these systems in order to minimize any data entry errors, but particularly as it relates to ensuring that any reconciliation is done and between the client, sir, the bank, the BRA, there's a process there, and if checks are involved, sir, there's an even more complicated arrangement in relation to reconciliation. But be that as it may, sir, we have said to the Auditor General and his office that the nature of what is communicated really does matter to people. And whilst we cannot, obviously, the Audit Office, as you know, sir, reports directly to Parliament and is independent of the government. I see the report, sir, just like everybody else will at the same time. So there's no benefit to me in the process. And interestingly, sir, what is important, I believe, is that with respect to the accounting staff across government, it's important that the Accountant General and the Auditor General, as well as the Controller General, and to some degree the Director of Finance, that they are the persons to ensure then that the financial controllers, sir, in the various ministries are able to ensure that their staff, as well as with the Revenue Authority, are able to ensure that where these issues arise, that we can minimize them, sir, as much as possible. But be that as it may, sir, it's important that this is very frustrating for myself, because as the Honourable Member says, I know that this government has done tremendous work, sir, in order to make sure that we keep this country on an even keel. And these types of reports are not flattering by any stretch of the imagination, but what they speak to is strengthening of the accounting service, which we are undertaking. But as we transition the system, sir, to make sure that not just the staff and the re-engineering, of processes internally, but equally, sir, the stakeholders understand that when we say we want to digitize and move in a direction, sir, that it is for good reason, because it reduces significantly, sir, the potential for data entry errors, and therefore allow us to be in a position then to be able to with the platforms, to be able to generate the necessary financial statements and accounts that then would meet these various reporting standards. Let me just say, sir, and I really, forgive me because I should have mentioned it in my opening, but I feel it's important that I address it here. So yesterday, sir, as you know, there was a power outage, and the Honourable Member reminded the Chamber of the fact that there was a national power outage yesterday. And therefore, I want to indicate to the country through you, sir, that the disruption clearly would have been significant, and therefore allowing persons who needed to file their VAT, sir, some may not have been able to do so. So we will be allowing persons to continue to file their VAT. I mean, you can file VAT any time, but given that it was past the deadline, then we will ensure that persons will have the benefit of any waiving of penalties and interest, sir, so long as they complete that filing by Monday, so as to give persons the opportunity to ensure that they are not necessarily disadvantaged with respect to yesterday's power outage, because as you would appreciate, sir, it would have caused a number of people to be able to be significantly impaired. And therefore, I want to say through you to the country, sir, that so long as the business community they're able to continue to file their VAT return by Monday, September 25th, sir, that we will allow for the automatic waiving of penalties and interest that might have accrued between the filing deadline and then, in order to ensure that at least we're able not to have that additional headache, sir, imposed on persons because of something that was entirely beyond their control. And therefore, that's something that we want to make sure is widely communicated, and the Revenue Authority will send the appropriate responses to announcements in relation to that matter. But it is important, sir, that as we keep things going, and as the Honourable Member said, the conversations that we're having internationally are important and will actually redound to the benefit of Barbadians. The government, in its execution of the program, as I've signaled to some of my colleagues, we really need to indicate to persons in a much more forceful way how these arrangements are benefiting them directly, in order to ensure that people have at least an appreciation, or at least know that decision A, taken 5 years ago, is now being reflected here now, or decision B, taken 2 years ago, is now being implemented in this way, such that there's a connection between this thing. Because oftentimes, sir, as you would appreciate, when it's time now for implementation or to open something, people forget all of the work that was taken in the back end, sir, up front, to be able to bring it to that stage. And then, because of misinformation or a gap, people then start to perceive otherwise. So with those few words, sir, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
I beg to second.
Question is that the resolution do now pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Mr. Speaker, order number 6, in the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the second reading of the National Payment System Amendment Bill 2023.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I will be very, very brief on this matter. This bill just seeks to ensure that the appointment of the Payments Council, sir, is in order in relation to the amendment to the schedule to give clarity in terms of the minister's ability to be able to appoint the council. As you know, we've done a lot of work with respect to having the banks and the credit unions and the payment service providers upgrade their systems. We are rolling up. The banks and credit unions came together earlier this summer in August, sir, to be able to help launch what their term is the digital summer drive, sir, to be able to allow Barbadians to have full access to real-time digital payments, sir. The council will be set in place to ensure that the regulatory framework and the direction for building the ecosystem, sir, is done in order to allow the country, as I said, to fully embrace a digital ecosystem. And so, sir, with those very, very, very few words, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Chair, beg to move that clause 1 stand part.
Question is that clause 1 stand part. All honourable members say aye. Aye. Honourable members against? No. Thinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Chair, beg clause 2 stand part.
Question is that clause 2 stand apart. All honourable members in favour say aye. Honourable members against? We say no. Thinks the ayes have it.
Chair, beg to move that you do not report as under the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee.
Question is that I do now report under the Speaker the passing of one committee. All honourable members in favour say aye. All honourable members against? We say no. Thinks the ayes have it.
In the passing of one bill in committee. Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
Question is that the bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and cited as the National Payment Systems Amendment Act 2023.
Question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited. Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that we do now suspend today's sitting for lunch until 2:15.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until 2:15 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This chamber stands suspended until 2:15 p.m.
Honourable Member for St. George.
The House is now in session.
Papers recommitted.
Madam Speaker, I am commanded to lay loan number 9469 BB, loan agreement for the Green and Resilient Recovery Development Policy Loan between the Government of Barbados and the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. I'm also commanded to lay the Barbados Medium-Term Fiscal Framework 2024 to 2025 and 2026 to 27.
Government notices recommitted.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of a resolution that the Barbados Fiscal Framework 2023 to 2024 to 2025 to 2026 be debated in Parliament, and that any recommendation made in respect of the Fiscal Framework 2023 to 2024 to 2025 to 2026 be considered by the Cabinet.
Resumption of government business.
Just.
She didn't last long. That's very long, sir.
Mr. Speaker, government business. Order number 11, in the name of the Honourable Senior Minister and Minister of Transport, Works and Water Resources, to move the second reading of the Barbados Water Authority Amendment Bill 2023.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise, sir, to introduce a number of significant amendments to the Barbados Water Authority Act of 1980, Cap 274 of the laws of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, this is a piece of legislation that provides for the establishment of the Barbados Water Authority as a body corporate. I think all and sundry are familiar with the nature of the Barbados Water Authority. But this is the legislation that governs this particular entity that is responsible for the management and the control of water resources and wastewater management in the island of Barbados. The legislation governing the entity, Mr. Speaker, has not been really amended that much over the years. It certainly is not like the legislation that I often have to come to this chamber to amend the road traffic legislation, but it is one that in recent times we've had to amend in relation to the garbage and sewage contribution tax. And we are here today, Mr. Speaker, to make some what I consider very significant and important amendments to this particular piece of legislation. Usually, Mr. Speaker, when people think about water, I know last night I suspect a lot of people were thinking about electricity as we experienced the island-wide shutdown. But I know that when people speak about water, oftentimes it is often not necessarily for me in the most glowing of terms that it is referenced, but often complaints about brown water, lack of water supply running through their taps, complaints about the Barbados Water Authority in some cases not addressing issues relating to digging up roads and not putting down pipes and then not being able to reinstate within a timely manner. It is also, I think, an area where we have heard a lot in relation, especially in 2018, I think the 2017, 2018, a lot of people became more acutely aware of the role of the Barbados Water Authority and that it was wider than just water, but that it also was very involved in wastewater management. And especially with the sewage that was flowing on the South Coast, I think we all had a crash course in a better understanding of the Barbados Water Authority, its internal structures, but also how important an entity that it is for the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, before coming to this position, my days at Barbados Community College, I would consider myself a very strong environmentalist. The member for St. Michael South would be well aware of what I speak, as well as the Honourable member in the House and the Minister responsible for business and energy, because we were part of a group that was very focused on addressing the issues of the environment and certainly issues related to water conservation. But I must say that I've become more acutely aware of the need to conserve water and certainly the dangers that can present itself if we are not paying acute attention to a lot of the pollutions and the pollutants that may seep within the groundwater. And I therefore feel an even greater responsibility now in this particular role to ensure that we educate people about the importance of water conservation, that we bring people more into a realm where they understand that water does not just appear through the taps, but that a lot of work goes on at the Barbados Water Authority with its staff and a number of other actors to ensure that we get a good quality water, which I am proud to boast, I think is one of the best, certainly in the region, if not in the rest of the world as well. This administration, Mr. Speaker, would have recognized that the burden which we carry in relation to our state-owned enterprises is an untenable one. And as such, we, on coming to office, would have conducted a study on a number of the state-owned enterprises, of which the Barbados Water Authority was one of the entities that a deep dive was taken into its affairs. I also have responsibility for Transport Board, and they too had an opportunity to have their operational systems and structures reviewed with the sense that we would look at various recommendations for moving that entity forward. And those things are already starting to unfold. But in relation to the Barbados Water Authority, we have started to strengthen the structure of the board, particularly because the amount of work that is currently tasked for the Barbados Water Authority, it is clear that it requires a different level of expertise than perhaps traditionally we would have scouted in relation to our boards of management. And we made some changes just last year in relation to a number of persons to be able to strengthen particularly the financial management, the HR, and other operational issues within the institution. There is no doubt that the quantum and the pace in the increase in the advances to the state-owned enterprises represents a significant exposure to government. And perhaps that is what has caused us not only to do the relook of the state-owned enterprises, but also to try to accelerate the pace at which we implement a number of the recommendations that have come out of these various reviews. The country, Mr. Speaker, has accepted that we must transform several of our state-owned enterprises. I think the public is calling for it. I think they may not understand all of the economics, but I think they do appreciate that there is some wastage at times, and that if it is that we can take a lot of the burden off of the central government and allow these enterprises to be able to earn and also to make a profit, that we can reduce the number of the transfers that are currently going to these various state-owned entities, and in particular the Barbados Water Authority. We've been working, sir, with the Barbados Workers Union, and I say that at the outset, sir, because the Barbados Water Authority is very labor intensive, it is labor driven. The unions have been very integral in the institution, and we have taken a position that we need to ensure that any relationship going forward, any decisions that we make, that we must ensure that we have a good relationship in terms of communication with the unions, who will help, no doubt, to shape the type of Barbados Water Authority of the future. So I know those discussions have started with the new chairman and certainly with the rest of the board. We may not always agree on everything. I know there are a lot of outstanding issues that have been in the works for some time, and I am happy that the parties can at times come to the table with a view to being able to resolve those issues, because I always say to people that at the end of the day, while we all have our agendas, the people who are without water must always be at the forefront of our minds, and we must never do anything to compromise the ability of them to be able to access water. We recognize too, Mr. Speaker, that today is a different day than it was in 1980 when the Barbados Water Authority Act was passed. The level of physical and infrastructural development that has taken place across the country at an exponential level has, over the past 40 years, I think, demonstrated that it is not business as usual, and it cannot be business as usual. We can't have a 1980 piece of legislation trying to govern a 2023 institution. And neither can we have a 1980 piece of legislation governing an institution for the future. The general manager of 1980 didn't have to deal with desalination plants, as we do know, didn't have to consider the issues of climate change and the reduction of our groundwater supply. They didn't have all of the issues that affect us in terms of for the first time in many years, we have had a number of drought prohibitions where we've had to restrict persons from doing a number of things as it relates to potable water. The general manager of 1980 didn't have any of those considerations, but I assure you that the general manager of 2023 and the staff of the Barbados Water Authority are constantly having to fine-tune and to tweak their approaches to ensuring that there is a solid water supply and a consistent water supply across the country. That is obviously compounded, Mr. Speaker, by the fact that we have 100-year-old mains that exist, and while we have started the process of being able to phase out a number of those mains, it does come with its own challenges at times, where when you fix a particular area and you think that you've made significant progress, you end up in a situation where, having increased the supply of the water by changing out the main, the other pipes then burst, as though we haven't really done anything, because we are consistently addressing one challenge but also then being faced with another challenge. I think the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that we say we want to accelerate, but we have to put ourselves in a position where we have the additional hands to be able to allow us to accelerate the works program in a way that would allow a lot of the road repairs to happen, while at the same time having a lot of the mains replacement taking place across the country. We've also had a Barbados Water Authority that has had to deal with a number of new initiatives in terms of the expansion of the Bridgetown and the South Coast treatment plant from primary to tertiary. That requires, Mr. Speaker, a lot of intense work to ensure that we manage these projects correctly, that we're able to source the funds. Funds don't just come, and it requires, in many cases, working with the economic team to be able to put in place the information that is needed for proper decision-making to take place. And so, as I said before, the 1980 BWA looks very different from the current Barbados Water Authority. Therefore, to continue to behave as though we can use the old systems when, in particular, the expectations of the population are so great, simply cannot work any longer. Currently, the Barbados Water Authority faces a number of challenges. Perhaps the most major challenge is, and I can speak to it firsthand in terms of some works that we did recently in Rock Dendo. We've replaced some of the mains. In one particular area, we're doing the road reconstruction. And by the time that work was completed, the side road the pipe started to burst. And then further down the road, the pipe started to burst. And that impeded the progress of us being able to pave the road and to be able to complete the works in a timely manner. Again, the public doesn't see sometimes or even fully appreciate some of the dynamics that take place, even in relation to our road building and road rehabilitation program. But I can tell you that it is a complex issue, which apart from water, requires us sometimes to engage with the utility companies, the other utility companies, NPC and others, to be able to have a smooth operation when we are restoring roads and rehabilitating roads. And the reality is that we have started to look at entering into MOUs with entities that are working on what we refer to as pipe robotics, which is the use of robots that can go into the pipes and to be able to identify where the breaks are within the pipes. Prime Minister Motley and the team would have visited the Silicon Valley, I believe last year. We had the opportunity to have that team from Google X come to Barbados. It comprises of a number of people who are involved in innovation, and those persons were able to work with the Barbados Water Authority team to identify some key areas where they can now start to work with us to identify where the breaks are likely to take place, so that instead of, in some cases, guessing that the pipes are old, that we will actually be able to use technology in a way that will help to hopefully now speed up the process of being able to do those mains replacements. The BWA, therefore, really needs to make significant levels of profits if it's going to be sustainable, or it has to seek external investment. And if we are to deliver on the major infrastructural upgrades that are lying ahead in terms of our future, we need to have money. The reality is that back in August of 2016, the BWA would have received a loan of some $71 million from the Caribbean Development Bank to carry out a 20-year-long project to improve the efficiencies of the entity and to reduce wasted water by improving the inadequate infrastructure. In addition to this loan, the Barbados Water Authority requires about $30 million of capital expenditure investment from government per year. And this has been for the past 4 years that we've had to, in addition to what revenue may be coming in, to have to tap into the resources from government to provide us with the monies to be able to pay staff and to continue operations at the Barbados Water Authority. I am therefore ever mindful, and I think the country needs to be aware that this is one of the reasons why Prime Minister Motley continues to speak and the finance team about being able to urgently restructure the state-owned enterprises, because we need to be able to ease some of that pressure. That $30 million can do so much in so many other areas. I'm sure it can assist us with incinerators at the hospital. I'm sure it can help us to relieve some of the pressure in the A&E department. I'm sure it can help to build some schools and to make things easier, as we debated earlier, for children who are autistic. And so we have a responsibility at Barbados Water Authority to ensure that we accelerate the reform of this state-owned enterprise so that we can, if we can't free up 30 million one time, at least that we are very diligent in the way in which we spend existing resources so that we can start to see some savings taking place. It has also required us at the Barbados Water Authority to look to alternative sources of funding. And this has become critical. We made an announcement a few months ago that we had received some grant financing of about $40 million. This was from the Green Climate Fund. And we're grateful for that contribution, which will go a long way to assisting us with the upgrade of the Bridgetown sewage treatment plant to a tertiary treatment system, looking at the installation of wastewater treatment plants in the Zone 1 areas, and obviously to harness reclaimed water, which would then be utilized for aquifer recharge as well as agricultural irrigation. Forming in this area, and what are the best practices that we need to embark on in order to improve the operations of the Barbados Water Authority. I can say to you, Mr. Speaker, that coming out of that mission, and we had quite a number of our Barbados Water Authority technical teams, I think apart from being inspired, we made a lot of good contacts and formulated working relationships that will now stand the Barbados Water Authority in good stead. We have a number of people who go to Delft University from Barbados. I think there were over 30 students over the years that had attended this university, which is a leading technical university in the Netherlands. But the truth of the matter is, if we are to make any headway in this particular area of transformation of a Barbados Water Authority entity, it is going to require that we accelerate and partner with people who are leaders in a particular field. And the partnership with Delft University will allow us to have more persons being trained. It will allow us to also bring some of the professors from the university to Barbados in due course to be able to work with the teams within the Barbados Authority to have them trained up. I think you can appreciate that the cost sometimes to send the persons as far as the Netherlands can be a bit prohibitive, but we've tried to find in our discussions with the team in the Netherlands ways to be able to improve the access to their resources by way of bringing them to Barbados or having more of our staff being able to go to the Netherlands as well. While there as well, we had an opportunity to meet with persons from the Global Center for Adaptation. That was followed up with a meeting with the Prime Minister subsequently and the team at BWA. They're actually very much in the business of helping to access financing for small island developing states. As you can appreciate, we are in the market right now for any financing we can get, particularly that which may be financing that is more not necessarily loan financing, but if we can find grant funding to be able to assist us with a number of the projects. And I believe once Prime Minister returns, the intention is for us to be able to have a delegation from the Global Center for Adaptation visiting Barbados very shortly to see not only about setting up office here to do work in Barbados and the rest of the region, but to engage in a number of projects which will redound to the benefit of the Barbados Water Authority and indeed to all Barbadians. We have also been looking as we try to build out the institution at not just the Netherlands, but there have been long-standing discussions and a relationship with Israel as well. Again, we've chosen countries that have been world leaders in the area of water and accelerate the pace at which we're going, that we will be left behind in terms of being able to make the transition that is needed right now. And so we have had those initial meetings with the ambassador for Israel, to Israel, as well as I had the opportunity at UN Water earlier this year to also meet with the minister responsible for water, and they have also extended a welcoming hand to Barbados to see firsthand what is happening in their territory, but also to find ways by way of technical assistance, first and foremost, to be able to assist us in the number of projects that we have upcoming. I take the time, Mr. Speaker, before going into the substance of the bill to give you context in terms of what the Barbados Water Authority is doing, and that as we seek to transform, it is not just only about numbers, but about building the capacity of the people who work within the Barbados Water Authority. If you are only dealing with Barbados, sometimes you have a tunnel vision. You're only seeing what is happening here. But what I have found is that when we've exposed our employees to opportunities to see what is happening in other countries, we're also encouraging them to come back and impart that knowledge with the teams, the technical teams within the Barbados Water Authority. And I think that that is making quite a difference in terms of their approaches. We were able to take a representative from Labour, for instance, to the Netherlands. They got to see as well the direction in which this administration is going, that we're not going to make decisions on water without Labour at the table, because when we come back from these trips, we need to be able to engage with the Labour at the Barbados Water Authority, the workers, to be able to let them understand the direction in which we're going. And I felt that that was particularly heartwarming, that we had somebody not just from the technical level, but also from the Labour movement being a part of the team, that they could see firsthand what is possible, but also what are the things that we need to improve on. The truth of the matter is, and it's no mystery, there was a voice note circulating recently about concerns that were being expressed by a Labour representative about discussions with the chairman of the Barbados Water Authority. And I want to say for the record that I think when you take out all of the things that people will want to say about the voice note, it spoke to the fact that the chairman and the board of the Water Authority have started the process of highlighting not only the strengths of the organization and the strengths of Labour, but also the weaknesses and the things that we need to correct. Because the voice note and the speaker on the voice note alluded to some things which the chairman highlighted were practices that ought not to be condoned in the institution. And I want this to go out to all and sundry, that there's no approach by this administration at any point in time that would, cut off anybody's head for first offenses. Instead, we constantly say we give people a chance to correct their behaviors. And I think that that speaks volumes to the work that the chairman, the deputy chair, and the members of the board are doing, where they are prepared to talk through the issues, point out the things that may not be quite in line with the behaviors that we would want to see at the Barbados Water Authority, and to encourage Labour to make those changes and to work with the board in order to bring effect to making the institution way more effective in its operations. The Barbados Water Authority, Mr. Speaker, has also, while it strengthens, it has also had to grapple with issues of finance. It is nothing to hide that during the COVID pandemic, we were in a situation where we allowed persons the concessions during that period as it relates to disconnections, certainly of their water bills. And we reached a point where we had obviously accumulated significant sums that obviously have to be paid back. That moratorium has costed us over $100 million. But we did it at a time when we understood that what people were going through. We have continued to offer moratoriums. We've continued to say as a Barbados Water Authority that, again, rather than cutting off people's head, cutting off people's water, that we talk to people, we give them opportunities to correct their mistakes in not paying the bills, and come in and talk to the staff so that arrangements can be put in place. And I again will encourage Barbadians to do so. The staff at the Barbados Water Authority are not unreasonable, but I would always suggest that you just make contact with them, let them know the situation, and allow for an arrangement to be put in place to ease the difficulties that you may be having in making payments. We've been quite successful with the commercial customers getting the revenue in. We had to engage some persons to do some phone calls to people to remind them that they need to come in and settle the accounts. We've had to engage a few attorneys to be able to help strengthen the team when it has to be ramped up to legal action. But generally, the approach was that we go after the commercial customers, obviously with the understanding that they may have a bit more disposable income first. And then, of course, we would start the process of engaging with our domestic customers. Again, I think the disconnections have started, but in many cases, they have started after a process of calling the persons, asking them to come in, or in some cases, agreements being not honored, and no word being given to the staff of the Barbados Water Authority. Again, we remain willing to discuss with people their circumstances and to be able to work with them to pay something towards the actual bill. We have been facing, Mr. Speaker, issues of procurement as well. We've had some challenges in the past where we have had to have a dedicated person now dealing with the issue of procurement because we wanted to make sure that we could procure the pipes and various items directly in some instances rather than going through middle persons to be able to purchase. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that the Barbados Water Authority, over the years, the controls that ought to have been in place have not been in place. And you know, I don't know if it's parliamentary or not, but you know, in some cases, as Bajans would say, people have gotten away with murder. And we have in recent times been able to put systems in place now in relation to procurement so that pipes don't cost 6 times the amount that they really cost, but really that even if you get a markup that is twice the amount, you could live with that because you know that the person has to incur the cost of bringing the shipment to Barbados. But what we can't have is that the price of ordering these things are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times the amount of what the true value really is. And so we have clamped down. And I say this in all sincerity that in terms of the strengthening of the entity, the chairman and the deputy chair in particular have been very clinical in making certain assessments of the entity. There are a lot more controls, and the staff will agree with me that there are many more controls now than I think that there were before because we're really trying to tighten the way in which the entity is actually working. There's also a need for the IT infrastructure overhaul to take place. The entity can be more efficient. It has a lot of different systems, but we have to get systems talking to each other. And that is in the process as well in terms of trying to get a proper overhaul of the entity so that information is easily disseminated, but also to improve the communications to the public. I am often very concerned that we could do better in terms of how we communicate to the public, especially when there is disruption. You know, I am always calling and asking, well, have you sent the tankers out? Have you put up a notice? I know we had a ridiculous situation the other day where if the power went off, the switchboard wasn't working, and there was no number available for people to call. Something as basic as that, sir, I think are things that we have recognized cannot continue in a 2023 Barbados Water Authority. And I am happy that those things have started to be corrected. Now, Mr. Speaker, much said about the things that we're doing, but the truth of the matter is that this particular amendment today, one of the provisions deals specifically with the institutional strengthening. And it deals with institutional strengthening in relation to the position of general manager of the institution. Right now, the 1980 Act provided for the appointment of a general manager. The general manager is subject to the directions of the board and is responsible for the execution and the management of the affairs of the authority. Now, with all that I've said before this, I think you start to realize that all roads leading to the general manager can become very cumbersome because without other layers or persons along the chain to be able to interface with the technical teams, all things flowing to he or she can become a bit problematic, and that's what we've been experiencing over the last few years with this general manager position and not as many technical positions being created to support the general manager as well as admin positions. With all the challenges we have in terms of the projects, there are a number of projects that the Barbados Water Authority has to execute. The project management teams need to be strengthened. We've in some cases used the resources available to us to strengthen those teams, but we have also been actively trying to find external resources to be able to top up what we can do in terms of human resource capacity to help us to manage our projects better. And as such, this new bill makes provision for now the post of general manager to actually be replaced by the post of a chief executive officer. And it doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker, because while not in this bill, the Cabinet of Barbados has also approved 2 other positions, which is the position of Chief Operations Officer, as well as the position of Chief Technical Officer. Each of those positions will help to support the Chief Executive Officer of the institution in the execution of his duties. Again, it is a case of, I think, trying to ease some of the pressure while at the same time allowing those who are experts and trained in a particular area to deal with certainly the day-to-day management of the institution, while accepting that the institution is so dynamic that you're going to have different people specialized in other areas to be able to help us to carry some of the weight as well. The good news is as well, Mr. Speaker, that while we are introducing these provisions in this particular piece of legislation, the board has also been working on a strategic plan for the Barbados Water Authority. Now, we had, as I said earlier, some reviews in terms of the state-owned entity and how we could examine various aspects of the Barbados Water Authority to improve its operations. That was done and a report was submitted. From that report, the new board has been able to continue to meet with the staff of the Barbados Water Authority, and I'm told that coming out of those discussions, that we are now at a stage where we're about 90% complete in relation to the strategic plan. Of course, at the appropriate time, that will be shared with the cabinet, that will be shared with the unions, that will be shared with the workers for their input. But again, I say to the country that we have started the process of trying to transform the Barbados Water Authority. Now, Mr. Speaker, this particular piece of legislation also ventures into another area, which is perhaps not as sexy, but one that deals with the issue of the management of our wells. Now, the Underground Control Act of 1953 is actually being repealed by this piece of legislation. That act gave power to what was described as a water board, which comprised of a chief engineer of Water Works Department, which would essentially be the Barbados Water Authority, the chief medical officer, a public officer from the Ministry of Agriculture, and not more than 5 persons appointed by the minister responsible for water works. And for those who understand the direction that integrated water management is going, would appreciate that a 1953 piece of legislation can no longer have the types of persons on it that do not speak to all of the other areas in terms of environmental protection, in terms of the environment, being able to sit on that particular board to help to guide a number of the issues that are likely to arise in relation to wells and the management of wells in this country. And when I speak of wells, Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear that we are talking about the management of private abstraction wells. I think many would remember our colonial past. There were a number of plantations across the country. Many of them had wells on them, which back in the day, obviously persons would use the water from the plantation well to be able to irrigate the spaces around their chattel dwellings. And back then, the Underground Water Control Act would have had a regime which would have allowed for the licensing of a number of those wells. The Act gave the board at the time the power to take such measures as were necessary to either get information from those licensees, to maintain the records of our underground sources of water supply on the island, and to control and to regulate the sources of water that were found. The licensing scheme then required a license to be obtained from the board to do a number of things. You could sink a well, you could deepen the well, you could abstract water from the well, you could convert it, or you could substantially alter the well that was originally sunk. And it gave that board the power to suspend, to revoke, or even to attach conditions to the license once it was issued. Again, if we are to move towards a more integrated approach, then it is clear that the persons who previously sat on the water board would now have to be expanded so that there is greater dialogue and synergy in the decision-making that now has to take place in relation to water management in this country. And therefore, there's now rather introduced into this amendment a new section, which is 4A, which provides for the creation of a Water and Wells Management Committee. So we've repealed the Underground Water Control Act, we've removed the Water Board, and we have created a Water and Wells Management Committee. That committee will now comprise of the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources, or his nominee. It will also include the Chief Executive Officer of the Barbados Water Authority or his nominee, and note that the title is now changed because this person will now replace in title the General Manager as in the substantive legislation. The Director of the Environmental Department or his nominee, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture or his nominee, the Chief Medical Officer or his nominee, and the Chief Medical Officer, as I said before, was on the previous board, but also included now will be the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Environment and National Beautification or his nominee, as well as the Chief Executive Officer of the Barbados Agricultural Development Marketing Corporation or his nominee. Again, the shift is to integrate and to ensure that there's greater cooperation amongst agencies. Oftentimes we say that ministries are operating as silos. Well, sometimes you have to almost force behavior on people by placing them in the same room so that there can be that cooperation and collaboration to be able to break the existing systems that are not working for the people of the country. And so we have created a Water and Wells Management Committee, which has as one of its focus areas dealing with the licensing regime that is necessary for abstraction wells in particular in this country. Now, Section 18B gives the Barbados Water Authority, its employees and its agents the power to perform a number of acts in relation to those types of wells. At paragraph A to E, again, you can do the persons who may be looking to sink, alter, abstract. It also provides that no person can perform any of these acts unless a license has been obtained in accordance with Section 18D. The offense is created if you do not obtain a license, and that offense means that the person is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $25,000 or imprisonment of 5 years or both. So again, we treat to this issue of licensing into the regime very seriously, because if things are happening in relation to the extraction of this water that can in any way compromise the health of individuals, or if it is that the well is being overpumped, then the Barbados Water Authority needs to be in a position to take certain action. And therefore, this regime is intended to ensure that we do not deplete our existing water supply and to create a better regime than what currently exists across the island. We currently have approximately 78 private abstraction wells across Barbados, or abstraction wells generally across Barbados, and that excludes the Barbados Water Authority's wells. Of those 78 wells, 56 are privately owned, with the remainder allocated between BADMC, which has 8, the Barbados Agricultural Management Company has 5, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has 7, and the NCC has 2. The allowed water uses presently ranges from 9,000 to about 2 million odd gallons per day. And approximately 81% of the wells that we are speaking of, the wells for abstraction, are actually used for irrigation purposes. I must point out here, though, that Ambassador Dr. Clyde Maskell and the team at the Barbados Water Authority have been working very closely on developing a policy on the abstraction fees that would be associated with water used for irrigation. It is proposed at this stage, and it is not complete, but I think it is fair to say that we are at an advanced stage in terms of our deliberations, that we are looking at perhaps charging the monthly fee, and then there will be tiers of licenses which are made up of either fixed or variable components. The variable component would reflect the quantity of water abstracted, and which is measured by the Barbados Water Authority. So again, many of these private wells already have a lot of equipment and investment in terms of what they have done to get them to a certain point. But what we need to do from the country's perspective, and certainly from the authorities' perspective, is to ensure that we're not over-pumping. We have to ensure that what is being done there is actually consistent with what all of the studies and the data is showing needs to be done in relation to the country. Section 18C sets out the process for applying for a license to use a well for the purposes stated, and Section 18D deals with how the application is determined and the issuance of the license. Following the application to the minister in what would be the prescribed form and on payment of the fees, it would then be referred to a committee for consideration. And that committee then carries out an inspection and reports back to the minister with recommendations as to whether the license should be issued. So just to make it clear, because this came up in my deliberations with the staff, the minister doesn't make the decision. The minister acts on the advice in relation to whether it's applications or whether it's in relation to suspension or revocation of a license on the basis of recommendations from the technical teams who will advise the minister as to the best course of action. And so I want to make that abundantly clear that while the minister will sign off, the minister is reliant on the technical people who are clearly have the greater capacity to make the determination on these matters. Once the committee carries out the inspection and they provide the recommendations, they may determine that it should be a recommendation to suspend, or it could be to refuse the application, and then that issuance of the license, if it is in fact issued, is actually signed off then by the chairman of the committee. Section 18E provides that where in the course of the committee's inspection of a well or premises connected to a well, where that reveals an area of concern to the technical team of the committee, which was previously the subject of rectification, in other words, that the person was asked to rectify and they didn't, then the minister may, on the recommendation of that committee, issue a written warning to the licensee requesting that the area of concern be rectified within a specified period. The bill provides the details which should be included at Section 18(2)(c), and the bill gives the minister power to order that the license be revoked or suspended if the license fails to comply with the warning that is given. So again, just as in other pieces of legislation, you get a warning, you get an opportunity to be able to rectify. If you don't rectify, then there are consequences that flow from that. Section 18F provides that before the revocation or suspension is ordered, the licensees must be given a further period to rectify the area of concern. So basically, you get a second chance. And the licensee can also, within 10 days from the date of the notice, make representations as to why the license should not be suspended or revoked. If the minister is satisfied that no action has been taken after this to rectify the issue and no suitable explanation has been given, then he can give the licensee written notice of the suspension or revocation. It should be noted, too, that the minister has the power to revoke or to suspend a license without hearing representations where the licensee was given a further period and failed to address the concern. So again, if you've been given the chances and you decide that you're not adhering to the opportunities given, the minister has the ability to consider revoking the actual license. At Section G, the minister can, on the recommendation of the committee, by order, suspend the abstraction of water from wells If, as happened recently, there's a drought or if there's a natural change that causes a shortage of water. The period of abstraction and would rather be suspended for the period of the order. So as we had recently with the situation with the prohibition, again, that can extend to persons who have wells that fall within this category, and the authority will be in a position through the committee to be able to take the necessary action to regulate. If persons breach the provisions, this will constitute an offense, which is again triable summarily and punishable with a fine of $25,000 or imprisonment for 5 years or both. This section also gives the minister, on the recommendation of the committee, the power by instrument in writing to revise or alter the quality of the license which a person has been issued to abstract from the well. The considerations that must be taken into account are the environmental conditions which may be affecting the actual water supply. Section 18, Mr. Speaker, is a very interesting section because it deals with the misuse of a well. So where, for instance, a well is used in contravention of the Act, or if it is deemed a danger to health, or leads or is likely to lead to contamination of any source of water, again, the minister, on the recommendation of the committee, can give notice in writing to the owner or occupier and require him to plug or to fill the well or to use some other means of satisfactorily disposing of sewage or other waste. Again, we have to have some control and oversight in terms of what people are doing that may not be in the best interest of not only themselves, but in terms of the wider country as well. If the person fails to comply with a requirement of the minister can give the authority permission to enter onto the land and plug or fill the well and do any other works that may be required to dispose of the sewage or the other waste. Of course, as in other pieces of legislation, the expenses that are incurred by the authority in taking these corrective measures become a debt that is due to the state, and the Act gives the authority the permission to be able to recoup the costs that they have expended as well. Section 18.1 provides that the minister may at any time require the authority to inspect a well or premises connected to a well and submit a report on its inspection to determine either whether an application for a license should be granted, whether to assess whether the applicant has satisfied or even in some cases rectified an issue which was brought to his attention, or to assess compliance with the terms and conditions that have been granted in the license, or even to determine if a term or condition of the license has been contravened. Section J, which is the final section, provides that any license which was previously issued, and this is very important, under the Underground Water Control Act, Cap 283, shall remain valid for a period of 12 months from the commencement of the Act. So in other words, after it's passed this House, after it's gone through the Senate, after it has been proclaimed, those licensees that are currently the holders of a license under the previous legislation will continue to have that license valid for a period of 12 months from the commencement of the Act, and at the expiration of that time, it shall be deemed to have expired. Existing licensees will be able to continue operations, but must before the end of the year apply for the renewal of their license. So we are giving a period within which there is a transition to this new regime. It is the same regime to some extent that others are accustomed to, where there's a licensing structure, but we appreciate that we don't know where all of the wells are either. We have a list of some, but we don't know where all are, and this gives people an opportunity to come forward. And in many cases, we've requested of people to come forward before, and they don't come forward. So this actually allows the authority, the teeth now, to be able to enforce and to ensure that people are compliant, again, so that we protect the water supply. We do have other plans, Mr. Speaker, as well for our wells. Interesting enough, while we are in the process of identifying the abstraction wells, we also find ourselves in a situation where we discover wells that are drainage wells or stormwater wells as well across the country. The Barbados Water Authority launched a program called the Where Are the Wells campaign a few months ago. And this was to monitor as well as to help us to identify where the wells were. Now, obviously, in so doing, you come across other wells that you can't just ignore because you have the technology, and you can't ignore, particularly if I am minister and I'm responsible for both drainage and for Barbados Water Authority. So we have simply been in a position where the Barbados Water Authority can identify where those wells are, which is why we've been calling on the public to reach out to the authority and to identify where wells are within their community that fit the criteria of abstraction, wells or drainage or stormwater, so that we can collate that information and share some of that information with drainage. In some cases where there needs to be corrective action taken, obviously the information that is provided would help us to then be able to put in place measures to do the correction that is needed for a number of those wells. But we're using, obviously as a starter, what they've gone out to do is to identify whether there are any issues in terms of nitrates and to check for the amount of water that is being used by a number of these wells. But again, we can't ignore that there may be other wells that need to be identified that can assist the drainage unit as well. And so the georeferencing system is not specific to abstraction wells, but allows us to, with the support of the public, to be able to identify a number of the drainage and the stormwater wells as well. It is critical, I think, that we map these wells. I think the public has been calling for attention to be paid to a number of uncovered wells. You know, I certainly suffered the loss of a young man in my constituency who lost his life in a well. And I therefore feel very strongly that we have to do more in order to identify not only where they are, but we have to make sure that, and other ministers have had similar losses as well. And so we have to identify where they are. In some cases, they're easy to identify. In other cases, they're not. Because some of them are, they've put a lot of garbage inside of the wells, and people may not realize that it is actually an abandoned well, and then, you know, they're out walking or something and they fall into the well. So we're asking the public for that cooperation so we can identify where those wells are that perhaps need to be covered. I'm asking householders as well, while I have this opportunity, you know, to pay attention as well to your own surroundings, to make sure that the covers in your own neighborhoods and certainly in your own residential premises, that those are properly secured. But to work with us as we continue to roll out the program and educate the public as to the type of wells that we are wanting to be identified, that you can communicate a lot of that information into the Barbados Water Authority. Now, Mr. Speaker, another and perhaps the final most significant aspect of this particular legislation, and I would like to say that I've saved the best for last, is the bit that I'm about to introduce. Now, the first two amendments of which I spoke have dealt specifically with improvements to the management of the Barbados Water Authority. They've also dealt with the creation of an improved regime for dealing with the management of and licensing of wells in this country, particularly the abstraction wells. This third amendment, though, Mr. Speaker, of which I'm about to introduce, has been outstanding for many, many, many decades. And I'm proud this afternoon that the Cabinet of Barbados has seen it fit to not only lay the 2020 water protection and land use zoning policy, but also today, Mr. Speaker, we now have the ability in this House, and I am sure in the other place very shortly, to now act on the recommendations arising from that policy and other policies, because I will go through, for the benefit of those in this chamber and those listening, the fact that this policy has taken such a long time to get here, and there are others who have, I would say, they have been nudging in this direction for a long time, giving their honest opinions regarding the issues of zoning. But in many cases, there has been no action or not enough action to be able to make these significant changes that we're about to do here today. Sir, there was a time when we gave little thought to protecting groundwater. And I think in the post-emancipation period, people settled wherever they could. They came off of the plantation. Obviously, they had the chattel houses. They settled near the plantations in some cases because they were still working on the plantation. But they settled in various parts of the country. There was nothing at the time guiding as to, how do you protect the groundwater supply. There was nothing saying whether you should erect a dwelling in a particular place. So we've seen the development of this country take place in a very scattered way, where people just rested wherever they determined that they could rest without any proper allocation or delineation of where persons should develop a community or a village within a parish. Our population back in the 1940s, Mr. Speaker, was around 192,000 people. And the water consumption was around 4.2 million imperial gallons per day. Compare that today to our population of, and I think figures are somewhere in the 260, I think we were thinking it was about 300,000, but it is more likely around 260 or so. The consumption is now around 35.5 million imperial gallons per day. Studies back in the 1940s showed that less than 20% of the then population had piped water in their homes. Most houses had pit toilets. Standpipes were popular. I mean, they still have a few scattered across the country, but they were more popular than they are now. And as I said earlier, many of the plantations would have had the private wells from which a lot of the irrigation for the crops and a lot of the access to water took place. Back in the 1940s as well, a gentleman by the name of Alfred Sen, a British geologist who conducted a groundwater research study, produced at the time a report called the Sen Report, which assessed the geology of Barbados. He looked at the movement of groundwater on the island and the distribution network. Where is the water located? How long does it take for water to be able to flow through the system to the aquifers? Where does the water go? Essentially, that is what he was looking at. He concluded in that report that both the functioning and the abandoned suck wells were potential dangers to groundwater. I can repeat it again. He concluded in his report, the Sen report, that both the functioning and the abandoned suck wells, which were in common use across the country, were potential dangers to groundwater, and pointed to the dangers of discharges of untreated waste entering the fissures of the coral. His work and his recommendations from that study influenced the then passage of what I referred to earlier as the Underground Water Control Act. And that created a licensing scheme, created the Water Board, and again gave a framework now for the then Waterworks Department to be able to carry out some of the functions that are now carried out by the Barbados Water Authority. The notion, though, of protecting our groundwater was first introduced in Barbados in 1963, based on the findings of another study called the Tolstrom study. And this was commissioned by the then administration with the assistance of a UN program for technical assistance. The study on the water supply system identified the major threat to groundwater quality as coming from wastewater disposal practices, because a great majority of wastewater was, and I think is still disposed of into the ground through the use of soakaways. By that time, approximately a third of the population had piped water to their homes. And tourism, not as we know it today, but tourism was then in its formative years. So again, we're seeing a change in the landscape, both in terms of the amount of water being used, the amount of the tourism sector now starting to pick up. So it means that more people are coming to the island, or potentially will come to the island. And the average consumption for the then population of about 235,000 people was around 13.2 million imperial gallons. Again, the increases had started to take place in terms of the consumption of water. At that time as well, there was limited agricultural, chemical, and fertilizer usage. And that consultant at the time from Tolstrom designed what we know today as the existing 5-zone groundwater protection system. We refer to it as the Zone A, Zone B, Zone C. That is what everybody refers to it. More often than not, everybody knows Zone A, but I don't know that they know all of the other zones as well. But that system was approved and implemented in 1963. There were 5 zones which carried varying restrictions, with Zone 1 carrying the most stringent conditions to protect the public water supply wells and to restrict the construction of new buildings across the island. It was, however, not until 1972 that the first and only amendment to the groundwater protection policy was made. And it's interesting that this was allowed at the time to let persons who were living in Zone 1, whose buildings predated the implementation, to upgrade their houses under the condition that they also installed a septic tank for wastewater disposal. I mention that here because later on you will see that we have had to also do some, what we call in law, the grandfather clause, to make sure that we do not disadvantage any person by what we are about to do in terms of the changing of the particular zones. Over the last 58 years, though, of the existence of this zoning policy that we've all come to know, the groundwater protection zoning system, I think, for the most part, has served the country well. We've not had any major bacteriological contamination incidences. The country has only had to depend on disinfection for the most part of the groundwater. And we've really not had to have any additional treatments having to be done to provide a water supply that meets the WHO drinking water quality guidelines. And that is obviously the standard that we have adopted here in Barbados as the acceptable standard. But over the years, there has been an increase in the use of agricultural and other chemicals now, and there are new threats that are starting to emerge as well. Obviously, our population has increased as well, and perhaps sometimes the disposal practices of citizens may not also be the best in relation to the number of pollutants. I know a lot of people got paints lying around the house. Sometimes people dispose of the paints in a garden or something like that, and not properly disposing of these things eventually has a negative effect on the water supply if it seeps into the water supply, but in turn on the wider population as well. There was therefore, as a result of what was happening in terms of the increased use of the agricultural chemicals and other chemicals, a need for a comprehensive review and an upgrade of the groundwater protection zoning system. We had a number of, as I said, of emerging threats, and I think it became clearer and clearer that a new system needed to be developed in order to address these issues and indeed to protect the marine ecosystem as well, because the reality is what we do on land eventually seeps into the water, in the sea. And a lot of times we don't realize that, you know, there is that interconnection, unless it is when we have a hurricane system and we realize how interconnected all the water is on the lands flowing into the sea and vice versa, that really life is really but a cycle. And we need to really pay as a society a bit more attention to caring for the environment, because we have to leave the environment better, I think, than how we found it for the future of generations. In 2002, and I'm taking my time to go through this because while we are going to do something very significant today, it is important that people understand the journey, that we are not simply passing laws today, but that there's a story that must be told as to the road that we have traveled to get to this point, to make wrong things right. And so in 2002, we had a study done by a Jamaican hydrogeologist who worked as part of the Bell feasibility study. And he noted then that the existing zoning policy, the one that I'm saying we all know today, the one that came out of the Tellstrom study, was ineffective. He described it as outdated, and it was in need of revision and replacement. He acknowledged, though, that while we needed to change it because there had been a number of advances in technology and that there were new ways of doing things, and perhaps that the way that the original study prohibited so much areas that we needed to review it now, given the information that was available to us. That the situation could also have been far worse if we had done nothing. So in essence, he was saying, well, it's a good thing we had something, but the truth of the matter is that what we have is outdated, and it is not necessarily working for the vast majority of the people, in particular, who live within a Zone 1 area. An attempt was made, Mr. Speaker, to change these zones in the year of 2006. The then Minister of Health and Senior Minister, now Senior Minister Dr. Jerome Walcott, presented a paper to the then cabinet, and the then cabinet, you all can pick sides from it, of the Barbados Labour Party administration, on the rezoning of Barbados at that time, which proposed that government should go out to tender in order to have a study done on the rezoning, because we recognized then as an administration that we needed to make the change, that there needed to be recommendations, but rather than being fast and loose, we wanted to make sure that we had the evidence upon which to base any changes to the zoning policy. The study was later done in 2010, and a consulting firm by the name of Burnside was engaged. And I made the point that this is 4 years after Minister Walcott then and Senior Minister now would have made the recommendation, and the approval would have been given by Cabinet. But it took us, we would have been out of office in 2008. It took another 2 years before this paper could have been picked back up. And I suppose persons come to their good senses to realize that changes needed to be made to this zoning policy. It included in that set of recommendations from Burnside was a review of the design criteria which was used in marking out the zones, the demarcation of the boundaries. It also looked at the use of better computer modeling models as well, and techniques, as well as looking at better land use practices that could pose a threat to groundwater quality. The review also included recommendations to review and to amend the existing system that we know so well about. This system, as I said before, would have impacted a number of people living in the Zone 1 areas. A number of them were denied water supply services, and as a consequence, in many cases, lived in, for the most part, substandard conditions, because access to water is a basic right. And if you don't have access to water, or to have the facilities to be able to dispose of your sewage, then you really start to live in conditions that are not acceptable in a 2023 Barbados, and certainly in a Barbados at all. And therefore, the former administration did not find it fit to be able to do anything in relation to that particular study. Obviously, in that period, we would have seen developments taking place. I think the Bell and others, you would have seen a number of people moving into some areas and creating densely populated communities. And people will, as always, have their views as to whether persons who illegally squat should then have these types of rights bestowed on them. But I will always maintain from this place that people don't deliberately wake up one day and settle in an area and bring their families and their children in particular to catch water from a standpipe or to dispose of their sewage in the earth through a pit toilet. People make choices sometimes because of circumstances, and as an administration, we recognize that while the situation may not be the right thing in the way it started, that once we are armed with the information and the education upon which we can make better choices and we can make things better and make life better for Barbadians, because our mantra don't say we make life better for Barbadians who only comply with the law. It says we make life better for all Barbadians. So as far as I'm concerned, we have the right to make sure that we make life better for people, for our children, for our elderly, when we find that they're in situations where it may be a danger to them, but it may also be a danger to all of us as well because of the implications. And let me just say, you know, the reality is that there's no administration thus far that has been able to build out housing to adequately support the demands in any community. And therefore, I don't know any country in the world that you ain't gonna find somebody trying to squat somewhere or to illegally occupy somewhere. I got people in the Pine that would want to move into abandoned houses just simply to be able to get accommodation. They will trespass if they need to, because in desperate situations, people will do desperate things to be able to put a roof over themselves and their families. So when I speak of circumstances, we may not like how people get where they are, and we may not like the decisions at times that governments have to make to correct these things. But I say to the country that we have in this legislation and on this occasion tried to rectify a problem which not only impacts the people living in these communities, but has the potential to impact every single one of us if the water is contaminated in those areas, because it will creep into the water supply and affect all Barbadians. The recommended changes to these zones have basically taken 17 long years to become a reality. They are being made against a background that all the studies to date have showed that there are new technologies that can address concerns of people living illegally in a Zone 1 area in Barbados. The studies have also shown that we can improve the health and the living conditions of residents in those areas. And by no means, as I said, does it mean that we are giving a free rein to people to squat illegally. But again, we have to weigh the balance of all of the factors in making a determination of how do we treat to these people. Right now in the ministry, the Barbados Water Authority, and I've said it in this chamber before, there was a lot of talk about being able to sewer the areas of the Bell and Bellevue Tenantry and Bailey's Alley for a long, long time, from the time I was a little girl. We have been able as an administration to start that process, not just coming to the people and putting up a sign and talking to them, but every week we've been meeting with the teams to be able to get in place the designs so that we can actually proper sewer those areas and be able to bring some relief to the people in those communities. And why? Because the technology now exists that we can do it. And we don't have anywhere to send the people, so we have had to find solutions to making sure that we can make life a little bit better for average, ordinary Barbadians in this country as well. Section 27, therefore, of the main act is now going to be deleted, and it is going to be replaced with a section 27, which enables the board, with the approval of the minister by order, to define or zone, restrict, or prohibit the use of areas across Barbados which contribute to the water resources of Barbados and the public water supply. And also it gives the power through the order to specify and to regulate the permissible uses of the areas. So essentially, the previous legislation in 1980 allowed for the then authority to be able to make the zones clear, to demarcate the zones. But it didn't go as far as we're about to go in terms of now adding, for the first time, desalination zones, for instance, because we've had to recognize where we are as a country in relation to climate change, the changes that have been made in terms of our being able to access the water supply, and therefore we have had to add an additional zone to the existing 5 zones, and we now have 6 zones in total. So one of the first changes that will come from the order, and let me just let the record show that we have been proactive in actually drafting the order, approving the order at Cabinet, because again, we want that as soon as this legislation is passed, that we are in a position to move forward with being able to execute on the promise that we have made to the people of this country. And so the zones that have now been identified are referred to not as Zone A to E, so not as Zone 1 to 5, but they're now renamed Zones A to F. The additional one being F, which is now the desalination zone. And in 2000, the first desalination plant was opened, and it was maintained by a company called Ionics Freshwater. It provides portable drinking water to about 20% of the island using a reverse osmosis membrane technology, and it treats about 30,000 cubic meters or 7.9 gallons of water per day. I want the country to understand that with climate change, this administration has had to also explore other options, as has previous administrations as well, in terms of adding into the equation additional desalination plants. But while we are looking at the additional desalination plants, we have also, in some ways, paused to be able to make sure that we do a proper assessment, working with CIMH, to be able to look at exactly where our water supply is coming from across the island. Because there was a time when people would just make decisions and give out contracts without doing any kind of data and research at the Barbados Water Authority. And we have taken a position that before any decisions can be made in relation to further desalination plants, temporary or otherwise, that we need to be in a position to justify where the water is, where the shortages of water may be, and to make decisions in an informed way as to what capacity must any additional desalination plants offer to this country. Because we can't allow these runaway trains where people enter into contracts on the eve of elections for either desalination plants or other contracts without the appropriate data being put in place. It must never, ever, ever happen in this country again. The changes will also very significantly result in a reduction in the size of what would have formerly been the Zone 1 area. And it will also free up approximately 3,737 hectares, which were previously restricted to water production-related activities. Again, giving significant opportunities to people who are looking to engage in economic activity, in looking to be able to do things in the spaces that were once prohibited. We are now opening up to give that opportunity to the citizens of Barbados to be able to have more space now to be able to do these activities. This is based on additional data that has shown that most bacteria and viruses will die within about a period of 90 days. The previous Zone 1 area catered for most bacteria and viruses to die within a 300-day period. Now, what is interesting is when you read the zoning, the policy from 2020, I think the suggestion was that it seemed as though they carried up the number to 300 days as opposed to 200 that I think was initially suggested. So it almost seems as though we overcompensated in the early stages, when in truth and in fact, we are now reducing the number down to the 90 days in terms of when the bacteria and the viruses will make their way out of the water supply. It therefore means that our public water supply wells are now protected in what is now known as the Zone A area, the new Zone A area. I will go through briefly the list of the new zones. You have Zone A, which is now an exclusion zone area, where there are strict controls which are necessary in order to protect the quality of the groundwater supply due to the rapid 90-day travel time for microorganisms, pollutants, and other contaminants to seep through the soil and rock layers in the area to the aquifer. Activities in this zone are restricted to those related to public water production. Zone B is a pathogen management zone area where strict controls are necessary to enhance the protection of Zone A areas due to the 91 to 300-day travel time. Zone C is a chemical management zone area where strict controls are necessary due to the 301 to 730-day travel time. Now, Zone D is probably the one which will have the most impact and be of most relevance to the people who have suffered the longest. Zone D is referred to as an aquifer recharge contributing area, where the replenishment of the aquifer actually occurs. The use of the suck wells as the primary means of treatment of sewage and wastewater. And I want to just make this abundantly clear because this is very important. The use of suck wells as the primary means of treatment of sewage and wastewater will be prohibited, not immediately on the passage of this legislation, but it will be prohibited in the Zone D areas from January 1st, 2029. In other words, we are giving people an opportunity to transition from the suck wells to the septic tanks. And why, Mr. Speaker? Because we appreciate that we cannot impose a burden in terms of the cost on persons right away. If you have a suck well, there's a reason why you have a suck well, perhaps no, rather than going and purchasing a septic tank. We are mindful that in terms of the cost it can be 50% more than installing a suck well. And we therefore are working with Ministry of Finance to be able to explore options that may be available to us in terms of being able to assist those persons who need to make that transition from having a suck well to a septic tank. The rationale for this prohibition is based on the fact that the protection of groundwater quality comprises protection from solids as well as liquid waste. Suck wells in Barbados are generally dug until a suck is found or a fissure. And therefore the depth of the suck wells varies from site to site, and sucks could extend to a few meters depth or all the way down to the water table. So hence, if we continue to allow the practice, we may very well find ourselves further compromising our water supply. But we also know that we have a few things that we're working on to be able to help people to transition, and I hope that certainly within the next few weeks, once the legislation is proclaimed, that we are in a position to be able to announce the assistance that can be provided to people to make that transition from the suck well to the septic tank. One of the suggestions, Mr. Speaker, that has been made with the team, obviously we have the Garbage, Sewage and Contribution Relief Board that presently deals with issues relating to people who are most vulnerable. And we therefore believe that there may be an opportunity, if we make the correct amendments, to be able to allow for a board such as that to be able to deal with the issues of relief and to set up a system for them to manage the assistance that may be needed for persons to make the transition from the suck well to the septic tank. Zone E is a non-recharge contributing area which does not recharge or replenish the aquifer. And where such a zone exists, there shall be no specific restrictions unless such restrictions are imposed under the Scotland District Authority Act, Cap 395B, or the Soil Conservation Scotland District Cap 396, or under any other enactment. Zone F, as I said before, is the desalination zone, and this covers the area surrounding a well field used to produce brackish or seawater feed water for the process of desalination, where strict controls are necessary within a 90-day travel time. The fact of the matter is that that particular provision for desalination, as I said, would not have been included before. And we've had to, it's taken a little time to make the revisions because the team had to go back to the map, demarcate where the existing desalination plant is, but also to look at where potentially we may also in the future have desalination plants established as well on the island. So those changes have had to be made to take that into account. Section 6 of the legislation as well, again, another very significant matter that I think will affect a number of Barbadians. People ask, well, what happens to existing structures? Am I going to now be in breach of the law? Well, by virtue of what we said earlier has been done in terms of grandfathering clauses, we've also included a grandfathering clause so that those persons who have existing structures, that those structures in Zone 1 area in particular, or Zone A area now, will be protected and not be prohibited from continuing to operate and to live within that particular space. Section 6, therefore, states that we can preserve the existing structures, the existing use of the structure or the land being used as a farm, where the land was being used for such purpose when the order comes into effect. So those persons in the Bell and other places, I think there's some in St. James North, where again there were concerns in relation to being prohibited from doing certain things, those persons will now be grandfathered in to be able to allow them to continue to live and to reside in those areas. And I think that this is a very significant step that we've made because there's been a lot of inconvenience, a lot of, I'm sure, sleepless nights for a number of Barbadians who, even in anticipating this legislation, may themselves have believed that, you know, when we pass it, that we're coming after them. Right? What we don't want, however, is that people recognize that we have grandfathered in persons, and tomorrow you start to go and erect a structure, you know, in a location that that is prohibited. That will not be tolerated because you now need to fall within the regime that has been set in terms of the applications for planning permission, etc. Because the town and country planning, the planning department is also, by virtue of these amendments, also having to work within the new zones as well. There are a number of applications that are before planning presently, where I know a number of businesses, but also residential owners have been asking about this particular piece of legislation. When are the amendments to the zones coming, so that they can plan their businesses, so that they can change the existing use of what they were doing, or they can now engage in economic activity that otherwise they would not have been allowed to do. This, Mr. Speaker, is transformational for Barbados and for Barbadians as well. Now, a bit about how this is going to work. How is the practical side of this going to work, okay? There is a map that exists, just as existed before, that most people may or may not have seen. Because I guess unless you actually have to interface with planning, or unless you're asking questions of Water Authority, you perhaps may not interface with the map. But the order contains a map. And in that map is very clearly demarcated all of the various zones. Now, we don't expect ordinary Barbadians to be able to look on that map and tell whether their particular residence is in a zone 1, or sorry, zone A, a zone B area, by just looking at the map, because you don't have the ability to do so. It will just give you the demarcated lines, but it will not obviously be able to give you the specifics. But with the use of technology, the Barbados Water Authority has developed a location app, which will allow for persons to access the app and to be able to, by putting in addresses, coordinates, they will be able to identify precisely whether their particular residence falls within one of the Zone A to F areas. Now, I want to make it clear that we had much discussion on this, and I will talk about sometimes what happens in parliamentary group, because I want the people of this country to understand that we don't make decisions in a vacuum. There was consideration about whether when persons access the app through the Barbados Water Authority, if they should be charged a fee. Because there is an administrative function that takes place for an officer when you come into the Water Authority, to go into the computer, to sit down with you, to get the coordinates, to get the address, to be able to show you the map and to pinpoint where your house is on the map. But unanimously, the members of the parliamentary group, the 30 MPs who represent the constituencies across this country, said that is not what was intended. What instead we must do is to facilitate the app being available to the constituency offices, so that the constituency assistants can assist persons if they come and they want to know whether they're in a particular zone, that the planning department will have access to it, the land and surveys department can have access to it, the Barbados Water Authority must have access to it as well. Because we believe that it must be something that is at the fingertips of people, that it must be at the fingertips of people for the ease of doing business, and we're not here to complicate processes and to create processes that is going to make life difficult for people. Because what would have been happening is that the person provides the coordinates and the address, and then somebody has to go into the system to pull up that information, then somebody has to print it, and then somebody has to sign it. And then that has to be given to the individual. And unanimously, the parliamentary group, when it was put to them, said, that is not what we want for the people of this country. And I commend them because, again, these are the things sometimes that you have to talk through. Because it's easy for us to always see revenue-generating measures. But you also have to look at the other side, which is how do we create an environment which is easy for people to access and to maneuver to be able to do business or to be able to access services in this country. And so I want to commend my colleagues for paying attention to that particular provision and making sure that we have done right by the people of this country. The Barbados Revenue Authority will also have access to the app. So people can go in with their location number as well for the reference number in relation to their bills, and that would also be able to allow the application to pull up whether or not where their zone is that they fall within. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank a few people for getting us to this point. The journey didn't start with me, but it started a long time ago, as I've expressed in the course of this debate. And it started with people who believed that we had to do the right thing for people who had been disadvantaged for a long time. It started with people who had the vision to recognize that when things change, that we got to start to change with those things as well. And that transformation of communities and societies cannot happen if we continue to do things the same way. It also brings me to thanking the Attorney General, CPC, and the SG may have worked on it, to be able to get us to a point where this legislation, which has gone through many iterations, has been able to come before this chamber as well today. I want to thank the staff of the Barbados Water Authority. And I do so sincerely, sir, because many of them are on the front line sometimes of the criticisms that come from the public when things go wrong. But very often we don't see behind the scenes, for instance, the officers and the staff who help to develop an app for something like this to make life easier for the citizens of this country. We don't see that. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about and appreciate the time that has been spent trying to make the recommendations, certainly to ministry and to successive ministers, for the changes that are needed to be able to make the Barbados Water Authority more efficient. We often don't see them and we often don't thank them. I want to thank the boards as well of the Barbados Water Authority, because the respective boards have also played a role in this, because a lot of this had to pass the board before it gets to cabinet, before decisions could be made. But I also want to thank the leadership of the party that forms this administration and this government, sir. Because this party has been consistent in its approach to ensuring that we correct this issue of zoning in this country. And we have consistently shown, whenever the opportunity arose, that we wanted to not only provide the proper sewering in areas where it was required or the necessary upgrades to the systems, but we have also demonstrated today that we are prepared to keep the promise that we have made to the people on various political platforms by various leaders, and most recently by the Honourable Prime Minister in her own capacity, sir. Because I have been on the trail too, and I've heard the conversations with people in the same Zone 1 areas, you know, and I've seen the challenges people had using the water, bottles of water to do basic things in their communities. I understand today the significance of this piece of legislation, sir, and as I said, it could not have been here without the advocacy and the hard work of a number of the people who have brought it to this point. Lastly, I want to also thank the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, because his voice has been perhaps the loudest on these issues of zoning, and colleagues know of what I speak. He has been vocal on the political platforms. He has been vocal in this chamber. He has reminded us that he does not want to leave politics without the commitment that has been made to the people in Lickridge Village and the Bell and the surrounding areas that he represents, because he understands that we can improve the lives of people if everybody comes to work with a mission to do so. And I want to thank him. Sometimes we don't always like the way in which he says things, but I think he has been on the right trajectory all the time when he stands in this chamber and he defends the people that put him where he is, because he understands, like many of us, what people have been struggling with, not being able to get the adequate water supply and not being able, in some cases, to have the proper sewering within the communities. And I think that is the commitment, sir, that certainly this administration has given, and I'm pleased that I can lead a debate of this nature today, of what I consider to be a very significant milestone in the achievements of the Barbados Labour Party and in the achievements of this administration for the people of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I am obliged. Beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central.
Mr. Speaker, I want to, first of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and equally for the member who just spoke in the most lucid terms as it relates to the importance of having a bill that would seek to improve the structure and the integrity of the Barbados Water Authority, along with advancing the operationalization of new water zones in order to for us to have the protection needed so that every single Barbadian in this country will have the opportunity to utilize the world's most precious resource, water as we know it. And as Minister of the Environment, I will have to take a different look, a different perspective in terms of how we treat the water. I say just now is the most precious resource in the world. It's probably the most vital. Mr. Speaker, we would not be here today if we hadn't had access to water. Trust me, all of us would be home, or most persons in Barbados work, or school, wherever, without access to running water, drinking water, potable water, whatever you call it. We will not be in the place that we are. It is a simple fact. It is the basis for life. And whether it is plant life, whether it's microorganism, it is the basis. It is, Mr. Speaker, the main constituent in the hydrosphere as we know it. I am the minister also responsible not for the earth, the lithosphere, but the hydrosphere as well. That area that is known as the water area. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that when we are having a conversation about water, we have to look at the impacts of climate change. Because water scarcity, for some people, it may be just a misnomer. But I want to say it is real, not only in Barbados, but around the world. As I speak today, over 2 billion persons, and I will repeat, over 2 billion persons in this world can't and don't have access to drinking water, potable water as you may call it. 2 billion persons in the world. And coupled with that, 0.5% of all the water available in the world is not accessible because of pollution or the fact that it just cannot be sourced at the level of the aquifers so persons can utilize it for potable purposes. Now, if these are not damning figures, I don't know what isn't. It should be able to stimulate the brain cells of every single body in here. I know that how the sound last crop over said, it's all about brains. And I think that that sound resonated across the life and breath of this country. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, it should be on the mind of every single person in Barbados and around the world, the importance of preserving and conserving that which is essential for life. And when I say this, the most precious resource, I want to say that that is water without a doubt. It has its Usain Bolt moment, probably followed by sand as the second most cynical as we know it. Water is an essential component. And I want the message to go out in Barbados, because last year, at some point in time, I remember Parliament who just spoke, for St. Michael Southeast? Southeast, correct, man. Right, and I embrace them a teetotaler. But I want to say, for St. Michael Southeast, who just spoke, she told this August chamber last year sometime that we were experiencing less than 325 cubic meters of water or so, just around, which would identify a state of water scarcity. And that is why measures were put in place back then to ensure that Barbadians take a new look at the way how we treat to the preservation of our water and conservation of the world's most precious resource. Mr. Speaker, what are we talking about when we are talking about water and the usage of water? We cannot have a sustainable development plan, one that will survive the test of time, unless there is an equal plan as it relates to the conservation, preservation, and equally the proper utilization of our water supply. Can't happen. Water is responsible for what? The productive industry. Agriculture. I just spoke about the flora and fauna and the need to have water as an important component for the survival of each. In the agriculture industry, unless we have water and the availability for water in order to be used in the agriculture belt, in the productive sector belt, then we won't be talking food security. We won't be able to feed ourselves or have the export potential that we have. We won't have a cottage industry. What you see in Oistins on Friday night, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure if you were able to leave here in time, if persons will allow us not to be there too long, and you were able to leave in the nip of time, you'll be able to go in the fulcrum of Christ Church and enjoy fish chips and drink that which you are accustomed drinking, a glass of water, because if you don't drink about 4 pints or so, 4 liters, sorry, during the process of the day, I will suspect that you'll be in trouble in terms of dehydration or what's not. It is an important and vital resource. And I want to say to Barbadians, when we start treating to this resource as if it is the basis of life and the most important thing in our life, as we seek to move around and do our bidding, then we will lose in our fight to have that sustainable development that we speak of so limpid and lucidly. Mr. Speaker, sir, what the Member of Parliament for St. Michael Southeast is trying to do and encouraging Barbadians to do will redound to their survival and the survival of their children. It will redound to the survival of the unborn child. Not only is water essential for our bodies as we know it, in the health sector as we know it. Mr. Speaker, sir, we utilize water to build out the new industries, the hydroelectrical industries, water being at the center of that discussion. If we are going to produce energy as we know it from alternative sources, we need water. And that is why it is important that we are able to start the conservation conversation. Is important. Why it is important? That we start the conversation about the misuse of water. And that is why we have to imbue in our young people, the next generation, the spirit of conservation and protecting that which will basically protect their lives. And that is what the conversation is about. So when we bring this amendment to the bill and to change the zones so we will have better protection of our water quality and allow Barbadians to be able to afford potable water at the pipe, something that we take for granted in Barbados. But when you travel, you recognize that it is not the norm. There's no way, Mr. Speaker, sir, you can go in certain parts of the world and turn on the tap and enjoy a glass of water to add to those 4 liters that you would have consumed during the process of the day. I'm serious. No way. It is not the norm. And that is why it is important that we understand that our actions can cause the destruction of this natural resource. And that is the conversations I want to have with Barbadians. But there is a connection, an unequivocal connection between water and climate change. Unequivocal. We are facing the effects of El Nino. You heard about it. You feel it every day, the extreme heats. Sometimes temperatures range from 50 degrees Celsius to over in certain parts of the world. Barbados, we go up to 36, 37. With increased temperature, what follows, Mr. Speaker? Drought and water scarcity. It is a natural phenomenon. The temperature increase, less water is available for plants, less water is available for animals, and of course, that which I'm trying to preserve for the first time, biodiversity loss. We are faced with a triple planetary crisis as I speak. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And trust me, pollution threatens access to water. And that is why the Member of Parliament for St. Michael Southeast is saying to Barbadians, come and have the conversation about the zones and the various zones. And we are saying that with the new zoning, proposed zoning policy, you have a zone A to zone F. Zone A being a very, very restrictive zone, which speaks to microorganisms and the fact that it would take 90 days for those organisms, whether bacteria or virus, or certain contaminants, to reach the waterbed, the aquifers. That is what it's saying. So in these areas, we must have strict rules in place so that there will be a proper governance to ensure that we are not faced with a situation where our water, that which we turn on at the pipe every day for drinking purposes, is contaminated. That is what we are saying. So that it doesn't become a health threat or a threat, whether to animal or plant. That is what we are saying. So the importance of having this zone, Mr. Speaker, must never be missed. Zone B, Mr. Speaker, sir, as was alluded to by the Member of Parliament that just spoke, is a zone where we are saying is a pathogen management zone again, 91 to 300 days before we expect the exposure to pathogens and contaminants to reach our aquifers or our waterbed. And we go on and on to zone F, which is the desalinated zone. And of course, there are rules in place to ensure that these zones are protected based on reverse osmosis and what we are trying to achieve in these areas. Mr. Speaker, this is important legislation, an amendment to the legislation. This is important in this new era. This is important so that we can have the survival of our people. And it should be every single Barbadian commitment to preserve every single drop of H2O. Every single one. And we know, we may not be having a juicy conversation. It might be one that titillates Barbadians. But the reality of it is that the most water found in the ground and the most accessible water found in the ground is for wastewater. It is a known fact, whether we agree or not. So we now have to look for ways to treat to this wastewater so that initially we can use it in the agriculture belt and for other domesticated purposes. And what we are saying, we say that we will use these silt wells as a measure of filtering so that we can remove the solids and certain impurities and certain active principles from liquids so we can have better water supply going towards our aquifers. That is what we are saying as part of the conversation going forward. And it is an important conversation because, as I said, we have to be able to preserve in these trying times, in these drought times, when there are wildfires all over the world, when there's a world that is faced with a crisis of sorts, where, as I said before, over 2 billion people as I speak can't get access to drinking water. We now must have the conversation where we are able to preserve every single drop of H2. That is the basic conversation we are having with Barbadians. And we, as a good government, must be able to say, this is the way how we are going to do it. And we want you to join us in the process, because it's a fight. It is a real fight. I am sure many days when the taps are off in certain parts of Barbados, people call for the radio program to all the MPs. And that is only for a couple hours sometimes. I can't get water. Imagine these 2 billion people around the world. Imagine the threat to life, limb health, because you lose water in certain medical procedures as well. The dentist will tell you that they use it for dental procedures, for dialysis, those who are operate with the persons with kidney disease. And you can go on and go on. And essential, I say, it is one of the most vital resources in the world without a doubt. And that is why we must have a serious conversation as to the way how we treat to it. That is it. I think there's no other way of saying it. But the fact that it is an important conversation for Barbadians now, and the work of the ministry must be applauded. I want to personally give the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South East a round of applause for the work, the excellent work done thus far in ensuring that we are able to preserve our water supply, that we have conservational methods, that we start to treat to the whole conversation about having tanks around your homes, and having other conservative methods, whether it's the taps, the water-saving devices, those types of conversation. And of course, when it can happen, and most importantly, when there is the financial wherewithal to have those treatment facilities so that we can say that we can change that water to at least a secondary use or primary use, so it can be channeled into the agricultural belt and in the industrial use estates. Because water is used in the industrial belt as well. The production of cement, water. Paints, water. Other industries, the metal industry, water. It is the basis for life, without a doubt. I said it is the basis for sustainable development, and I say so without apology. So when we hear about water, when is this? Today is Friday, we are having a water Friday too, because this is an important conversation for every single body, every single day of the week, every single time of the week, every minute, every hour, the preservation of water. But what have we said as a government? Because it's not only about talking the talk, it's walking the walk to ensure that persons have a partnership with the type of the legislations, have a partnership with the discussions, have a partnership with the rules and regulations. Because if persons don't have an understanding, an equal understanding of what we are trying to do, then we are spinning top in mud. If I want to look at the old maxim used by my grandmother, top in mud, that's what you call it. Spinning top in mud. You're going around in circles then. If you want to use an old axiom, you're going around in circles. In order to have a serious conversation, Barbadians must become an equal partner in the whole process. So it's what we do at the household level. Simple, basic things that we can do to ensure that first, you preserve, you conserve, and that you utilize with precision. That is the conversation you have with the average Barbadian. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we have started the conversation because we have said from the beginning that we will be having a roof-to-reef program Roof to Reef program. One of the most sustainable development programs I could ever imagine from a small island developing state. I probably would say it is the most adaptive program to the vagaries of climate change. It seeks to look at every single drop of water, drop of H2O as a molecule. From the time it hits the roof of your house, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the reef, which is an important element as it relates to having that blue carbon sink to help with our fight for climate change. Mr. Speaker, the conversation must be had. And why are we saying that there are zones for, to protect us from pollution, contaminants? Why are we saying this? We know, for instance, that nitrate levels in our water supply, in our tank, and in our reservoirs must be less than 10 milligrams a liter or so to align itself with the international standard, not only the international standard, but to align itself with that which we will allow Barbadians to consume. That's it. Because as much as it being an international standard, for us it must be our Barbadian standard. It must be the Bajan thing for us. Because at the end of the day, we as a government, a responsible government, must do every single thing to protect our citizens, and that is what we are doing. So, the minister spoke, the member of parliament, sorry, for St. Michael Sophie spoke about the regulatory body. The fact that the Environmental Protection Department will be part of that body. So we can check and make our investigations as to the quality of water being produced for Barbadians. That is the commitment we have made. So we know that every single zone is tested, that there is the technology to ensure that the results that come back are the true results and reflect that which Barbadians should be consuming. That is what we said as a responsible government. We also said that even as far as our reefs in the area, we will make sure that it does not run contrary to the standards that we need in order to replenish our reefs, our phytoplankton, and ensure that the zooplankton and all those things that form part of the marine ecosystem, that they are able to survive. That is what we said as a government, and that if the levels are supposed to be not more than 0.0097 milligrams a liter, that is the level that we would aspire to. That is what we said. We are serious about ensuring that the protection of the world's most vital, for me, some in other countries may call it oil, as their vital resource. For me, and I think for most Barbadians, our most precious thing, if you want to use the word, because Barbadians may associate themselves with that, because we are a precious country with precious people. The most precious resource for me is water. And as a responsible government, we are saying that we are taking measures in place to have the construct, which is the management system, and equally to have the policies in place, the zoning policies, and to put also a structure where the testing for the viability and the drinkability of that water will ensure that we meet the Bajan standard. I want to call it that, because it must be who we are as a people. And as a good government, we must ensure that we do everything to protect those who we are responsible for. And I'm saying this is a responsible amendment to the legislation. And it allows persons, because we are talking about infrastructure development, we are talking about sustainable development, we are talking about the development of Barbados as a whole. Now we can't be talking about development unless we say that these areas will be used for X, that those areas will be used for Y, and that there must be a clear demarcation of certain areas. We have started it in the marine environment with our marine spatial plan and the process that will be involved in the marine spatial plan to ensure that the sea is equally demarcated so we can get full benefits. Same thing happened on our lithosphere or the land, where we are saying that in order for us to have the full benefits of development and to interfuse it with the whole water policy, then we are going to demarcate in 6 zones or so zones, A to F. And at every single zone, we have certain restrictions, they will have certain potential, and we are going to maximize those areas. That is what we are saying. Because at the end of the day, we, as a responsible government, will do nothing to destroy either ecosystems or our people. That's what we have said. So whether it's the environment we are speaking about, human or social or otherwise, or then it is the people directly related to that environment. We are saying that we are going to treat to those 2 or 3 spheres in a principled way. That is what we say. So this policy, Mr. Speaker, this amendment, sorry, I want to associate myself deeply with. And I want to say to all Barbadians that how you treat to the management and use of the water, of your of the water availability today will determine the future of this country and the future of your children and your children's children. It is as simple as that for me. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for Christchurch. Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to do my part in relation to this bill. Mr. Speaker, in my first incarnation as a minister, I had the portfolio of energy and water. And one of the things that I was charged with immediately upon assuming that portfolio was for us to dig out, dust off the water zoning policy, relook it, re-examine it, and come up with something that can take us, that deals not just with now, but can take us into the foreseeable future and be relevant to addressing the concerns that we have. So water, the concerns in relation to water and the water zones range from the collection of water, the purity and integrity of our water systems, the levels of water in our aquifer. It ranges as far as construction and physical development and town planning. Before I go much further, sir, I do wish to pay tribute to one of the most critical persons in this process for us early on, and that was Dr. Hugh Seeley of blessed memory. I remember a number of meetings, sir, that we had when we were going through this project at Hugh Seeley's office at the UE. And we met with him there, we met with his, I think he had master students or PhD students, and we met with them, and he was embracing of all ideas. He wanted this to be as wide-ranging a collection of ideas as possible, because his theory was that the framework we eventually settle on must be a framework that's relevant to and can work for all Barbadians. So it wasn't just the PhDs who weighed in, it was everybody. It was persons in the ministry, it was persons like my good friend Alex Eiffel, Sir Dr. John Mwanza. We had a number of interactions and meetings with persons from town planning, with developers, all to figure out exactly what we're trying to address with the new water zoning policy and what is the best way to do it that it provides the best possible solution for all. Sir, Dr. Seeley was the person who insisted that for us to understand the status of the water system, it's not good for ministers and those in decision-making positions to stand on the top and issue edicts without actually understanding and seeing what is going on. So Dr. Seeley, sir, was one of the persons who insisted that I found myself into the Bowmanston aquifer, that we had to go down there and actually see what an aquifer was. We had to see the cracks and the fissures at the bottom that allowed the water to go through. We had to look at the water dropping and understand that the drops that were dropping into the aquifer had taken 100 and something days to actually get there. Right? He wanted us to see where the level of the water was at that point in time and where the level of the water is at its peak by looking at the stains in the wall of the aquifer. And I will tell you, sir, that that single act of going down into the bowels of Barbados helped me to better appreciate and understand everything I was dealing with respect to my portfolio of water. I am pleased, sir. I was heartened to see my good friend, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast, as well as the Deputy Prime Minister, as she also followed that path and found herself down in the aquifer. Now, I appreciate her and applaud her bravery, because while I can swim, I would just leave that right there. But her bravery was made even more acute by her status as a swimmer, sir, or lack of status as a swimmer. But the point is made that this was a whole of the water industry approach and contribution to what is now enshrined in this bill. Sir, we looked at whether to start it, keep it as zone 1 to 4, or whether we do A to D, E, F, G, what those entailed, what were the mischiefs we were trying to correct, what do we look at in terms of development and development options, because at one point in time, so the whole of Zone A, or actually not the whole of Zone A is supposed to be prohibited from development, right? But was that really necessary with the introduction of septic tanks and fiberglass tanks that can be installed? Can the construction take place in Zone A? Which are the areas that are absolutely the most critical to protect and prevent from development, and what sort of development are we protecting and preventing against? Because it was thought that although you couldn't build in some of them, they were all open for agriculture. But that was agriculture as it was back in the days when those zones were initially conceptualized. But with the pesticides, with the fertilizers, with what is now being used in current agriculture, is that still relevant? So these meetings, sir, were done. There were many meetings, and they were very, very long. So I am glad, having left that behind, sir, I am glad to see that it has now reached fruition. Practical application. I believe we need to actually understand what is the practical application to this. A lot of persons who have their own houses already and who are in established communities may actually not really understand the practical importance of this for other people. There are persons, sir, who have land. I know of somebody who has land in St. James, sir. One side of the road is permitted for development. The other side of the road is not. They happen to have been left land on the side of the road that's not permitted for development. They are aware that with the shift, sir, some areas of Zone A, some areas of Zone 1 are now going to be freed up for development. So a lot of persons who hold land or who have development opportunities possibly available to them are eagerly anticipating and awaiting the passage of this piece of legislation, because for some people, the absolute prohibition against developing their land is now going to be eased. We are on a push to create housing opportunities for Barbadians. The Ministry of Housing and Lands is on a push to construct houses. Urban is pushing to provide housing solutions for persons. We are land scarce. And a lot of our land scarcity has to do with the restrictions to building in Barbados. Where the prohibitions exist, so the prohibitions are absolute. Technology and engineering advancements have outpaced the relevance of the existing legislative framework which governs the zones in Barbados. It is now possible, sir, that you can construct a property with the appropriate septic infrastructure that make your ability to exist on that property without contaminating the water supply possible, whereas it was not contemplated before. 20, 30, 40 years ago, sir, the only way to dispose of waste from a toilet when you pressed the toilet and flushed it was down in the suck well. Right? For persons who had pit toilets, it went into the ground. But the reason the toilets didn't fill up or the wells didn't fill up was because at some point in time, the liquid escaped, it went somewhere. And in many instances, it found its way eventually and finally into our water supply system. What's a suck well, sir? I don't even think a lot of people actually understand what a suck well is. People say that you dig the well until the point where it sucks. What does that mean? You dig the well until the point where there's a fissure, some crack, some way of the liquid escaping that allows the well to be able to drain naturally. When you do that, you're providing an avenue for whatever is in the well to find its way until it stops. It filters through our coral infrastructure, our coral substructure, sir. But at some point in time, it reaches our water supply system. When we took a tour of Harrison's Cave, when there was a concern as to what was going on above the developments in the area, we were pointed out at the ceiling of the cave some stains. And they said those stains were the stains from sewage. That's what it was. Those were the stains in the ceiling of the cave from sewage. So the development up there was reaching into perhaps the most beautiful and supposedly pristine attraction in Barbados. So it is not that the government intends or intended to wield a heavy hand to block development. It is that at the time when these zones were initially created and conceptualized, that was what we had as the option to control pollution in our water supply system. We've now gone well past that. Happily, we've now gone well past that. Obviously, sir, in certain areas where the water table is relatively high and is a very short time for water to soak through the surface and reach into the aquifer or into the water supply, then you're going to have to prohibit entirely. And not just prohibit development and suck wells, but also prohibit the use of certain chemicals in there and even certain types of agriculture, because you don't want to have animal husbandry in an area where the water perforation through is very quick. But where we can engineer a solution, there is no good reason why that land should not become available for development once the development is carefully monitored and done in such a way that it does not compromise our water supply system. So I am glad that we are where we are now. It was said, sir, by the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast that the last system has outlived its purpose. It has. But at the time when those zones were put in, those zones were the best thing since sliced bread. That was the answer to all of our problems. And quite frankly, that zoning, for as long as we've had it, is what has actually allowed us to protect our infrastructure, our treatment of the water out of our aquifers, out of our public water supply system. So it's simply chlorination. Once it's soaked through our water, it's still so good that we can extract and chlorinate it, and is fit immediately for use and potable. So that worked well for us, but we accepting now there's a better way. There's a better way that keeps our water pure a lot more naturally. The other thing, sir, it is not only the water zones here. This also deals with the restructuring of the Barbados Water Authority, making it a leaner, more conducive statutory corporation with the appointment of a CEO as opposed to general manager and those sort of things. But the one thing, sir, that strikes me the most outside of the actual zones is the well management aspect of this piece of legislation. I think it's section 18. We have a lot of water collection wells in Barbados, sir. I don't even think that the ministry is aware of exactly how many wells that we have. There are a lot of unused wells on plantations that were filled up. There are a lot of wells, sir, that you see, anything you pass a cane field, and you see all the canes cut, except for a clump of bush somewhere in the middle. Chances are that clump of bush is bush growing out of a well, and that's why it's there. We see it dotted around our countryside. We have a lot of wells in Barbados that need to be managed. They need to be identified, they need to be geotagged, a geolocation done, and they need to be managed. Back in the days of King Sugar, when the plantation owners planted their canes and their crops, they also did the cuscus grass hedge. And that cuscus grass hedge served to divert and channel water into wells as well. It prevents the escape of water. We need a situation, sir, where all of the water collection wells, the drainage wells, are put back into operation, because all of the water that we lose to the sea can be harvested inland. There is I'm not going to call the name of the plantation, but there's a particular plantation in St. George that has recently been doing a lot in relation to the management of its wells. I know they cleared out a lot of the wells, and the plantation owner was very excited that he hauled me up one day, sir, during some heavy rain, because he wanted me to see how what it was they had done had resulted in the water coming off the road and channeling down into the wells, as opposed to running all the way down the road. So water that continues to run on the road is going to run the road and eventually end up in the sea. That is the same water that we need going into the ground, soaking through, purifying itself, and ending up in our aquifers. But concomitant with those drainage wells, we also had, for many years, private abstraction of water by farmers and those in agriculture. You sink a well on your property, and then you pull from that well to irrigate your crops. And there was a regime for a long time, sir, where persons were not charged for that. People who had the benefit of being able to find water on their land were able to abstract that water pretty much for free. I think the government took over some of those wells, and the thing was, I believe the arrangement is, if you took over a well on your property, then you get to use the water, but the government gets to take the rest of it. And in having a discussion with some farmers, the farmers believe if a well is on my property, that water belongs to me. All you have done in sinking a well and finding water is accessing the joint property of the rest of Barbados, because the common property. Because the water, sir, that ends up in your well, or that you pull from, is not water that fell on your plantation alone. That is water that came down the road, came down from somebody else's property. It eventually settled on yours and went down. So it is not fair for you to claim that as your right and have that for your own utilization, while an area or district down from you is suffering from lack of water, or the rest of Barbados is in a water scarce situation. I do believe, sir, that while we are technically speaking water scarce, we can do a lot more to become less water scarce. And that would be in the proper harvesting of as much water to prevent runoff as we can, and also in the identification of other wells and water resources inland that can be used not just for private enterprise, but also for the public good. So, sir, this legislation was a long time in coming. A very, very, very long time in coming. I think it is progressive in that it takes us as much as we can to the present situation. It allows us to free up land for development. It provides a framework in here for the management of water resources and the management of water wells, abstraction wells. It provides for the fees to be charged in relation to the abstraction of water. And it also basically liberalizes, sir, the ownership of water in Barbados. When the government undertook the project to move water from Vineyard up to St. Joseph, up to the East Coast. That was a very major undertaking. We had to identify, sir, sources of water and then move them miles by laying pipes, move them miles to service another area, another district that was water scarce. It means that water can be moved around once we can identify the resources. This legislation also encourages the identification of water supply resources for use for the public good. So we're demystifying. We're in an all-out search to find the water resources. Let us know exactly how much water we have. Let us be able now to figure out exactly where the water comes from, exactly where it goes, exactly where it pools, and how much water do we actually have. Are we actually water are we actually water scarce? Or do we happen to be water scarce because we don't know where to find it? But it is there. The other thing as well, sir, we've spoken about the resource as a whole. And we've spoken about collecting, and we've spoken about harvesting. But we can't not speak about distribution. When I was the minister, sir, it was estimated that about 40 to 47% of our water is lost through leaks. A number of our mains or our distribution systems, sir, have been in place for over 100 years. In many instances, the Water Authority does not even know, sir, where some of the pipes are. You would get a burst where somebody's digging up a cane field, and all of a sudden, they break a cast iron pipe, sir, that the thing is so thick that they clearly don't make those anymore. But nobody knew it was there, just that somebody went extra deep with the furrow. And I remember, sir, that we had an issue where the water was shut down. There was very, very low pressure across Christchurch and some areas of St. Philip and into St. George. And we could not figure out what happened. We could not find what happened. And they basically, sir, tried to trace all the known water mains. And somebody then made a phone call and said, well, there's a ton of water in this field. And we went. And they dug and dug and dug. And they found, sir, a main that was so old that nobody even knew it was there. But the water, it formed part of our distribution system. The water was pumped from wherever it went through that. And nobody knew it was going through that, but it was ending up at the other end. So we have a largely uncharted main system and distribution system that you know that the water leaves a pumping station and you know it gets to a district. But quite frankly, sir, until a burst happens, in many instances, the water is going through pathways that has gone through for 50 to 100 years and we don't actually even know. So the only way for us to get on top of this is to properly map out our water distribution system. I'll give you one last one, sir. We had a major disruption where a pipe burst out there by the globe, a main burst out there by the globe. And it had shut down town, it shut down everywhere around here, sir. And it took us about 2 to 3 days to fix it. So when they actually got down and excavated and looked at the pipe, that measurement, that diameter of pipe that no longer existed commercially. And the people somebody remembered that they had seen a pipe like that somewhere in some field. And we literally, sir, had to go excavate in a field, trying to find a piece of pipe that would match back. You remember that, right? That would match back with the one by the globe. Literally, sir, we went digging up areas in Barbados trying to locate unused pipe just to get a length that would tie back in with there. It's serious. Nothing but a comprehensive replacement of the mains in Barbados, sir, is going to suffice. It's going to be expensive. It is going to be horrendously expensive. And with the cost going up, year by year. But at the end of the day, sir, we can't afford to not do it because 40% is a lot. If every time you left home, sir, with money in your pocket, and you reach where you're going, and you have 40% less, you left home with $100. So it's been a long time since I know what $100 look like, but being somebody in private practice, sir, I mean you, not me. If you leave home with $100 in your pocket, and you get to Bridgetown, and you have $40, you have $40 less, you have $60 in total, and that happens to you every single day, it is unsustainable. At some point in time, you will say to yourself, this can't work, I'm losing too much. It's the same, sir, with our water supply system. We have to bite the bullet, and we have to do what we need to do to ensure that it goes. This also affects not just, sir, the actual receipt of the water, but you're paying, when you abstract that water, sir, and you treat it, you're treating the whole amount. So you're losing from the treatment. When you pump it, when you're pushing it, you're using energy to push the whole amount. If 40% of that is lost, you're having unrecoverable costs. It's not just non-revenue water. It's not just that you're losing the water, but you're losing all of the inputs that lead to the water being pushed down the pipe in the first place. So it is completely, sir, unsustainable. Sometimes when people's pressure goes down, and persons are complaining they have low water pressure, and the Barbados Water Authority is saying, but everything seems to be in order. There's water in the reservoirs. There shouldn't be an issue. It's because there's a burst somewhere under there that we can't find. There's a burst somewhere under there that we can't find. And our pipes are so old and so brittle that oftentimes when you actually identify the source of a leak and you patch that and the pressure increases because the leak is now gone, then the pipe ruptures somewhere else down the line because the pipe can't handle the pressure. And the leaking water was actually reducing the pressure inside the pipe. All that to say, sir, there's a bit of nostalgia. All that to say, sir, that I'm glad we're here. I'm very, very glad we're here. I'm glad we're here because this frees up land for development and will make a lot of people happy. It would also put some money back into the coffers. It would allow Barbadians to realize their dream to develop certain pieces of land that they have. It will also provide housing solutions for Barbados. I'm glad we're here, sir, because it allows us to properly utilize our land and know what it is that we're dealing with. I'm glad we're here, sir, because you know what? If we're now looking at well management, we're now looking at capturing more water and making Barbados less water scarce. I'm glad we're here, sir, because if we're now charging persons for abstraction, it becomes a more equitable system. The water is a resource of all, not the persons who had the benefit of having a well on their land. So it encourages water equity. I'm glad we're here, sir, because we are pushing for the mains replacement program because we accept that 40% loss is unsustainable and we have to do something about it. I'm glad we're here, sir, because we are realizing the dream of perhaps one of the best sons of our soil in Dr. Hugh Seeley, who lived and breathed water and all things water. He was one of our foremost advocates on climate change. He was one of our foremost advocates on hydrology. He was one of our foremost advocates in what Barbados can do to take itself from being in a position of being water scarce. So although he's not here to see it, the passion that he had when we were discussing it, and when we were innovating it, and when we were trying to settle it, I'm sure, sir, that we have done his honor and his memory some good by being here in a position to pass this today. So having said all of that, I also wish to lend my voice to those who have thanked the hardworking people at the Water Authority. I will say, sir, that one of the gentlemen who was here, when I met him, I thought, what a sour person. I thought, boy, what? But you know, you come to love people. And I realize that some people work so hard they don't have time to smile. But their heart is in the right place. And the intentions are good. And the man is a champion, sir, in his area. He's taught me a lot. I know he's taught the Honourable Member for Michael Southeast a lot. He is hardworking, and he is just one of a team of people just like him. So I would like those who are listening, sometimes when we lambaste the Barbados Water Authority because the water has gone out or the pressure is down, it's often not their fault. Because when called upon to respond, they go out there and they work hard, they work long hours, they work around the clock until the problem is fixed. It is that they have the challenge of dealing with the infrastructure that predated all of them and trying to make the best use of it until we find a better solution. So I wish to lend my voice to those who've complimented the hardworking persons at the Barbados Water Authority. And so with that, I entirely, wholeheartedly, and unreservedly lend my support to this Barbados Water Authority Amendment Bill 2023. I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to share a few thoughts, add a few words in a few minutes in consideration of this Barbados Water Authority Amendment Bill that is before us. Sir, growing up in Barbados, water is almost a source of national pride. It is something that I don't know. I mean, I am one of the younger members of this chamber, so my memories of being a child are perhaps closer than some others. But as Barbadians, we would boast about being able to drink tap water, or being able to drink water that coming out the pipe. And my friends and I often reminisce about the moment where you've been running helter-skelter all about the road, all about the pasture, and there's a moment when you get to stop and cup your hands together under a standpipe and drink some water, and the water tastes so good. Sweet, like it tastes like the best thing that you could ever drink. And you know, Barbadians had this way, when they had the opportunity to travel, of being very snooty about people that can drink water from the pipe. You know, we would say to people where we visited, oh, y'all have to drink water from a bottle, or not us. It really was, growing up, a source of national pride. And it was something that we all took for granted. This idea that water, in fact, we call it government juice. Because the notion is that it is this thing that we all can just, it magically appears, it tastes delicious, and it just happens to be produced as if by magic. Free. Free from all encumbrances. As if there's no consideration for how it's produced or how it happens to be so clean in our experience when we were younger. I had a birthday yesterday, so I'm a little less young than I was, but I do remember, and I am old enough to be able to appreciate the difference that was referenced by the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast, the Minister in this sector, when she talked about the difference between how we farmed, what was the nature of the runoff, what was the nature of the chemicals produced that would end up in the water supply. Because there was a difference. There was a difference in population size, as she said. There was a difference in the use and availability of medications. and how people would dispose of them, what people would use sometimes. I dare say that we have a heavier reliance now on pharmaceutical products. As against, you know, when you got sick or you weren't feeling well as a child, there were actually two things that your parent, your mother would do, your father would do. First of all, if something happened to you, first of all, drink water. If you had a headache, if you fell, whatever it was, drink some water and you'll feel better. But then there were also all kinds of more natural remedies that were used, and there was a less reliance on pharmaceuticals. And I'm not highlighting this time as the good old days, because I'm one of those people that happens to believe that there's a benefit to some of the progress that we've made. You know, people talk about, well, what did people do before there were vaccines, and what did people do before there was this kind of medication? People died young. So the advantage of progress is that we are living longer and we're able to do better, we're able to enhance our well-being, but there is another side of that progress. Sir, I say all that to highlight the fact that we are called on now as Barbadians to shift the way we relate to water and the natural environment around us. To shift the way we relate to all things in the natural environment. All assets that are natural, all living things, all animals. There was a time when we only knew dogs as creatures that were tied up in the yard to bark if somebody sent a rock at your paling. Thankfully, we are developing a more humane approach to the way we interact with living things, and we are called to develop a more balanced approach in the way that we interact with the natural environment. It means that we have to acknowledge that the way that we live and the things that we do affect our natural environment and come back around to us in some way. So it is not possible to dump a bunch of old medication down the sink or even to throw it in the bin and not understand that at some point it is going to end up in the water supply. Now, I'm not saying that if you put 10 Panadol in the sink, the 10 Panadol are going to end up in the drinking glass of the member for St. James House. But I'm saying that there is an effect on the habits that we practice every day. And whereas we come from a place where we took this thing for granted, did not see really the relationship between the water that we drink and the sanitation practices that we employ at our house, or the farming, or whatever we do. We now have to understand that that relationship is very close. And I say that because I want us to understand that when a government, any government in any country, must put in place regulations of this nature, it is with the motivation of protecting not just the generation that is living today, but the generations that will come. And so a big part of the consideration of the water protection zones is with that in mind. It is with the idea that we have to take account of how our practices affect the water supply that we're drinking today and how it will affect the water supply that our children inherit. Now, members before me spoke a lot about the process that took us here, and the honourable member who just took his seat also spoke about how this new order, these new water protection zones, or these revised zones, are going to be able to interact with other things to change the way that we do things. One of those interactions that's very key has to do with physical planning, how we build, where we build, what we build. And I know that one of the challenges that and we say developers, but people, because, you know, it's not just people who are coming to build a hotel or a renewable energy farm or plant that are building things. People are building homes, people are building small businesses. But it's important for people to understand and to plan for where they want this business or this home to be. And so this is perhaps a very obvious but a very simple way for people to see, okay, if this is the kind of activity in which I want to engage, where am I able to engage in this kind of activity in a way that protects the water supply, in a way that protects the natural environment, in a way that protects my children, in a way that protects my neighbors? How can I do that? And so I was very happy to hear the presentation from the officers of the Barbados Water Authority that showed us, finally, after much hard work, we have that map that is able to pinpoint the location of a particular lot relative to the water protection areas, relative to the water protection zones, relative to the new zoning system. I tend to believe, and I have good faith in the officers who are working on this, that we will come to a point where I am able to go onto a portal, go online, put in some information, a land tax number, PIN information, and be able to be told, well, this is the zone that relates to the information that you have entered. And therefore be able to just conduct my business without having to do too much, engage in too much bureaucracy. And I believe that just like the Lands and Surveys Department has done such important work to be able to have unique identifiers for each building, and to be able to attach that identifier to be able to say, well, this is your location, this is the unique identifier for where you are, where you live, where you work, the piece of land that you own, that maps very well with the work and the map, the water protection map that has been developed to be able to say to Barbadians and those who would invest here or those who would live and work here, well, this is what you can do with this particular property that you have. I foresee that this information will interact with the physical development plan that is under consultation now, led by the Planning and Development Department. It will interact with the Coastal Zone Management Unit's maps as well that they have done to be able to identify risk and threats from a natural disaster perspective. It will interact with the census data. All of this because, sir, you know, we have all of these various departments of government, and sometimes it can feel quite daunting to be able to get information from them. And I see that this government is moving to a place, and I'm encouraging us to keep moving, where all of these data sets, all of these bits of information that we're generating can interact with each other in a practical way, in a way that's practical for all Barbadians. So that I can go online and I can understand certain things about the particular interests that I have, whether it is in building a home, or starting a business, or building a hotel, or being able to invest in a renewable energy project. And so I see that these things will have to work well together, and I'm encouraging us then to make sure that this does not become an example of a set of information that is beautiful, but is not able to be accessed by all people. Sir, I wanted to mention quickly the issue of suck wells versus septic tanks, the fact that we are going in the right direction, and that sometimes going in the right direction has implications for how easily people are able to afford or able to execute something. Now, I want to be very careful in what I'm about to say. The fact that something comes at a higher cost or may come at a higher cost does not mean it should not be pursued. The question is, how do we collectively bear that cost for this thing that must be pursued? The fact that something comes at a cost does not mean that it should not be pursued. I do not know of the price that we can put on protecting our water supply. And it is one of those things that we have to do jointly. All people have to do it, because the water, as member for Christchurch, he's just said the water belongs to all of us. Cause it run through your property don't mean it's yours. The water belongs to all of us, and we have to protect it for each other. So what does that mean? I'm well aware. In fact, I sat in my constituency office last week, and 3 people, and as a percentage of the total, that's a lot, 3 people came to talk with me about the wells that they were having trouble affording for the toilets that they were building. Now, this is a well. So the cost to them was almost prohibitive. These are people who are trying to do their best to get rid of their pit latrines, their pit toilets on their own, and are inquiring about whether there is support through the government to be able to help them do that. It means that the starting point that we think we're at, we are not at. Because we're talking about affordability of septic tanks, but we got to talk about affordability of suck wells and what people are already doing. The fact is that the eradication of pit toilets has to take as much precedence and as much priority for the same reason as this water zoning order. And it means that we have to attack it in a way that sees all of the resources available to the government to come at this, whether it's from the Ministry of Health or the Urban Development Commission or the Rural Development Commission or the National Housing Corporation. It does not align with the Barbados people think they live in to know that people are having difficulty digging a well to get rid of their pit toilet. It does not align. Sir, I grew up, I talked about my love of water. I asked the member for St. Michael East to please don't remove the standpipe in Roberts Road, because that was the standpipe that I used to run to drink water when I was running boat in Haggett Hall. But the other experience I had growing up in St. Clair Road and Haggett Hall was that I grew up in a house with a pit toilet, like many of my neighbors. I grew up hanging the hose from the top outside in the yard and bathing under the hose. That was my experience of water and sanitation in St. Michael when I was a child. And when my parents were able to, as we used to call it, put on a wall back, it was something that for so many people transforms their lives. It transforms your life. It means that you could bring home your little friend from school, right? It means that where before you used to say, oh, I got too much homework, you can't come home with me. It means that you can, I don't know if these are difficult conversations, but this is real life. It means that your grandmother is safe because she doesn't have to get up in the night and walk over a gravel yard to go in a pit toilet. And where she might fall in the dark, in the night, getting there. I won't talk about the other creatures that one encounters in using a pit toilet at night. I will let you say it, sir. I will let you say it. I am saying these things not to make people squirm in their seats as some of us seem to be doing. But I'm saying these things because I want us to understand that the Barbados that we are envisioning in these pieces of legislation that we bring, where people can put in a septic tank and that kind of thing. And I appreciate the advance date and the time that is being given to get this sorted out. But we still have people across Barbados who are dealing with this reality. And so for me, the first order of business, this is important, critical. I embrace it because I saw the member for Christchurch East stop himself as he was about to suggest that I would be happy with the legislation because from a planning perspective. But I am happy with the legislation from a planning perspective. I think it gives a lot of opportunities. But I also think that the conversation has to be about how are people going to be living better. There are projects that the Barbados Water Authority is managing, and the Barbados Water Authority is managing a lot of multilateral projects. And I hope that in this reorganization that you reorganize in such a way that you have the wherewithal to execute them all well, because I know that there's pressure for officers to do the daily things that they're doing and also make sure that these projects are executed. The burden to have a clean water supply for the people of Barbados is a significant burden that these officers carry well, but there's a lot to accomplish. And so I'm saying that one of the projects I seem to recall attempted to do something that we thought at the time was innovative, which is to be able to establish a revolving fund that can be used to help finance some of the changes that need to be made at the household levels for certain things to obtain. So whether that is having a water tank that is properly connected to the household plumbing system, these kinds of things that will aid the Water Authority and the government of Barbados and the country in making sure people can afford the retrofitting and the kinds of things that we're asking them to do. And similarly, there has to be some dedicated effort to finance and execute improved sanitation. I'm speaking for Urban Barbados because I was sent here by St. Michael's South Central, but I imagine that there are these considerations, and the census will show, hopefully, where there are higher concentrations of pit latrines in Barbados. But that has to be a priority, because as long as people are still using pit toilets, as long as people are having difficulty trying to help themselves, but not being able to afford the infrastructure to be able to have waterborne facilities, then we're not going to get to where this legislation wants to take us. And so we have to make sure that we address that as a matter of urgency. A water sector master plan that I have had occasion to call for, appeal for, I know that it is in the plans of the BWA. A water and sanitation master plan will do, I mean, it is not just academic, it is not just so that you can pay a consultant to write a document. It is to be able to make visible all of these different things that the BWA and the government of Barbados needs to see to understand what it needs to do to achieve this improved well-being and this balance of development for the country. Now, there are all kinds of competing needs on this very, very small island. When I was minister that had some responsibility for planning and development, I would sometimes smile. The planning department would get comments from a range of sectors, departments, agencies, and the comments would reflect the tension that exists because agriculture is saying, no, take this land for agricultural production, even though the land was not at the time in agricultural production. Housing was saying, we need this land for housing. The balance of development is difficult. Renewable energy plants, renewable energy projects have now to figure out how much land they need for different, there's a balance of development that we need to find. It may mean that this notion of a house on a lot and a yard and a picket fence, we may have to test the extent to which that is still the Bajan dream. Or whether the Bajan dream is to own your apartment in a high-rise environment. I know some young people who are happy to do that. But I think that we need to start to liberate our idea of what home ownership looks like. Or even whether all people aspire to home ownership in a modern Barbados. I say these things because I want us to understand that, and I'm assuming that the government of Barbados is not considering these things in isolation. That the question of affordable housing for future generations has to come alongside dignified housing and helping people to live in a dignified way, affordability of all that that entails, as well as environmental protection. So, sir, I support this legislation. I look forward to the people of Barbados and people who would want to, who have an interest here, being able to interact with the information on the water protection zones, to be able to see exactly where this thing is, where a home is located or a structure is located, and be easily, seamlessly able to plan a development, to plan how they're going to build their house, where they're going to put it, how they're going to live. This kind of change, well executed, will allow us to make leaps and bounds in how we do planning and execution of that planning for the people of Barbados. So, sir, I support the BWA amendment bill and its sound execution, and with those words, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable St. George North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy today to be discussing the amendments which, among other things, speak to the protection of groundwater resources in the public interest, the design, construction, acquisition, provision, operation, and maintenance of sewage works for the purpose of receiving, treatment, and disposing of sewage. I elaborate on that specifically, and you'll see it as I develop. I'm happy specifically too, sir, to be supporting changes to the wastewater and water zones. I'm pleased that the amendment provides the Barbados Water Authority with the responsibility to establish new zones and the responsibility to be able to monitor and enforce the zoning system. I think that this allows for it allows us to be a lot more nimble, and it cuts down on some of the response time in addressing a number of matters that are very, 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 very critical, such as the ones that relate to zoning. For all the reasons that have been so eloquently put by the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast and other members. This provides the opportunity, I think, for people to improve their lives, their livelihoods, and their living conditions, all the while preserving the public interest. I am particularly pleased, Mr. Speaker, that many people, including those, as we've heard outlined by the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast, those in St. George North, specifically in Bailey Alley and Ashbury, I'm glad that they can follow this debate today, sir, and take note that while the process has been a long one, and while that process will continue before they reap the full benefits, that the passage of this legislation represents an active step towards ensuring that the commitments that were made, that the commitments that have been made to them are commitments that will be realized. Preceding the time that I became the representative for St. George North, the contemplation for residents in Bailey Alley and Ashbury was that they would be relocated. Heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast made mention of the fact that there's nowhere to put them. But beyond having nowhere, and I think that when the Honourable Member made that statement, she was specifically recognizing that the demand for housing and housing solutions is so great that it would be stretching to have to look for other areas to locate people. But beyond that, one has to consider that when you grow up in a village, sir, you live like family, as family, whether or not you're blood related. And for people who would have grown accustomed to living in a particular environment around neighbors who are often family members, as is the case, relocation could be quite traumatic for some and unsettling. But equally unsettling, sir, is where you live as close as these residents live to a pumping station, and you still can't access all of the conveniences that one would expect of a person living in the 19th century, furthermore, the 20th century. So for these reasons, I'm happy that we have moved beyond the contemplation of relocating. And I'm happy, sir, that this government has seen it necessary and seen it quite fitting to swallow what would be a very bitter pill, because these changes that we have had presented before this House are changes that carry a high cost. And the cost is not only a financial one, but it was a cost associated with time, because when one has to have responsibility for the public interest, you can't be impulsive in the way you implement changes. You have to be very deliberate. And so what we have seen presented before us also presents evidence of a very detailed examination that was given to what could be the best solutions for a situation where we don't want to relocate people, but we have to balance that with protecting the public interest. We're happy, Mr. Speaker, that relief is on the way. I welcome the provision for a 5-year period within which there will be the opportunity to transition from wells to septic tank. I will not go into all of that because I know it was elaborated on by other speakers. I welcome too government's stated intention to create a regime of assistance. So even though there is a 5-year period, there's a recognition that this cost, which is quite an expensive one, will require the assistance by many. Overall, Mr. Speaker, while the new zoning, as we have heard, will introduce new restrictions aimed at all times at assuring the public interest. I'm happy that this government has committed to taking on the financial responsibility and to committing to the studies and staying the course, as it were, to ensure that a lot of land which was previously zoned in areas that would have presented prohibitions could be freed up for development. I'm sure that the member for Christchurch West Central would readily agree, and I'm diverting a bit, would readily agree that clean air, like water, are indispensable. So I was very intrigued that in his presentation before this House, he spent a lot of time emphasizing how indispensable clean water is and how important it is. And I raise it only because, sir, that recognizing that clean air is as important as clean water, I'm sure that the members of St. George North, while they are probably listening and following this debate and applauding our efforts, are equally recognizing that the situation confronting residents at Lower State, who earlier this year thought that they had a solution, a fix to their problem, are now recognizing that that problem has re-emerged. And the same commitment that the honorable member who has the responsibility for the environment has given to doing all that it would require to ensure that what we are discussing as contemplated by the zoning under this particular piece of legislation, that he would also see the need to redouble his efforts and get behind his team in the environmental health department to ensure that a situation that has gone bad again does not get worse and see us having to invest the amounts of expenditure that we have already towards fixing it again. I turn to the point of strengthening of the management, because before us in the bill, there is a provision for the reporting that was previously done by the general manager to the board, now to be done by a CEO. And it is, I'm sure it is my experience, as it is with many, that this does not automatically portend for greater efficiency. I'm sure that there's evidence, including across statutory organizations, other statutory organizations, where they move from a general manager to a CEO did not bring with it necessarily the kind of institutional strengthening and greater efficiency and effectiveness that one would imagine. What I am certain of, though, sir, is that the creation of a post of Manager of Water Resources and Environmental Management has already brought to the Water Authority significant strengthening in its management and has laid the way to facilitate many of the changes that have been presented by the line minister this evening, and will make the way for a lot of the further changes and implementation that would follow the amendments before us. And I noted with interest that the honorable member for Christchurch East made reference to the incumbent to that role, sir, at one point or another appearing sour. And I thought it interesting because the honorable member for Christchurch East for some time served as minister responsible for the Barbados Water Authority. And if the experience during that time was that the member was sour, it might have very much to do, sir, with the fact that he, like many workers across this country, and indeed across the world, find themselves in positions where they're overworked, even when they're excited about their jobs, overworked, underpaid, underrecognized. And I'm happy that that particular worker of the Water Authority who's there, who holds the portfolio of manager responsible for water resources and environmental management, not that member, along with other representatives of workers, saw it fit and stayed the course, spending at least 2 years, sir, to ensure that that position got the recognition and that all the accolades that are being attributed to him can be duly recognized this evening, even as we contemplate this bill in the late hours of the evening. Mr. Speaker, for the risk of detracting from the positives of the bill, I will not spend time on this occasion commenting, as I had planned to, on the power of the authority to open and break up the surface soil of any road. I will not spend time on the need for reinstatement to be done with urgency, and I hasten to say that it is not the authority, well, the authority is responsible in the current operation of things. The authority is not the agency that reinstates roads, but too often across this country we have roads that are open up for repairs to be done, and then the bad roads riddled with so many potholes and everything become worse when reinstatement takes undue time. I won't spend too much time on the fact that I have a concern that the penalties that are contemplated by the amendments seem a little too slim, because especially when one compares these with other jurisdictions. Neither will I dwell on the fact, because this might be more the fact that as a layperson, no one who is not into the law, it can be very limited. But Section 29, where it makes provision for the minister to give directions to the board in a general or specific nature, I'm always concerned, sir, when I see that these things have to be written in so explicitly, because it's a natural function, and when it has to be written in, it always raises a flag and causes one to approach with caution in the hope that it is not creating an environment where anyone can find themselves, any minister that is, can find himself or herself meddling unnecessarily or micromanaging. But what I will commend is the fact that, as with other pieces of legislation, the contemplation for the amendments to the Barbados Water Authority Act, the contemplation is that there will be a period of public sensitization where the intention would be to make sure that the staff of the Water Authority itself is aware of the new provisions and the responsibilities that they now have to perform, the expanded responsibilities, that the wider public across different stakeholder groups, yes, but the general public becomes more familiar with what the provisions, the amendments that we have been discussing before the House up to now. I know that when pieces of legislation are passed, sir, that before the rollout of training and sensitizing and public education, that people become experts and find themselves on call-in programs and everything, making pronouncements. But I do urge members of the public, you've heard about an app, you've heard about the zoning, you've heard about the changes that will be made, but I urge members of the public to make it their responsibility, their determination to find out more about this so that they don't have to be receiving information secondhand or thirdhand, which often tends to be muddled. So all in all, sir, I think that the changes will augur well for members of the public, many members who now find themselves in a situation where the inconveniences that they have to endure, hopefully sooner rather or later, would be inconveniences that are corrected. I am aware that there is a plan to be completing surveys and having designs and so on for the new sewering systems and the treatment systems and so on to be completed before year end. And we hope that shortly thereafter that citizens and residents across Barbados in impacted areas that can benefit from the new zoning arrangements that are put in place will see come to fruition the benefits of the good work that has been done by the members of and staff at the Water Authority up to now. So with these words, I support the amendments, Chair, and thank you. I'm obliged.
Honourable for St. James and North.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give my support to this bill, the Barbados Water Authority Amendment Bill. This has been a long day in coming, sir, as has been said by speakers, members preceding me. When I first was elected to serve in this Parliament in February 2013, within the first 6 weeks, I called up and went to virtually every government department, agency, statutory board that would have direct effect on my constituents' daily living. And of course, I went into Water Authority, went into Town Planning, went into Rural Development Commission. Those three I would name. Wanting to know where are we at in terms of the ability, capacity, legality of a significant percentage of people in my constituency being able to put in indoor bathroom facilities, water facilities. A large part of my constituency, whether it is in Rotdunda, whether it is in the St. Peter Parish part of the constituency, the Wim, Aston Hall, even some parts of Lower Carlton, sir, are prohibited from doing just that in terms of development and in terms of being able to live like any human being should live. Of course, as the Honourable member for St. Michael South East, who led the debate, said in 1973, 74, when these regulations came into effect, it was made possible, we call it grandfathering, as of course, that those who had buildings, houses already in areas that became Zone 1 could still put indoor bathroom facilities, toilet facilities. But then those structures that were developed afterwards couldn't. And this is a major issue. When the result of my visiting those departments which had direct bearing on this issue, Town Planning and Water Authority, was that we have a framework to develop what we are doing here today, sir, but none of the departments could give me a time frame in which it would be done, sir. Like I said, that was what? Over 10 and a half years ago. And I mean, continuously I've asked. At that time, of course, it was a Democratic Labour Party administration. Last almost 5.5 years of Barbados Labour Party administration, and I've continuously been asking the ministers with responsibility for water resources, when is this day that has come today going to come? People in, especially Aston Hall, sir, call me up or contact me every 2 months virtually. But, Ms. Dixon, where are we at in terms of getting the regulations, the law, whatever in place that we can now put in indoor bathroom facilities. We can now get water connections of our own. And I cannot give any direct answer to that question. I could tell them, sir, that this particular bill had been laid in Parliament since April last year, and that, as the Honourable Acting Prime Minister said, it has come before parliamentary group committee for discussion. I'm on probably 3 occasions before now, sir, and various parliamentarians have raised concerns as to the bill as it then stood, and the Honourable Minister of Water Resources had to go back, and the Honourable Member for St. Andrew, her Parliamentary Secretary, and look at it again and try to address the concerns, sir. So this has been a long day in coming, sir, but it has come, sir, and it is not the end of the road. I mean, we are passing an amendment to a bill, but what will bring in the actual regulations and the rezoning, and rather than zones A to B, you will have now what zones, rather than zones 1 to 5, you will now have zones A to F, sir. So the implementation still has to come. The order, in the water protection zones order, will still have to be made under this bill. I think it is under Section 27, sir. That's still to come in future. But we've made a start. This has been a progression. This has been one major step in this development, sir. Water, what is certainly one of the 3 most precious resources globally that there can be, affecting all 8 billion people in the world. As the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central said, about a quarter of the world's population, 2 billion people, do not have access to potable water, to decent water, to healthy water, sir. Wars, many wars, as we know, sir, have been fought throughout history on access to water. Water flowing or being sourced from one area, starting in one country, flowing through another, ending up in another, and wars being fought for access to this water. People stopping off water supplies to other countries, war start, fight break out, sir. That is the important significance of water supply. And let's face it, sir, I mean, we've had areas in Barbados, especially in Scotland district, areas that up to recently have had tremendous difficulty in terms of water supply and access to water, without water for 2-3 weeks in some cases, even on Christmas Day, sir. In cases, I remember a time in St. Joseph, St. Andrew, sir, and this is not good. This government has to be commended tremendously for the improvements in that, and it is not even an issue these days, sir, because of the efforts of this government, tremendous efforts over the last 5.5 years to eliminate, virtually reduce significantly, this issue of lack of water supply to certain districts in the Scotland district and in the north, sir. And that is the first step. And you have to commend this administration, sir, and the administration of the Barbados Water Authority in bringing us to that event, sir. There are issues, sir, still tremendously, management of leaks, monitoring of leaks. And quite honestly, it is not good that in a lot of cases, people have to call their members of parliament for leaks to be addressed. That is the truth, sir. That is one of my tasks, multiple tasks as members of parliament, dealing with water leaks. When constituents call and say that they call water authority last week, 2 weeks ago, nobody has come, water leaking, water wasting. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East, who is a former Minister of Water Resources, gave the figure of at least 40% of our water is wasted by this method, by leaks. And that is, quite honestly, unacceptable, sir. It is probably a case that Water Authority does not have enough manpower, women power to deal with the issue. Up to 2 days ago, 4 days ago, when we were at parliamentary group meeting, I had to send forward a massive water leak, water flowing all about Porters, St. James, to the management. And the next morning, yes, they came and dealt with it. So this is a fundamental issue, and we have to accept the fact and face the reality that it is going to cost millions and millions of dollars to replace these old water mains and pipes that we hear about often and that we heard about today, sir, some of which are over 100 years old and obviously have expired in terms of their feasibility and their reliability long time ago, before some of us were born here. It's going to be a challenge for this political administration, for the Barbados Water Authority to systematically replace those mains. And as new roads are built, mains are replaced. And yes, the Honourable Minister who introduced this bill, Acting Prime Minister, spoke about Rotterdam Road in my constituency, and positively whenever I bring an issue to them. The issue of public education is very important on this point. We have to bring along the people with us in terms of what we are doing, in terms of how this bill and the order being made under it will operate, will be implemented, issues of applications to be made to Town Planning Authority would have to be explained to them so everyone is aware of the processes involved in improving their housing situations. And ultimately, that is what a government has to be about, improving the lives of our constituents. And this Parliament, as the legislative body, has to be assured that every time we come here, sir, and here now we are, Friday afternoon, sir, the light gone down, it's dark, and whereas and some of us, sir, have karaoke tonight, sir. I got karaoke in my constituency tonight. But I think it's important here to be here, because what we're doing will improve the lives of a significant percentage of our constituents, the people of Barbados, and certainly a significant percentage of the people of my constituency, St. James North, who live in large areas of Zone 1, sir. So I certainly, sir, don't plan to take up my full allotted time, sir, but certainly I thank you for being able to intervene in this debate and to express my support for this amended bill today.
Honourable Member for St. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity to speak to this bill, the Barbados Water Authority Amendment Bill 2023, that will amend and provide for
the institutional strengthening of the authority, the establishment of water protection zones, and the management of wells and related matters. Mr. Speaker, there have been a water company in Barbados from as far back as 1857. With the passing of the Waterworks Act. Back in those days, Mr. Speaker, water was sourced from maybe perhaps a few springs, a few wells, some caves. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, the Water Authority, as we now refer to it, has been through a number of iterations, and the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East would have spoken to the various pieces of legislation over the years that would have brought about the various changes. I speak of the 1951 legislation that gave rise to the Groundwater Protection Act. Then we would have had some assistance, some technical assistance back in 1961. A study that was completed by Telstrong that was completed in 1963 that give rise to the current water protection zones. But Mrs. Speaker, what we have today is a modern utilities company. And a modern utilities company, Mr. Speaker, is one that requires management that is balanced in terms of their technical expertise, financial acumen, and they must have a certain degree of customer service skills. These are all important when dealing with a modern utilities company such as a water utilities company. And there are a number of challenges that any company, any utilities company, especially that deals with water, faces in today's environment. Because we're working in an environment within the context of climate change. You cannot speak about water management in 2023 without speaking of climate change. Because that's the reality in which we are working in. A reality where we've been in a drought situation for the last 30 years. A reality where we're seeing variations in climate, variations in the weather that is having a negative impact on our ability to extract water from underground. These are things that we are facing on a regular basis. And within the organization, these are things that we discuss as to ways, as to how we are going to approach climate change. With dwindling water, I believe it was the Prime Minister who made the point that we're even seeing less rain than we've seen in the past 30 years. Yes, we're seeing more intense rainfall. Yes, we're seeing more intense weather systems. But in terms of the amount of rainfall that we're getting, that has decreased over the years. And that is going to have an impact on the underground supply in more than one way. A, it's going to take longer to recharge the aquifers. And B, it runs the risk of creating that space for rising sea levels to intrude into the aquifers and pretty much foul up the aquifers by making them more saline. So these are real challenges that any modern utility company must take into consideration. The Honourable Member for St. James North made mention to the fact that within the north, we're still seeing some challenges with water supply, with water quality. You know, I started out by saying that the first water company in this country was formed in 1857. It was in 1861 that we saw water being pumped into the city. But it took just about 30 years, just over 30 years, for water to reach into the rural spaces. So in essence, today we find ourselves correcting historical wrongs, where persons living in rural spaces were always challenged to get a water supply, an efficient water supply. And now we have a similar challenge because some of those 1857 pipes, those 1857 mains are still in the earth in parts of Barbados and certainly in parts of the north. And that's why we have strategically decided that we're going to go in and remove as many as those rusted, encrusted mains as we can. And the member for Christchurch East made the point that in some cases those mains, which were maybe 8 inches or 12 inches at first, are now so encrusted that they've been reduced down to 3 and 4 inches. And that has also caused a challenge for persons in the north. And the member for St. James North made a point that sometimes when we fix one main, there's always the possibility that you have another burst a little further down the road, or a few weeks there's a burst again. But the reality is that some of these pipes are so old that any variation in the pressure within the pipe could cause the pipe to rupture. Even when we upgrade our systems and we bring in new pumps, more powerful pumps, and we've changed new pipes up the road, and which causes more water, the flow of the water to increase. That in itself has a negative impact on some of the older pipes within the system, because that variation in pressure causes disruption. Sometimes, as I said before, these pipes are barely held together, or being held together by the soil in which they are in. That forms an important part of those pipes staying put. And if there's any changes that soil on the outside, those mains are likely to rupture. So I just made that point because it was raised by both the member for Christchurch East and the member for St. James North. And just let the member for St. Lucie know that we're still on the job, we're still working to ensure that persons living in the north of the country, in those rural parts of the country that have long endured hardship as it relates to water supply, that we are working towards finding a solution, a long-lasting solution for those problems. Another important challenge, or another challenge of the modern utility of the BWA, is that we have to manage demand. There's a tremendous amount of demand today for water. We've talked about building 10,000 homes. We've talked about building new hotels. We see a lot of development right along the west coast and the south coast, also further inland. And the reality is that a lot of all of these developments will require water. They're going to tax the current capacity of the Barbados Water Authority. So we have now to find ways of producing water to satisfy the demand of those new customers. Because anyone moving into a new house is going to need a water supply, and the house from which they once lived, that will continue to have a water supply. So we just add to the demand of water. Also, it's important to note that utility companies, water companies, use a tremendous amount of power. Sometimes we don't think about it. As a matter of fact, I was perhaps a big boy when I realized there was some correlation between power outages and water going off. In fact, when you live in an area where the actual pump house is not connected to your grid, if the electricity goes off, then your water remains. But when you live in a space where your pump station is right there in your community or connected to your grid, whenever the electricity goes off, your water follows very shortly after. And that's something that a lot of us never realized until we were grown. I mean, as the member for St. Michael's South Central said, water was magically came through the pipes. Nobody knew where it came from. All you know that when you turn the pipe, water will come on, and you will have water at your disposal. But the reality is that it requires a tremendous amount of electrical power to pump that water into the homes of the thousands of Barbadians who depend on it every single day. And as a responsible utilities company, we have to find creative ways of sourcing power, mainly through renewable energy, so as not to further impact the ozone layer or to lessen our carbon footprint. So these are things that we talk about, we discuss every day. We try to come up with ways to address. And we also try to put measures in place so that that increased use of power can be mitigated against. Also, as it relates to engagement with our customers, our stakeholders, the member for St. James North would have mentioned that it's going to require an extensive educational program to pretty much sensitize persons of the various changes that are going to take place as a direct result of this bill, this amendment to this bill. I want to address those changes quickly because I know they're always late and there's not a lot of value in rehashing a lot of what was said already. But I want to speak somewhat to these zones as they now are. As Zone A, which was once Zone 1, this zone is the restrictive zone. There's not going to be any form of development in that zone unless it has to do with the extraction of groundwater. This is a protection zone. But Zone B is the one that I want to focus on because that is the one that's going to make a significant difference in the lives of many Barbadians. And I'm glad that the member for St. James North touched on it because, interestingly enough, St. James and St. Peter perhaps has the largest area of land within the Zone A or within the current Zone 1 zones. I was surprised. I actually thought it was in St. Michael for some reason. But there are large areas within St. James North, St. Peter, and in St. James Central. And for years, I would have passed in places, maybe along tracks in Greenwich Village, those areas, you see these large open fields, no kind of houses, no farms, no development. And you never knew why that was the case. But over time, you realize that those areas are actually Zone 1 areas. And with this new piece of legislation, you will see that area being reduced from 9% to 5%. So you have an additional 4% of area that you can now use for development. And you do not understand how important that is until you go to some of the places where perhaps persons would have established communities. We refer to them as squatters, persons who would have used vernacular architecture, as we call it, where they used whatever material they had available to build homes. Some would have built shanties, some built really nice homes. But the reality is that because they were in those Zone 1 areas at the time, those persons could not benefit from proper road infrastructure. They could not benefit from simple amenities like water. In fact, I did not know that in those areas, persons could not get water. I remember working as a young supervisor in NTW and visiting a house. To my mind, it was a brand new house. And the lady would go every day to a standpipe and bring back water. And I was wondering why, this was in the Bell. She was living in the Bell at the time, was working in the Bell. And I was wondering why a person that has such a nice house would not have access to running water, because that was strange for us. And I only got to understand later that water, the installation of water was restricted in those zones, in those areas. The land was theirs. They had made that point that they had owned the land, but in fact, the matter, because it was in a zone 1 area at the time, it could not receive a service. And then you have also the road infrastructure. We do not develop the road infrastructure in those areas. So those persons, the best they could expect is perhaps probably a little mill and paved road. I've seen some areas they've upgraded to mill and paved roads, but for a long time, those areas remain undeveloped as far as infrastructure is concerned. And then there's also the conversation around the development of your land. When you have a piece of land and you want to pass on that land to your children, you can't subdivide the land. You can't divvy it up and give it to your offspring. And these are things that would have hindered persons in areas. I'm sure the speaker will have persons in his constituency who would have suffered as a direct result of that. And the truth is, when you are in that type of setting, when you are in an area where you're perceived to be squatting, one cannot, even though you may build a house, you can never feel settled in your mind, because you know that there's a possibility that you may be displaced at some point. You may be displaced. And it affects you as the adult, the homeowner. It affects the child. Certainly affects the child as it relates to education. A child cannot always function in a situation where there's instability in the home. And living in those types of environments creates instability in homes. These are things that we may not necessarily speak about, because it's not something that extends right across Barbados. But for those persons living in those small areas where they are perceived to be squatting, or where they do not have rights to build and to live, those persons endure those kinds of hardships every single day. And there's also the other issues that relates to health and crowding. Persons, the land is there. Persons find the most convenient areas sometimes to build. They don't always take consideration. There's no planning involved. There are no amenities in the area. Persons build wherever they find space, and then that space may be just next to your house. You can't make noise. You can't tell them, don't put the house there, because you're there, you're also there illegally, so to speak. So there's that challenge for persons with crowding and persons making them uncomfortable. No amenities for children to enjoy, no hardcore, nothing like that. Just things for children to do, no parks for those persons to do in the community during the day. And many times they find time to do idleness, to find idle things to do. So there's always that social component to it that only those who know it can feel it, and those who feel it can know it. And they would tell you that in these areas, maybe it's not so bad in Barbados as it might be in other places, but you find that ghetto type mentality that comes from these areas because of the fact that there's not a lot of programs, facilities, amenities, or such like within these spaces to occupy young persons and keep them attached and keep them engaged. So I'm glad in that sense, because at the end of the day, this piece of legislation, though it looks at a number of things, including the strengthening of the Barbados Water Authority and the formation of the committee to look at wells, to put a more equitable and fair process in terms of dealing with wells, the most important thing to my mind is how it impacts the lives of the ordinary man in the street. The ordinary man who for the first time can now go about and properly plan and build his home, who can have access to running water, who can have access the proper roads and a proper infrastructure. This is where this really rubber hits the road as far as I'm concerned with this bill, because this is where it matters to people. It's not going to matter to a lot of persons that we have 78 extraction wells, or that we have wells on plantations that we will now be able to better manage and better monitor. That means very little to the average Barbadian. It's not going to matter to Barbadians that we now have a CEO, or we will now have a CEO to manage the affairs of the Barbados Water Authority, and that we will have a chief operations officer and a chief technical officer. Those things would not matter. Those are administrative things, and it won't matter to the person. All that matters is that you have running water in your pipes. And all that matters is that you now have a pipe now that runs from the road into your house. And you can live like any other person in Barbados, as opposed to having to get it from your house, walk across the street to a communal standpipe, catch a bottle of water or a bucket of water, and walk back to your home, or to run a long 100-foot hose from the standpipe to your home, and you have to be there with somebody else fretting that you're taking too long to fill up your tank or whatever, and have to deal with these things on a weekly or a monthly basis. These are things that people are concerned about. And that is why this bill is important, because it touches the average man, and not the rich man. It touches the poor man. It improves the life of the poor man, the poor among us. That's what this bill does. And that's what I believe should go there as a major change that this amendment brings. That those things, those indignities that people in the Bell and Billy Ali and such like, and all up in Odessa McLean Drive and those places, that those persons going forward, many of them, because some of those areas will now become part of Zone B. And especially those persons in St. James and St. Peter, that those persons now can now live a dignified life. They can now feel as though they can own part of the rock and develop and do all the things that we all take for granted for the first time in their lives. Because this particular piece, these restrictions, they were in place from 1963. So whole generations would have grown up and passed on and never knew what it felt like to be able to build and to develop their land. So Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to detain the House for any protracted period of time, no more than to perhaps look at maybe some of the issues that were raised by my colleagues, just to address them quickly and wrap up this particular debate, because I think that most persons spoke to the various aspects of this bill that impacts at every single level, the political, the administrative, and also at the level of the small amount, the social economic level. I think that was covered admirably by many of my colleagues already today. The member for Christchurch East, I believe it was, that mentioned the roof to reefs. This policy within this order also looks at Barbados as and it is certainly seen in Zone D as an entire island as a watershed. So we are concerned with the near shore environment, and that's why we've taken a look at some of the chemicals and some of the various certainly the chemicals that are used on land and how that will impact the near shore environment. So it does not just work in isolation. That we've worked with the coastal zone to ensure that we do what we can to ensure the safety of that near shore environment. And then there was mention of the introduction of fiberglass. Of course, septic tanks will come at a cost that's far more prohibitive than digging a sub well. But that's why we've given it another 5 or 6 years before it comes into effect. And we believe that by that time, that we would have put systems in place to ensure that those among us who are those vulnerable persons among us who can ill afford to do so will have access to resources and funding that would assist them in building these and installing these septic tanks to ensure that the safety of our groundwater supply is secured. The member mentioned technology. Yes, we have employed new technology. Member for St. Michael Southeast mentioned that this has been 20 years now, or so 23 years now since we have had to revert to, also we have had to employ the use of RO desalination plant. Of course, there will be other desalination plants going forward as we look to augment water supply, certainly in the north of the island. But this is why the strengthening of the institutions is so important, because new technologies are coming on board, and some of the responsibility will be to explore this new technology, see how it can be employed into a Barbadian context, and see how we can be more efficiently supply water to our customers. Yes, we still struggle at the 40%, between 37 to 40% in terms of non-revenue water. It still is something that plagues not only Barbados, but perhaps all developing countries across the world. In fact, the standard, the average for developing countries in terms of non-revenue water is just about the same 40%. It's a little lower for developed countries, around, well, a lot lower in terms of half of that, around 20%. But I've seen presentations about Australia, and they too have something around the area of 40%, I believe, in terms of non-revenue water. But we are putting measures in place. Not only are we fixing the mains in the north, as I said earlier, but we also will be deploying district meters within communities so we can better monitor the water, the water that flows into those communities, and we can far more quickly pick up where the leaks are, because what would happen is that we would have a better sense of water that is pumped into the area and water that is being used, and we can use that information to determine if the water is being certainly used by the customers of that water is wasting away. But as I said, the subwells versus the septic tanks, we will certainly ensure that measures are in place to assist with that. We don't want that to be anything to burden house owners any longer. Those persons who are already within the Zone D would continue to exist with what systems they have in place, but we just try not to have more persons add to the because basically what happens, as the member for Christchurch, he said, all that water, when you find a suck, that water finds its way down into the aquifers. That sewage water that comes from your home finds its way into the aquifers. And a hydrologist once said to me, you may take a spoon of salt and put it in a cup of water, and you drink it, you will taste the salt. If you take that same spoon of water and you put it in a 5-gallon bucket, you may not taste it, but it's still there. And most people will understand that. So that's why we are trying to, as much as possible, to eventually eradicate the use of A, pit toilets, and B, septic tanks. And I think that pretty much, for now, will cover basically some of the questions and that were raised by my colleagues. I also want to, at this time, commend the efforts of the Barbados Water Authority. We look at at management, but I also want to commend those who work in the field. I've had the opportunity last year to work alongside them in the Bell when there was that that change out of the pump. That took about 3 or 4 days, and I saw people, the level of commitment and camaraderie that I saw on that occasion, I've never seen anywhere else that I've worked before, where men work from morning to night to the next morning just to ensure that 30 or so %, which is around 90,000 of our customers were ensured water supply. And things like that, I don't believe that they get enough credit for it. The hard work, we complain when we see the leaks, we complain when they don't respond right away, as if they don't have a schedule of things to do for a particular period. But the fact of the matter is that these people work very, very, very hard to ensure that you have water 24/7. We don't even use the term 24/7 to refer to our water, but if you go into other jurisdictions, I assure you that there's water supply and there's 24/7 water supply. Where 24/7 is perhaps reserved for a very small percentage of the population. Most persons would just get water once or twice a week. Or sometimes they get water in the morning, but not in the evening. Or what happens, they ration water. And this is something that not only happens during the dry season or during drought, but happens year round. And these are in countries where there are lakes and rivers and far more rainfall than Barbados. But yet, they have not been able to develop this system in such a way that they can give their customers 24/7 water supply. Nor are they developed enough that they have almost universal access to water like we have in Barbados. These are things that we take for granted. Universal access to water, but in actual fact, there are many territories, even within this region, that do not have universal access to water. So I just want to, as I close, congratulate the members, the staff of the Barbados Water Authority. I also want to commend the minister, the member for Michael Southeast, for bringing this bill. He said it was long in coming, but it took a Herculean effort on all of our parts to bring this bill here today. So with those few words, I want to fully support this bill. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable, we have to move. Honourable, you have to move that the bill be read.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I beg that this bill be read.
Yes, to move. He has not.
Oh. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself.
But beg to move that the bill be read a second time.
You tell me don't have to do it.
Yes.
Second time. Mr. Speaker, I beg that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
I beg to move that you don't leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
I didn't hear you.
This house is now in committee.
Do I have it? Mr. Chairman, may we take the bill in parts? One to 10.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that clauses 1 to 10 stand part.
The question is that clauses 1 to 10 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 11 to 20.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that clauses 11 to 20 stand part.
The question is that clauses 11 to 20 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Three.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that clauses 21 to 23 stand part.
The question is that clauses 21 to 23 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill.
The question is that the first schedule be the schedule of the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Second schedule.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be the second schedule of the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that you do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees has reported the passing of one bill in committee. Honorable Member St. Andrew.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read a third time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and cited as the Barbados Water Authority Amendment Act 2023.
The question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting is the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited. Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, we've come to the end of the day's business. I therefore beg to move that this House do now adjourn until Tuesday, 17th of October, 10 a.m. in the morning.
Second. The question is that this honorable chamber be adjourned until Tuesday, the 17th day of October, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 17th day of October, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.